Happy 2023 and welcome to the China Winter Tour. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and beside me is my wonderful and dependable sheep, and then the gorgeous and handsome T Governor. I don't know why we're already leaning over each other. And then Lizard down there at the end, the knowledgeable Lizard. How are you guys feeling today?
I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah?
Especially with you, Nat, and not James. Obviously, this is now the upgraded, better TI panel.
Yeah.
I didn't say it.
He didn't hug me at TI, all right? As it's closing.
She didn't hug you,
You
now
can
as
hug
well.
now. Go.
Oh,
I prefer
this is already
Natty to you,
better.
James. Too good, too bad, gone. Nah, sorry.
We
But, you
just
know,
clashed microphones
I
in the
know, I
first
really-
like 2 minutes of this broadcast.
no, it's fine. But no, yeah, it's been like, what was it, 2-3 months since TI? We've seen a couple
Yeah.
of online tournaments, but really need some DPC.
Has it
stuff.
actually been that long?
I think it's been like some of these players haven't played for like 4 months. It's been some, wait, what was it?
Yeah,
October?
not even
Yeah.
in pubs. Not even in pubs. Like,
January.
you open their pubs, they're like
It's
playing
just empty and
CS:GO.
nothing. I did
So-
actually see that for some of the players. I'm not going to say names, but I tried to look for their like game history in the last 3 months, and there were just no games. And I was like, okay, all right, clearly not playing on this account then, at least, you know.
Yeah, they've been chilling.
Enjoying their holidays.
Yeah,
Did you guys enjoy yours? Before we talk about the tour, the DPC.
Yeah, they were great. What about you guys?
I was waiting for like
You,
a
you, I
wholesome
thought you were going
answer.
to say
Where's
something like that you were going to
meaty?
do. Yeah.
It was great. I went
It was just
snowboarding.
good, anyway.
I
Thank
fell,
you.
almost
Okay.
died a couple of
Well,
times.
That's
It
what
was
I was
perfect.
leading towards.
Exactly
Tell us some
how I like
snowboarding
it, yeah.
stories.
Yeah, they
Almost
were.
died.
Yeah, everything
Okay.
hurts.
All right, are you guys in better shape?
I was
Yeah.
genuinely just sad and lonely. I was just kind of waiting for the
Oh.
DPC because I wanted to see you guys again.
Oh, now we're here, and we can also have a look at which teams are attending, because it's not just going to be the 4 of us all the time. We've got the teams, we're going to have a look at them. They're the 8 teams over there. eHome, Dawn Gaming, Asta Aries, Team Asta, LGD, Knights, IG, and Extreme Gaming. We're going to talk about rosters in a little bit as well, but just from, I guess, the team names, is there anything you want to say? Because, you know, there's some notable names missing.
I feel like when you obviously some notable names like
Yeah.
VG Gaming, right? Like they're missing, they're not here. But that's how it goes in China, right? Like even IG wasn't in Division 1 for the whole last year, for the whole last season. They were in Division 2 trying to get back in. Now it's turn for some other of the big names to get through that Division 2 and back into Division 1.
Yeah, we quickly had the format on our screens there as well. It's those 8 teams. They're going to be doing a single round robin, best of 3s. The top 4 teams going to the major, and then 5th and 6th are going to be staying in Division 1, and then 7th and 8th falling down to Division 2. So 2 of those teams aren't going to be here next tour. It's going to be interesting.
It's also scary because I think, you know, remember last year, all the regions talking about if you go to Division 2 in the first season, you can't get to a major in second tour, and then in tour 3, everything. You have to suddenly win Div 1, you have to go to a major, win the major to get points to TI. So
Yeah.
it's like, this is, even though it's only the first of 3, it's still like the most important because it either makes the rest of your year comfortable or really hard.
I just love how we're opening on the good note, right? Like these teams are going to get eliminated. They will have no chances of getting to
We're
the
not naming
major.
names though, Lizard. You know, we're skirting around the naming right now, so that at least it's wholesome
I mean,
kind of.
We're
unless-
keeping it open for any of these teams to be
Exactly.
eliminated.
It could be PSG. Who knows?
Unless you want to, you know, put yourself out there now, Lizard, and you want to name some names.
Oh, I would name all of them. I don't know what happened in the Chinese region, but these reshuffles, they did not look great. Like we lost a lot of great names, right? Like
Yeah, but it's kind of fun and exciting. Like, I like seeing a lot of all these new players because you get to learn more about them, and then all the old players will like want to come back at some point, and then we get the excitement of like the open qualifiers again. Like we had this with Europe this season round, watching like old G go and fail to qualify for Europe West. You know, it's like
That's a big smile on your face.
I love the chaos and destruction of open qualifiers. It's thrilling, but like you get that with a region like China too, where there's so much talent and so many players, and everyone wants to be in. And you know, it's I don't know. I just think it's fun when you have so many players that you get a constant like in and out.
Do you feel like there's a team in the China region that sort of stands out in that sort of regard for you, Sheep, that is either like that chaos or that has that in and out, that I guess that fluidity of players?
Sure. I don't know why you're asking me
completely
that.
not prepared.
What the hell was
you
that question?
I can try and answer if you'd like. There's a
Yeah,
lot of,
please, Tigo.
that
Yeah.
was like, you know, like teacher asking student like so many buzzwords and you're like,
She was like, I heard maybe 3 of those words.
Fluidity, no.
No,
but
I mean all the rosters got roster shuffled so
Yeah.
hard. Like it's a really hard question to
I mean,
answer.
the easy answer, kinda, would obviously just be PSG. Because when you
Yeah.
think about the 3 players they lost, all probably top 3, 4 in the world, compared to now players who are all kind of more tier 2, tier 3 players in the region. So, Zhao, it's going to have to kind of harness them and understand their talents where they haven't been able to succeed before. So I think that's probably the most volatile team. But again, just even when you think about Dawn Gaming Knights, they're taking over slots and just, mixed stacks kind of appearing. So yeah, it's a bit volatile in the Div 1 at least.
Yeah, we have Knights, that's literally the RNG roster, right? Like we have Dawn,
Which is
that you called on, they're promoted from Division 2. IG promoted from Division 2 as well. I feel like PSG, LGD, and IG are very similar right now because they have these superstars surrounded by tier 2, tier 3 players that were all in these Magmas and LBZSs and teams like that never truly contended even to go to the major before.
We can have a look at some of the roster shuffles that have happened. I believe we have some graphics for that one. So we can talk a little bit more in depth about it. We can look at the 4 teams that we are going to be seeing today. It's going to be the eHome, IG, LGD, and Dawn. Out of those 2, is there one that's sort of, interesting? Do you think it's going to be more heavy-handed, Lizard? Is it that LGD Dawn or eHome versus IG?
On paper, I guess PSG, LGD should have Dawn's number and they should make quick work of them, right? But then again, LGD has been changed completely. And when it comes to eHome versus IG, I feel like it's a similar situation. You have Emo and Rat Pack, right? So 4 other players just following him. Yeah, so we'll see if he's going to be able to really harness their strengths and point them in the right directions, because Emo, honestly, it never struck me as a player that's a main leader. It's more of like this super talented boy that just needs to be directed properly.
I mean, he also changed roles. He's a carry now.
Yep.
This is the guy that everyone knows as being that player that played all the spirits, the Storm, the Ember, the Void Spirit. Like, this guy just played mid forever, and now he's decided that he wants to play carry, and that's a big change. So you have him on this roster. You don't see him as a leader, Lizard, and then you change his role on top of that. Can he step up? Like, this is going to be the big question for this roster, I think, this season. Yeah,
well, LGD roster is on our screen. Tika, you talked about it there a little bit, how important it's going to be for Zhao 8 to maybe bring this team together. But we saw those 5 players. We're going to see them play later today. Do you want to give us a little bit of a brief, viewpoint of how you think those shuffles are going to work for them?
Honestly, it's just speculative, right? It's like they have not played any officials. They've just been hiding away in their scrims for like 3 months. And they have been, like, again, nothing to say on why. They've been surrounded now by just tier 2, tier 3 players. I think it was like Magma was like the main pickup from these.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so. So then it's like, on top of that, it could be really good, or without swearing, it could be really bad. Like, the PSG, like, they owned China, right, for a very long time. They were like OP. And now with these changes, they weren't like inspirational changes where like Western European fans will be like, wow, this is the #1 team again. I think a lot of people are looking at Aster, even Extreme Gaming, to be top 2. I think for PSG, it's just a lot of proving. Like, can Shiro, can Planet, can these players like actually step up to the players that they replaced? It's very hard.
We can hype up Shiro though, because in the last few seasons he was this, like, let's say that he was the outstanding player of the teams that he was in, and his teams were never really considered tier 1, but he would consider himself like or the teammates would consider himself like the best Morphling player in the region, let's put it that way. So if you have someone like that coming into your team, like you know that he's super talented, and that's why they picked him up.
We're going to have Dawn Gaming roster come up on our screens as well. And I mean, if you hyped 1 player up, Lizard, on LGD, you got to do the same on the side of Dawn.
I don't know any of them.
Yeah, kind of threw you under the bus on that one.
I guess Son Goku and MS, right? Like Son Goku X team. Which one, Sheep?
Team Saiyan.
Let's go.
I trained to pronounce that before this. I never watched Dragon Ball.
But yeah, with Dawn Gaming at least, they picked up CDEX spot, so it's very much like they brought in the players here. It was like, okay, we're going to play in Div 1 now because we have a spot, so you. Okay, well, welcome to Division 1. So it's been a bit...
Do you feel like that's how they...
I mean, again, like when looking on Wikipedia and looking at kind of their track record, it's nothing too inspirational, at least. It's been a couple free agents. It's been, I think, Son Goku and MS, like you mentioned, played on the same team together. I think from Dokras, the 4-player, I didn't see any like pro team on his Wikipedia page. It was just an empty page and like no history.
So he's Smurfing.
He has played. Yeah. Like, if you look on his Dota buff, there's a history of gaming there, but for some reason it's just not on his
That's what I mean. So it's like there's like this weird disconnect of like he's not kind of moved over to professional enough tier 1 stuff to have like the perfect Wikipedia page, right? So it's just a load of new lads.
Like our pages, right? Something like that.
Oh, nice. Speak for yourself, all right? I won a tournament in UK once.
I came second at a tournament in the UK once.
Oh wait.
Congratulations.
It was the
Yeah.
Manchester
That's why
Manchester
we're all
Manchester,
here, because we did so great in art.
Yeah.
UK Dota.
UK.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, competitive Dota. Anyway, moving on to the competitive game that's going to be coming up, eHome versus IG. We're going to talk about their rosters, how you guys think this matchup is going to be playing out. eHome, Sheep, I know you've done a lot of research on that roster. You can tell me
yeah, baby.
everything I need to know.
All right. The most exciting thing for me coming to cover China is actually the fact that there are a bunch of Southeast Asian players that have come over. So on this team, especially, we have MKS and Zhao Yu, who both played on RSG last season. And it was really amazing, actually. They qualified to Div 2 as chubby boys, and then it just went straight to first place in Div 2, qualified to Div 1 and played out there.
And they just missed out on getting a major slot
Yeah.
as well in SEA by one series, literally one series.
It was incredibly close. Like the C was very top heavy
Yeah.
last season, so I'm sad RSG didn't like quite make exactly what they wanted to, but they do have like really good players. MKS is a carry that typically has enjoyed playing a lot of 5-manny kind of team-oriented heroes in the past, like his Ursa, his Bloodseeker, stuff like that. So he likes to really get involved. And Zhao Yu is an offlaner who stepped up like massively last season. I don't know if you remember that, but like his Dark Seer, woo!
It
Like
was good.
I didn't check the stats, but I feel like China opened up a little bit more to foreign talent. Like we see a lot of Malaysian players, right? We see Paulson in this series, Invictus Gaming. He will be playing from Singapore, right? I mean, he is a Singaporean player.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I think the one thing for eHome at least is they picked up, so it was Unity Gaming playing in BTS Pro Series, and then they got picked up after the group stage, but they only finished like top 6, and that was
Yeah, I
during
think
like the
picked
December
6.
tournament, right? So for them at least, it's the few teams that actually played a tournament between TI and now, and it wasn't like the best showing. Again, you can argue it's like maybe the first time that they've really stuck together at that moment, but I think for eHome at least, they aren't coming into this Div 1 going, okay, we're a top 4 contender. I still feel like, again, you didn't ask for any predictions yet, but I'm already saying they feel like a
Middle of the pack?
a middle pack team that could easily go to bottom 2 or suddenly surprise us with that 4th place finish. So yeah, I think there's a lot of proving for them to do, and this is gonna be a hard series to go into.
I mean, it could have been growing pains as well
Yeah.
in that series, in that competition they were playing in December. But we do have to talk about IG, their opponents. And Lizzie, you already pointed out that there is also a Southeast Asian player, Paulson, on there. But who else is on this new IG roster?
We have Dust, we have Irvine as well. Like both of these have been playing in Division 1 in the previous seasons. Like Irvine probably for me stands out a little bit. Like he had a couple of games in which he would literally carry his team.
Wow.
So from that aspect, I think he's a good pickup. But I'm not sure who their position 5 is. I haven't seen him before in at least not in the tier 1 scene in the Chinese region. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I
can
realized.
you pronounce it, Mr. Brit Boy?
What you mean, the pos 5 of IG?
Yeah.
QYQX. There
Nice.
we go.
We did it.
Yeah. No,
You
but
did it.
I realized earlier I said about PSG being Magma. No, it's actually IG. That's the team that picked up 3 Magma players. So I misspoke earlier about the PSG roster.
I
but
thought
it's-
you said IG.
No, maybe I
We'll
don't
just
know.
pretend he did.
Let's
pretend
Let's
I
go,
did.
team.
It's fine,
He said PSIG.
Yeah. It's what happens when both teams middle pack, they share their results to
Yeah.
get at least a little bit more points. But no, yeah, it's IG pretty much just went, hi Magma, can we just yoink your players real quick and give Emo some friends to play in Div 1 with?
And do you think Emo is a lookout player for you on the side of IGT Gov?
Most known player, again, Sheep sort of mentioned that transition from 2 to 1. I think there's a lot of pressure on Emo, of course, to actually just stand up and kind of present, because when you have rosters like this, like IG, they're backing Emo as their star player, right? So he's clearly gone, I want to play carry now. Build me a team to help me out, you know? So I think this first series against eHome, the team that we've already said is a bit more middling in the region, IG needs to like 2-0 this series to prove that they're a contender, because again, you've put a lot of emphasis on Emo being your star player here.
And when you even think about when did it all go wrong for IG, they won a major, they
The
did
question
so
mark,
well,
or-
and, the question mark, but then they lost Kaka. And it was literally that point, right? Like they had this massive leader in a position 4. The moment he left, like it all fell apart for them. And Emo was there, he wasn't able to take the reins, but maybe the reins weren't given to him. Now he is that player that needs to lead, so maybe he rises up to the challenge.
And I like the players that they've surrounded him with, like Dust as a mid laner, for example. He's very versatile. He can play these farmers from the mid lane, like the Razor and Morphling. He can play the Space Creators, the Pucks. He can also play Bodies, DP, and Mars, which works well with, how do you pronounce his name?
Irvine.
Irvine,
that's what
sorry.
Irving?
It's so,
Irving.
it's
Irving
written
as
like
well?
Irving. I don't know.
Irving.
I'm
Let's go
sorry.
with Irving.
But he
Irving. I think Irving is
Irving
more
sounds
correct.
good.
Okay,
Yeah.
Irving, sure.
Irving.
But he loves Mars, right? It's one of his most played heroes, and the fact that you can like flex that between your mid and off lane is always nice to have with your openers and what you want to do. So I'm feeling pretty good about the players that are with Emo on this team.
Well, then what about eHome and, you know, I guess the synergy for what heroes their players like to pick? Sheep.
Oh, it's pretty good that you have Zhao Yu on his offlane. His best heroes are like his Mars and Darkseid and stuff, and you're pairing him with Salad, aka Cat Yu, and he really loves to play roaming. He's like roaming personified. He loves his tusks, his tinies. His Earth Spirit is gonna be amazing. Like you pair a Darkseid with an Earth Spirit specialist, you have two players that are gonna like pop off in the right game.
I mean, on top of that, you know, Knight, he's playing, of course, with like mid lane meta now. You often expect him to be some tiny Void Spirit, Pangolier, Primal Beast style hero that kind of plays mid and then opens into the game. You know, Knight's also shown, at least in his pub history in the last couple of weeks, he's also playing more farming mids as well. So he's got that flexibility of, they have, like, if they want to put MKS on a more farming hero, active mid, and they have that flexibility of 1-2. It's not just, we have to go active on mid lane, we have to go big time carry. So I think Eham has a couple, you know, flexibilities, and I really like what she mentioned about the offlane, like that. He's played 65 games in the last 8 days compared to the rest of his team, which is like 20 matches. Like he's farming the pubs.
Gosh.
Everyone else is like, I'm playing a little bit of Dota. Zhao Yu's like, I live in Dota. So yeah, I think offlane's gonna be.
He's resting a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's taking it easy.
little
Only
bit, yeah.
65 games, you know?
Exactly. So yeah, I think Zhao Yu's gonna really be kind of the standout, at least for me, just in regards to what he's presented in the last couple of weeks in pubs.
Yeah. Well, now, listen, you've been presented by information from both Sheep and T. So do you come out with a team that you think is going to have a little bit more advantage when it comes to draft, play style?
I guess I would still lean IG's way just because of the name, right? But eHome, again, 60, how many games?
65.
65 games. Who
man.
can go against that?
You didn't ask for the win rate though. So
Oh, okay. Do you have it?
yeah, 55.4%.
Whoa!
That's
yeah,
actually really
no,
good.
no,
I thought you were going to say like 20. I was like, oh.
I was hoping you'd be like, is it 12? So no, actually a
That's
good win
great.
rate. But all his teammates sub 50.
Okay.
So he's kind of
He has to carry.
yeah, or they've all done the losing in the pubs, so they win in the game. You know, Force 50, it does exist in Dota. It does.
Sure.
It does.
For
It
sure.
exists.
Okay.
I mean, I would say that Zhao Yu was like the most improved that I kind of watched on his teams throughout CDPC last year. So if he can just take that A game to this tour, I'm hyped. I'm hyped for it. I know his Pango is also like pretty damn amazing. So I think they're like pretty like their heroes are good for the meta right now. Especially I keep talking about Docs here, but like Greaves have been like popping off right
You
now.
guys are hyping me up for eHomes.
I'm so ready, bro.
I'm sold.
Let's go! Like, with this Greaves meta emerging as well, I think that's gonna help Zhao Yu a lot. Like, what heroes was he playing in his pubs anyway?
He was playing some Tusk, some Death Prophet, some Magnus, some Primal Beast, some Mars, Pangolier. He's just
Oh, a
playing
little bit of everything.
A lot.
Again, he's played too many heroes.
Wow.
Like, he's been everything. But compare that, if you look to his carry, MKS, he's just been playing Slug. He's just been like,
I did see that. Isn't it like 9 games on
yeah,
the slog?
in the last 24 hours, it was 3 games. Like,
Yeah.
he played
Yeah.
like 5 games, 3 on the Slash, and he's doing like the same thing.
So would you rather have a player that plays 3 heroes really well or a player that plays everything kind of all right?
I mean, I'd like to have a player that plays 4 heroes really well.
Okay,
And
so he
then-
doesn't get banned
Yeah,
instantly.
exactly.
Okay.
Can't get banned instantly. But no, I think like MKS at least in Western Europe when we had the qualifiers, we had one team that was always first phasing Slug. They came 3rd in the end, but it was like they kind of unlocked the idea of Slugs being OP in regards to the shard, have the little shroud, you just be active, and then you lean on the rest of your team to actually be like the winning factor. Like the Slug's just annoying. He doesn't win you the game. He's just kind of there. So potentially that could be an e-home strategy, which is just here's a
annoying.
Slug,
Yeah.
pick your Bloodseeker, pick this, but we're going to draft around the known counters.
We do have draft coming in a little bit, but you talked about, you know, the potential of Slug being unlocked there in the qualifiers. Do you think that there's been any other hero potential unlocked over the last little month or so?
Oh my god, who wants to say it, guys?
You can say it.
Lena Carey, way! She's everywhere. It's actually so obnoxious.
I was
wanna
told
cry.
not to clap, so
Don't
this
clap.
is
Soft
my.
claps.
It's a soft clap,
Your hands can still connect, and you can just. Okay.
but they're really.
Anyway, Lena
Okay.
Carey.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so
okay.
yeah, Lena, the classic. Oh, Lena, she's played as a support in lane because her right clicks and range and spells are so like OP. No one can deal with it. Oh, okay, we'll nerf that. Okay, back to mid, owning every single mid matchup in the entire game. Oh, okay, we could just move that to the carry role because it turns out her passive's really good and she
Yep.
can max that in the carry lane.
Max is,
Nothing else to add on?
No, I
Max
mean,
is
yeah,
out,
yeah.
buys travels, moves across the map, hits you with 500 damage crits every time. Silver Edge,
Just make
What
sure you
hero?
have frontline to protector. And on the flip side, position 5 heroes, Treant protector, destroying pubs right now. You
Yeah.
just do boots, you go leech seed, you don't really care about your grasp too much. It's like the same thing. You put like a Treant and a Lina. How do you kill with a Lina at any point? So yeah, I think there's a couple of these heroes that are going to rise up. But also, as heroes come up, there'll always be these counters appearing. So like with Treant, there might be a Weaver carry coming into play. So yeah, got to keep your eye out for the unknown heroes that are counters to these big ones.
Well, are there any unknown heroes that you might be excited to see Lizard come out for this tour?
Unknown. Meepo.
Don't say his name. Don't say his name. That was
feel
messed
like-
up.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like this always happens. I don't know why I ask him anymore.
We need some buffs to that guy.
Oh, Alacrity is playing in China this
There you go.
season.
Yep.
So we do actually have a Meepo player.
It's possible. It's not gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. He did it. No, he did it last C tour at one point. No, he did it. He did it, and it's the same patch Meepo. He hasn't changed.
It's not gonna
It's
happen.
I've
No.
seen a little bit of Storm Resurgence, little waves. You know, he's good against that hero.
I mean, I could see some like weak drafts where they got some silences and stuff, and then
Yeah.
you 24 picks on Meepo and you're like kind of giggling a little bit. I could see scenarios on 24 pick when you see
Alacrity
everything.
would do that. He would do that.
Yeah.
Coach.
There we go. Bringing out the tank on the first
Yeah, on
panel.
the first day, we haven't even gotten into
What?
game one.
I
You know?
was-
Damn.
I was clean of Copium until Lizard opened his mouth.
Yeah, he just had to push you right back over that edge. Didn't
What
he? You
can I
could have
do?
said any other hero. And
I just
you
had to. I share the same pain. That's the reason.
I forgot I'm surrounded by Meepo players.
Oh, it's alright, I'm here. But
Are you a Meepo player?
no, we're gonna circle all the way back there. We're gonna talk about eHome and IG because this draft is started and it is eHome first pick. Do you feel that this is gonna be, a very wishy-washy opening for them with them having the first pick?
Probably. Like we're just opening the DPC season, so both of these teams are gonna come in with their own ideas, as it always happens, and they will be refined throughout the season. These first few drafts, I don't expect anything that we will be seeing in the last week of the DPC.
Okay, wow.
Look at the two heroes.
Wow, I can't believe Tree and Lena.
Wow, that's crazy. Oh
Wow.
my god.
Incredible.
Wow.
All right, so we're gonna see some Tusks or some type of 4 roamer. I'm assuming would be prioritized here for eHome. I could be completely wrong, and if I am, I take no responsibility for that.
There you
Oh,
go. But
great.
if you're right,
She's
though,
100%.
But I'm right, so thank you, everybody.
It's a solid opening for them, right? They're already playing on offlane. They can play at mid. It's
Yeah.
too I was gonna say scripted. It's the first game, but it kind of plays itself for the Tusk.
Everyone loves Tusk. Everyone.
Well, then IG, what response do you feel that they should be looking towards TGov?
Hit me with a hard question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Normally I think in this stage and don't talk.
All right, well then I'll ask Lizard instead.
Yeah!
Pretend I didn't ask you. Lizard,
don't
I
think
asked
at any stage, but they go with Doom and Rubik.
Wow, he's so good.
Damn! Like we were talking about heroes that are forgotten, that aren't picked that much, that haven't been picked in the previous tournaments, and instantly the Rubik gets picked up.
Isn't Rubik the most played hero in pubs? 7K
In
plus
pubs right now, yeah, definitely. But
Yeah.
in tournaments before, he's
Yes,
been like
for sure.
just non-existent. So happy to see him back.
Yeah, I mean, I liked him a lot because I know there was some pub players picking him and putting him mid because they liked the matchup of Leshrac because he's just outputting more damage than Lesh, so it's like a better Lesh. But primarily he still played as a support. Doom as well has been a hero that's been flexed between like carry and offlane a lot over the past year.
And you can steal 2 spells now on Rubik, so double the hero.
Double the hero.
He's so
much
efficient.
so much better.
But no, in regards to IG's opening with the Doom Rubik, like it's kind of saying to Tusk, like Tusk is a very skirmish hero, and Rubik secures the lane. So if Tusk is playing into that, you don't really care. And in the mid game, like Doom will always get Midas to BKB or BKB early enough that the eHome aggression timing around Tusk, be it let's say off lane, isn't really going to be there. So I think at least for this opening, it feels. I've seen this like opening in China a lot of times, and often I think in Western Europe as well, like Tundra for example. But just it's rather than fighting into eHome, it's like we'll give you your aggression, but we'll eventually just outscale you, outfight you, and we'll just always be able to delete your hero. And Death Prophet's actually a really good answer to like a Rubik Doom, because Doom needs time to come online, or at least to AFK in a lane, and every time he's AFK, and DP with ult takes that tower, takes that mid, opens up the map. So by the time this kind of slower concept from IG comes online, you've probably already lost at least 2 towers, maybe even pressured at Roshan. So yeah, eHome kind of playing into that as well.
My God, he took like 2 seconds to think, and he just blew open the whole draft. The power of Tigo.
That's the power of Tigo.
That's the power of
And
thinking
he
before
doesn't
speaking.
even have his
Yes, I was really scared. Thank you.
No,
Back to silence now. Bye-bye
yeah.
now.
All right.
No, he's
No,
powering
that's
up
too
for the
much,
next.
that's
Yeah,
much
just
talking.
charging up.
Yeah. God, hype. All right, well, where are we going from here? Jesus.
I mean, okay, so eHome ban. Sorry.
Has the meta changed at all, like, recently? Like, not necessarily, right? So we're seeing
Are you
the
saying in
same
terms
old,
of heroes or how they're playing?
everything. Like,
All of it.
if you look at the heroes, yeah, there are a couple of changes since TI, right? Like the 3-int wasn't as efficient, as effective. Like he got buffed quite hard in the last patch, but overall we're seeing the same old bans. We see the Lone Druid ban now as well from IG. You don't want to give them the DP and the Lone Druid. Your towers will just disappear by the time you get online.
I mean, eHome bans as well, like Sniper, Shadow Fiend, Morphling. Like, DP won't pressure any of these heroes. Sniper, Shadow Fiend will actually shut down a Death Prophet potentially. Morphling will always farm. You might lose your tower eventually, but yeah, so eHome, they really like, we need this Death Prophet to play her game, to open up the map, and using their bans that way, whilst IG, they're also kind of doing the same, trying to secure Dooms. It's just more, I feel like, at this state of the draft, eHome's way happier with the fact that they can enter the game off of their timings rather than IG, who has to kind of wait a little bit.
Isn't eHome like protecting what they're opened with a little bit harder than IG? IG, they're just looking ahead.
Some soft ban, yeah.
Yeah, eHome are like setting themselves up for. You talk about the fast game and the tower taking, but like they're Roshan as well. If, with an Exorcism plus tag team, you also could throw in like you have MKS on your team whose best hero is Ursa. Oh, it got bad. Rest in peace. But he likes that 5-man tempo thing, right? Like you can just keep piling on this, and then IG have to really start to think about how they want to take like their Roshan fights, and can their Doom even be a part of that because of how weak he is in the first like 15 minutes.
I love the fact that IG have looked at a first pick task and gone, we're just going to be defensive. Like everything. Like Doom is of course, very aggressive hero, but you can play it defensively, just posturing with BKB. Rubik Lich, very defensive supports. They can roam if together, but they're not like the most kind of opening the map style of support heroes. Whilst eHome, like they're the ones that want to dictate everything. So we literally have offense versus defense now in the draft.
Yeah, I really don't see Rubik and Lich rotating around. Like
It's like one smoke and hope.
they can go on a date somewhere in the jungle.
Oh, yeah,
Wraith King.
a classic Wraith King. Okay, this is something we haven't
Who do
really
you
seen
doom?
at all.
Right, Sheep? Like, who do you doom? You doom the Wraith King, he has the second life. You doom the Death Prophet, she already used the ulti. Like, there isn't really anyone. And you want to be defensive, you want to run away, now you can't anymore, right?
I mean, I guess it will put more of a pressure on IG to play around wards and stuff. Like you talk about how defensive their heroes are. They probably just want to start their fights on their vision where they see like DP. If they can doom her before her ult gets off, that's like the ideal fight for them. Maybe because they've gone defensive here, they'll just go for like a late scaling carry that will win them the game and just try and play for that timing. And I don't know.
Yeah.
Ember's a hero that I have seen do very 50-50 recently. He does not inspire that much hope in me. I don't know how you feel.
Same.
It inspires hope just because, for me at least, because the first three heroes are very defensive on their draft. They need a hero that opens up the game and to play behind. And Ember, and you pick it in this phase, you have two bans, you cover his lane. You're going to at least allow, if like, if is it XY, nope, it's Dusk, sorry. If Dusk just pops off on mid, right, and opens up the game, this whole wait for items defensive nature doesn't matter because the Ember's carrying the burden. And eHome, their picks is just win the side lanes right now. Disruptor Wraith King will do well against Doom. Tusk and Death Prophet will do good against any Lich lane in this top. So IG needs to pick some showboaty playmaking mid to kind of have the X factor. Like it's less about enabling, let's say, like a good pick or feels good. It's just more give your player the hero he wants to win you the first 20 minutes by himself, basically.
Do you think that's a little bit too much pressure? IG maybe putting all the eggs in one basket for this game?
The way I see it is, I agree. I like the Ember being that flashy one, but now you're saying that they need a hard carry as well, something that wins you the game later on. I don't see the Ember doing that on his own. That's the problem. If I have an Ember, I want to have a support that follows him in. Or I want to have a support that actually peeks in, gives you that vision, gives you that info, and then you follow up with an Ember. Then you do your magic. But if he just jumps in first, it's a little bit too much for him.
Yeah, it's kind of like early game jungle poking and hoping to stop Wraith King from finding that farm and like rotating in. So I feel like you're the carry for IG, maybe less of a hard carry. I guess you could even go for, actually Terrorblade's banned. I was going to say Terrorblade, but yeah, I'm trying to think of
Is Naga an option?
Yeah, I mean, then you just skip the waves entirely and then you just always farm up. So Ember early game fighting, Naga just preventing the siege. Just, yeah, could work for sure.
See, I just don't like, because Emo's changed his role. I have absolutely no idea what his carry pool is. I would have seen this Ember and been like, oh, that's Emo before now.
He has definitely played carry role before, even on the IG role with Fly, right? Like he was playing. Well, so many times they would pick Morphling and they would switch between the two. Like sometimes he would be playing it on mid, sometimes he would be playing it on the safe lane as well. So Morphling has been banned out, but I do trust his carry capabilities.
Do you think there's a chance he plays the Ember as the carry and they just pick another mid?
It's possible as well.
I was going to say that. I was like, she's going to make fun of me if I say it.
No, I don't
So I'm
mean
glad you said it.
You always say, like, really, like, you always end the draft and, like, I wanted to say this so badly. And I'm just like, that would have been a good thing to say. And you're like, oh,
Sorry.
okay, next time. And then you never do.
Nah, I'm glad you said it, not me. IG going to get overall last pick, though. So EOM have to round out their draft here. Any holes so far that you guys see?
10 seconds
I
remaining.
mean, eHome just needs to match the Ember pace. You can either go for like a Leshrac, a Tiny style here. Oh. Okay, they just
Very
want instant
sturdy,
stun.
like very
Yeah.
stable drafts from them.
Yeah, yeah, it's very sturdy, but it can get outmaneuvered very quickly, and that's
Yeah.
why I think this like Ember is still gonna feel pretty good. At least for eHome, they picked DK, at least for see Ember, hit stun, allow for Disruptor and everyone else to follow up behind, because Ember will be playing very far away from the rest of his team to try and open up the map. So that's going to allow a quick blink from DK to then punish this Ember and then unlock the weakness of IG's draft.
Is
Do
it the
you
lane
skill
mod?
Doom? Do you level up Doom at all this game? Or do you just go like 4-4-4? Like, who do you Doom? That's my question. Like, if you don't catch that Prophet before she pops her ulti, like, it feels difficult for him.
Yes,
I guess Dragonite and that Prophet before they pop their ulti, if it's possible for you.
It's a kiting game for IG for sure. They never really want to commit to that full engagement. It's a lot of poke, and then once they find that, so their carry might also lean into that style of play. But on the other hand, they could just go for some type of carry that just
Something
explosive.
active,
And
yeah.
yeah, because if you think about Emo's pubs, at least he's been playing CK. Does it feel good here? Not so much. He's been playing Faceless Void. Does it feel good? Not into DP to Wraith King. And then other than that, his bans have been carries have been banned out. There's the Naga that we already mentioned. Maybe some like Monkey King style. Hold your high ground, throw Wukongs. They can never siege, but
If I think about the monkey, that's
Oh,
something
they
he
go for
never
the
played.
CK.
But
Okay.
yeah, CK. There we go. Illusion based at least as well, right?
I just feel bad. Like, eHome's lanes look just so much nicer in general. Like, every single ranged hero in the game was just banned out, so this DP is, like, guaranteed a decent off lane. And this Dragonite's just going to, like, stun Ember over and over in that mid lane and get, like, the level advantage, and then he can keep up pace with, like, Ember's movements, and I just think that eHome have a really nice draft.
What about you guys? Where are you sitting for, I guess, not just lane?
I do like the roundup with the CK, I guess,
Okay.
right? Like, when I look at eHome's draft, it looks a little bit more natural, easier to play, but even though on the side of IG they have these two passive supports, kind of, they rounded their draft up with these three bulky boys up front and CK as a carry. Like, it's a mix between what we were talking about. Like, he's not super late, he can also be very active early on, depending on how the game goes.
a little bit worried that eHome has one playstyle, which is group up and go for towers. And that's where if IG just kind of play the map a bit more, find those initiations, they have way more mobility in their lineup to actually kind of fight. So I think IG will outperform as the game goes later.
You want anything else? No.
No, I mean, IG have tools. They have a lot of magic, like poke and potential burst there. So there is definitely ways for them to get lots of kills on the map.
All right, well, we'll see how our game one for the Winter Tour is going to play out as we jump into it over to our casters, Big Up and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Game number one, it's hype. I'm already making wrong predictions here inside the caster room, as I thought it was going to be PL last pick, but
It's an illusion-based hero,
That's
so
close.
it's something, you know, we gotta give
Kinda
you
there.
credit for that. Looking at both of these, first of all, it's good to be here. It's good to be back covering China region because
fun.
it's fun. Like, you don't expect these kind of drafts, and we're laughing about it. Last pick, Dragonite. Like, this hero
It's
was
very typical.
nowhere to be seen during TI. Didn't receive, I don't recall him receiving any buffs, maybe something slightly changed in the D patch, but yeah, if you show me these drafts, I would be like, yeah, that's definitely a
China,
Chinese
yeah.
draft right here. I like eHome. I like what they got. It's a very easy to execute draft. You can't really go wrong with your spell casting. There's a bunch of bulky boys, as Panel talked about, in the front lines that are going to soak up so much damage, and they're going to have a difficult time killing it, I think. I think one thing to notice is, like, Emo is playing a new role, so I want to see how he's going to be able to adapt to his new role.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Coming into that role, I mean, Dust was a carry for IGV. Now he's coming into the mid. He's played mid before. It's a whole change for IG. I don't know if I have a lot of faith in IG. I feel like last year, all of last year, I kept saying, no, IG's going to win. They're going to go to Division 1. They're going to be great. And every time I kept getting fooled. So I'm going to listen to you. I'll take eHome. Feel like that kind of works. You know, in terms of who I think is going to do something impressive here. But I'm not too sure. There's a lot of question marks with these two teams, right? Like, eHome's a completely overhauled roster. So I'm ready to learn about some of these players. I'm ready to learn about the chemistry that's going on there. I mean, what better way to work it than to have Death Prophet Tusk, very typical China draft there with the DK mid last pick. When in doubt, DK mid.
PK Dragonite, yeah, pick Dragonite.
Yeah.
It always seems like a pick that is like, you need something, you need reliable stun, you need the... I don't think they needed extra tower damage here, but having Dragonite, Dead Prophet, and the Raid King with the Deso, like, that's going to be a lot of tower damage. Looking on the side of IG, they don't have that. Like, Panel did mention some of the downsides of having Rubik plus Lich. These two heroes don't rotate as good as you would rotate with a Tusk or even Disruptor. It's very difficult to execute, and they need to heavily commit to actually get a kill on some of these beefy boys like Raid King and Dragonite. They also got counterpicked to one extent where they open up with the Doom and Rubik, and it's an old school counter. I feel like we've seen some of the drafts, some counters from a couple of years ago.
A little bit of who do you doom? I love that game show, though. Who do you doom for 500? That's really the question. Whether or not we see an answer is up to the team with the Doom.
Yeah, I can rename myself to Dominic for that particular show.
Yeah, I mean, it'll work. What is that, just adding one more O?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that works, for sure.
Usually the top lane, like the Tusk plus Dead Prophet lane, you want to pair up Dead Prophet with something that has a stun, potentially a save. It's one of the best laning partners you can ask for, because you do have a block. You don't need to get the tag team in this lane. It's more about getting the snowball, Spirit Siphons. Once they get to level 3, I think this lane gets very difficult for IG to play.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. This is a lane that really was pretty typical last year, all of last year in China. Everybody was playing it. You were seeing it from LGD all the way over to CDC when they still had a roster and everything like that. It feels very comfortable, right? Like you said, you get a very early power spike where you can be very aggressive, and QIQX is going to have to be pretty careful in this lane. His positioning is going to be really important. Otherwise, he's going to be feeding away kills to Zhao Yu and Salad. And Salad, he's an aggressive player. He reminds me of Bobica, especially during his earlier days with newbies, so his playstyle has always been pretty much the same.
Something about position 4 players and cool nicknames in China. Bobica, Baboka, and now Salad. And now we see the snowball save coming out.
Yeah, they're going after Emo, just trying to keep Zhao Yu alive. A little bit of damage coming out from QIQX, but nothing that's really going to get a kill on either side of the moment. And Salad doing what you just said. A save, maybe a stun. Why not both?
Thing about this lane from eHome's perspective is you want to stabilize the lane. You want to survive the early aggression coming out from Lich, because Lich level 1 is one of the most annoying heroes. He still has 3 mangoes to work with, but really low on mana, so surviving this first couple of minutes without being able to receive any losses in this lane is going to be really good. Looking at the CS on the mid lane, Knight on Dragonite, he does have 2 points in Dragon Blood and sitting at 11 CS. Like, this hero right now is unkillable. What he has in a quick fight is going to be a Falcon Blade going into Power Treads. So tanking up early on before it was a Soul Ring. That Soul Ring a bit too expensive right now. So for the cost, like what it gives, it's just, you know, it was OP before it got nerfed.
Ooh, look at those boots coming in for Emo. Gets clicked on, we see some boots. Now we see QIQX in a lot of trouble. Those shards were well placed, but able to get under the tower and sneak away from both Salad and Zhao Yu. Making me really hungry. Salad.
It's a cool nickname. I don't know why. When you said Salad, it brought a smile to my face immediately.
Yeah, Greek salad? Caesar salad?
I'm fine with both.
Okay. Olives?
They're okay. Yeah. Not a big fan of olives, even though I come from Mediterranean region. I should be a fan of them. Still no first blood. Glimpse, bottom, Wraith King. Should be a bit careful. They just got level 3, meaning that there's 2 points in Scorched Earth and also 2 points in Fade Bolt. So that's a lot of magical damage coming out from these two heroes.
Fights happening on both ends of the map. They're continuing to try and go after QIQX, but haven't quite been able to get that first blood, which is now 4 minutes in, and we're still looking for it. I've seen some games go 9, 10, 11 minutes, no first blood. A lot of trying, though, at the moment.
It's important to participate. You don't have to win. You don't have to, get the kills. It's about participation.
Okay.
Yeah, get that trophy.
Get that ribbon?
Yeah.
Okay. You tried, Ben. Oh, okay. Appreciate that. And
Ooh, top lane. Emo might be in trouble. There's a snowball available.
yeah, they've got the shards in front of him. Now they're going to go to the snowball. They'll pull in Zhao Yu. They'll look for the first blood. One more right click, and they finally take out Emo. So he is the first person to go down in the Chinese DPC. And he's made that change from mid to carry. We'll see if it works out or if it's going to be more of this. And
Not a good look. You switch position, and you're the first one to die as a carry. This is going to be remembered. Not in a good way.
I don't want to bring up other things that were remembered, a la him quoting himself and saying that he was a god in the mid lane, but, well.
And then dropping down to Division 2 immediately.
Yeah, and then to go into carry. And we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't want to... I'm not trying to ruffle any feathers here just yet. Little glimpse back onto the Doom. MKS trying to put out some damage on Irving, but not a lot at the moment. Goes to the net. They've got the telekinesis below some throws
Big
down.
snowball.
They've got the snowball and the shards blocking in Irving. So the right clicks continue to come, and they'll finally get their second kill onto the board as a little bit of a trade from Pelosin using that Fable to get MKS in return.
At least that's something. For now, that Prophet on the top lane, level 4. Once she gets another point, and Spirit Siphon gets an extra charge. Like, this lane gets more and more difficult for them to play it, and I like what I see. I think what that Prophet has in a quick buy. Mech does have a Arcane Boots already. Guardian Greaves is a good item. It's a great item right now. I think we're going to definitely see more of it. Zhao Yu.
Yeah, Zhao Yu in trouble, 2 seconds stun, and looking like Zhao Yu's dead to rights, especially with the Sinister Gaze. It looked for a moment there was going to be something happening over mid, and they might still go for Tusk, but they have the help of the Rubik and some vision there showing that they could see the salad. He's still
Dragonite,
in, though.
yeah. Hit level 6, gonna start pressuring the tower. There is a catapult. Good charge. He blocked them both.
Yeah, he doesn't have level 6, so Dust's going to be kind of locked into this position for a moment. They go to the snowball. They'll move on to Pelosin. Medic field is up. LWW trying to help to get this kill on Pelosin. They'll finally finish him off. Knight gets himself 1, and Dust still looking for that level 6. Gets it with that last creep, so let's see what he's able to accomplish. It's still 3v1. Dragon Tail and Tag Team. He's going to try and remnant it away. The shards from a distance. Not enough damage, and Dust will be able to throw a Remnant, TP back to base, heal up, full health, full mana, and then come on back.
LWW tried a cute little play with the glimpse. Maybe it's going to work out. They needed a couple of extra hits, but not enough. Still, even though using Dragon Tail on Ember Spirit, who dodged the Dragon Tail, they still managed to get a kill on Rubik. Great charge by Salad.
Yeah, he's been pretty solid at the moment, and yes, like I've talked about
Pretty
with
salad. Yeah.
Yeah, very salad as Emo is now going to go over for Zhao Yu. They've got the snowball once again. They're going to pull in the Death Prophet, but telekinesis slamming him down with the Sinister Gaze. So they stack the lockdown, and it's not going to get them any kills, but it will keep alive Emo, who is soaking up a lot of aggression coming out from Emo.
Still, in terms of CS, he's doing almost as good as Wraith King, but once you leave Wraith King
Dust
alone...
in trouble. Glimpse, Remnant, all the way back towards mid, and got a Remnant once more. They'll throw the Dragon Tail out, but they just lack the damage to get this kill on Dust. And now the supports who are conga lining back over to mid.
3 versus 3 on a mid lane. It's been a while since we've seen that happening, but to go back to my point, Wraith King hits level 6. He's saving a point in case they decide to go on him. Doom is available, but not enough mana to work. Does have 3 mangoes, so he's actually fine. But you can leave Wraith King alone. You can leave that Prophet alone, like even Dragonite. So for IG, it's very difficult to rotate and try to get a kill on one of these side lanes because they need to bring an extra hero. So yeah, looking at some of the items. That Prophet, she is going for the mech build, which I really like. I wanted to say, but the action started happening.
Oh, okay, well,
It's a great substitute. Like usually during TI time, we saw raid pack, but the item got nerfed and the Guardian Greaves got buffed. So I think this is gonna be a great substitution for it.
kind of reading my mind. I wanted to ask you that question, why you thought Guardian Greaves and Mech, they're kind of making a resurgence. Dust TP's up towards top, Remnant over, they've got the Sinister Gaze on a Zhao Yu, the Searing Chains will hit onto both the Tusk as well as the Death Prophet. Zhao Yu in trouble, pulled in via the Snowball, survives for a moment longer with the Kinetic Field up blocking in Emo. They've got the shards, pushing away Pelosi for a moment, but they still get the kill on a Salad. They'll chop him up and at least get one.
That's something. Meanwhile, mid lane is going to get pressured by a Dragonite. He knows that they already invested, like, CK ulti, both Lich and Rubik are still level 5, so there's not enough damage to take down this Dragonite. And he's super tanky. 1600 HP, 9 minutes into the game. Very difficult to take down. Another Elder Dragon form is going to be available soon, so they're going to start pressuring the tower again.
Yeah, we'll see who they bring over, especially with Salad respawning. They're keeping, at the moment, the Disruptor top, but I'm ready to see if they start to shift over to sports and just jump.
I love Disruptor item build. It's one of the best builds I've seen in a long time. Just straight up raindrop.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it looks pretty impressive. I can't give a very valid analysis of it, but it looks good. Couple raindrops. That's all you need.
He's bringing Boots of Speed, level 4. I think he's going to be the one buying the tome, because like both supports were roaming around and didn't get much done. These were like early kills that got involved, especially because 3 versus 3 on a mid lane.
Salad. Invis under the nose of Pelosi, and they've got the telekinesis to slam him down out of the tusk, but he gets the shards out, so Pelosi going to drop to MKS. Midas then at the same time picked up for Irving. Typical Doom build. Get the Midas, have the Devour. Money, money, money.
Pretty much. There's a new hybrid build on Doom where you go for Octarine Core, level 20 talent, minus 35 seconds on Doom cooldown. It takes time to build up, but once you get to that point, it's it's almost impossible to play against.
Why choose a target when you're just going to have it up in a moment anyway, right?
Especially if you get like neutral item that gives you CDR.
So Exorcism used up top. QIQX, he'll TP away. Go down towards bottom, so they're conceding this tower. And it's an easy, uncontested tier 1 for eHome. Not like a massive lead or anything at the moment, only up about 1,000 gold, but of course offset by what Doom brings to the table in a Midas and a Devour. So maybe feeling like a little bit more of an advantage for eHome at the moment. But net worths are pretty close overall. Wraith Fire Blast thrown over onto Irving. They've got the glimpse back into the Static Storm. They just don't have the damage on the TP.
They already used the glimpse. They already used the Sun from a Wraith King. They needed another one, but yeah, very nice read there from Doom. Irving understanding that he's going to be able to TP out, because he saw Salad as well on a mid lane trying to farm his level 6. Disruptor did take the tome, so Salad needs to get his experience somewhere. Dust will be picking up the Bounty Rune, sorry, not Bounty Rune, the Arcane Rune this time around.
Filling up that bottle, 3 more sips. Trying to put some damage over bottom, and they do eventually get that tower.
That Prophet going straight into Greaves. That's going to be a lot of sustain. So this, I'm not sure if they have enough burst. Maybe with the CK and the lockdown from Rubik, a good Chain Frost. But if there's a Snowball, this Dead Prophet, she's not going to die. And to go back one more time to Guardian Greaves, why it's so popular, the cost is reduced by 100. And also the threshold for boosted health is up by 5%. So that's really, really nice upgrade.
Yeah, so you're getting more bang for your buck.
Pretty much.
Always feels nice to get a little bit more from these items, especially now Guardian Greaves coming into the mix again. I like it way more than Wraith Pact. Feels a lot better for me as a support. Helping the team do things, I guess. Blink Dragon Tail coming through. They've got the Static Storm and the Snowball. out on the Ember Spirit with the Walrus Punch with the newly acquired 6 for Salad. They'll take out Dust over mid. And eHome continuing to roll their way through is they're taking out all the tier 1s. And they're invading IG side of the map, making it look pretty easy, their movements in the moment. They're really not being contested on anything they do.
IG is in a spot where they don't feel like they want to fight. And this is something that panel did mention, is having Rubik plus Lich. You also have a Doom who's not going for a Blink Dagger. He's going for a BKB as a first item to be a bit more defensive. So that means, like, you don't have a real playmaker in this game. Like, you don't have a Tusk, you don't have this Disruptor, you don't have Blink Dragonite Stun. So the execution of a gank for IG is not going to be as easy as it's going to be for the eHome.
Do you think IG is just strictly team fight and waiting for just the right timing?
Their team fight is not as strong as eHome's.
So, like, what exactly can they do in this situation? Like, eHome's just walking all over them, right? Like, their movements on the map are very fluid. They're not getting stopped anywhere. IG just want to farm at the moment and not really take these engagements, and they're kind of not giving up a lot of kills. Like, only 5 in 13 minutes. It's not like they're getting jumped every moment, but...
As you said, a lot of this gold is coming out from Doom having Devour, extra gold, having that Hand of Midas, but they're still not ready to take a fight. Every single time there's going to be a Static Storm available, they're going to try to go and kill one of the cores. Most likely that's going to be Ember Spirit. They want to slow him down because he is the playmaker pretty much for IG. And so far, he's sitting below Dead Prophet in the net worth.
Yeah, for IG right now, this is a pretty baseline test. I mean, baseline test for both of them, but really, if you're an IG fan and you're trying to look at what Emo's going to bring to the table as a carry, this is a big question mark for you, and you're trying to see what's going to go down as Irving bottom throws the Doom out onto the Tusk, but they've got the glimpse from a distance. LWW's there, and they will get the kill into Irving. A wasted Doom.
I was thinking about it, like, is he gonna actually Doom him to try to TP out? And he does it, but Disruptor was already there, ready with the glimpse. So yeah, for next 2 minutes, you're not gonna have Doom. It's not like we've seen Doom being used at all.
Right. Now that one time. Now, didn't really do anything. The Tusk didn't feel it. LWW's there. And speaking of LWW, you know, there's a lot of new landscape here, right? A lot of new players, a lot of guys maybe not a lot of people have heard of. You know, this is a guy who spent a lot of time in the entire Aster organization, played for Aster Aquarius, which is now defunct, played for Team Sirius, which is now defunct, but both under the Aster umbrella, and played for Aster Ares as well. And now he's coming into eHome, which was almost United Gaming for like 5 seconds. I don't really know what was going on there, but you know, they're back to eHome again. And
Dust again.
It's a big moment, so we'll see what LWW is going to be able to do. The silence comes out from Zhao Yu. They've got the glimpse back into the Static Storm. They'll go to the Exorcism and get the kill on a Dust. He really has no way of defending himself once he's under that Static Storm, and it just is impossible to survive there. And with the Exorcism being used right by the Tier 2 tower, what's next? None other than said Tier 2 tower. They're going to try and go for it. Pelosi's nearby, but...
Salad already knows something's cooking.
Yeah.
Ooh, barely misses.
Expecting the rotation, and Pelosi and the Vision's there. They've got the glimpse right into the snowball. They've got the kinetic field up. Walrus Punch and a right click from Salad to knock him out. And Pelosin dead again. It is eHome pushing through and looking like the stronger team for sure at the moment at 60 minutes into the game.
IG seems to be out of ideas how to come back, and as you said, Dead Prophet using ulti. It's only level 1 ulti, but still more than enough damage. Guardian Greaves is online. Roshan gonna be next on the menu for eHome. You have tag team 2 points in it with the next EXO. You can, like, you don't even need an EXO once Raid King finishes his Deso. That's gonna be even more tower damage, more Roche taking potential. But yeah, Emo, he's farming up. He's up there, top 4. They're
pretty close.
Yeah, all of them are pretty close. I think Dust needs to start thinking about getting a BKB instead of having a Maelstrom, because right now his game is kind of ruined.
Yeah, he's got the BKB, but it's after. You know, he's got a cute after. I'll get my important item of Maelstrom, and then I'll
all right,
BKB.
I'll call it. If he dies one more time, this is a straight BKB. It's Javelin into BKB.
Okay, so okay. Is there a stenographer on set? Just we'll have that, you know, marked up if it happens and it doesn't.
He just bought. Let's see if he locks it. For now, it is unlocked. The Mithril Hammer's coming out.
Drum roll in chat. It's on the courier. Oh, I like that. That was really well done. Maelstrom.
Maelstrom it is.
All right. Well, you said he had to die one more time, so technically, you're not wrong. Semantics, but I'll give it to you.
All right.
Better than my prediction,
Sometimes
right?
you need to take a risk.
Yeah.
Maybe you're going to be able to kill this Disruptor, because this is the tool that you're afraid of most. The Static Storm, it's very easy to execute with the Glimpse. Next Exorcism going to be up. It's still level 1 Exo. You want to have this at level 2, because number of spirits does double. Ooh, Raid King, he full Deso done, and also he found a really good neutral item. Brigand's Blade coming up to him.
You a big fan of the Brigand's Blade or Brigand's Blade? I always thought Brigand was like a name. Brigand the Great.
Never heard anyone pronounce it that way, but
You know I am
maybe, yeah,
a little
fan of a lore. Is
Nah,
there-
it's the Kekona in me. I got that little bit of a northeast. New
It's a
York
great
twang.
item. It's one of the best. Maybe I'm a slightly biased because I'm a Pango player, and it's the best item you can find on Pango.
Yeah. I was told that today, actually. Well, double damage here on Knight. Salad going to take over the outpost. Available thus because they took the tier 2 up top earlier with that Exorcism, and this Exorcism is going to be used to go Throsh. Get that first Aegis of the entire season. As here comes IG smoked up and looking to fight. But are they going to get into the pit in time? They're going to try and make their move over. It's getting a little bit low. They're going to have to make a move soon. Salad is going to take their attention and give them the Aegis. So MKS is going to get that. He goes into the Snowball, and then they're going to have the Static Storm down. Salad's onto a couple of these heroes. They get the Cone of Dust. They'll take out Pelosi, and 2 of these heroes already gone with the Chain Frost bouncing around. They at least get Salad, but it doesn't bounce again, and QIQX now on the run. So a 2-for-1 looking like a 3-for-1 if they can get up to this Lich. But he's able to squirm his way through the trees and just escape the grasp of Ehome.
Being able to only kill Salad there, I think IG wanted to have more. And you also have Raid King with Aegis. Reincarnation was not even popped one time during this game. Doom used again and only managing to kill Tusk in this one. Like, this Guardian Greaves pickup is way too good. Look at the regeneration on this Dragonite. He's sitting at 25.5 per second.
You called him unkillable. Like 3 minutes into the game, he hasn't died since. Emo coming over, good damage. He'll get the kill on LWW, but now they're going to look over as the telekinesis comes down. They get the first life out of the hands of the Wraith King. They'll look over as the snowball comes in. It's on to Irving. Irving trying to run. Emo's already taken out. The shards are blocking Irving right in place. So Knight gets the kill on Irving. The Blink, the Dragon Tail, another one down as QIQX. He'll fall 3, make it a 4th. Pelosin drops to the sword of the Wraith King.
This is one of those games where it looks pretty even, but from the start, like we were saying that this game looks in favor of the Ehome and IG, they just can't strike back. I remember during the last DPC season how IG was calling out the games relatively early on, and I would not be surprised if they just try one more fight and just call it, because they feel like they don't have what it takes to fight back.
Yeah, that's it. To say it, you know, that is a very Kaka move, a very calculated, you know, as the tentacles are pushing you up in the air on a
calculated
ravage.
move.
Yeah. And it just takes them out, and then you just call GG. You know the game's over. You got to get out of this one, and you know, maybe this is the moment here as we're taking a look at the replay. Snowball comes in, blocks into Irving, then the shards are perfect from Salad, and Emo Irving dropping. You know, that's really the first fight that Emo's kind of participated in too, so it's kind of
We showed,
depressing
yeah, we've
to-
seen the potential
Yeah.
for like 3 seconds what CK can do. He managed to blow up Disruptor, but once they
enough.
found the real one, like those illusions, they're supposed to soak up damage from the Exorcism. It just doesn't happen. Like, maybe create a little confusion, be able to get an extra round of the spells, get that Reality Rift, get another stun. But they understand that these cores, they're not dying. So they need to kill Disruptor, they need to kill Tusk, and then maybe with the buyback, try to play it. But still, having that Aegis for 2 minutes means
of
that,
time.
yeah, it means that they're gonna go and siege the high ground, because there's a bunch of tower damage. Exorcism is online one more time.
you break it down so well. I would give my 2K analysis, but you know, it's probably the same. I would have said the same thing, of course. So they go to the high ground, they'll look for Pelosi, and they'll try to get the kill with the BKB being popped here by Knight as well as Irving. Exorcism still going on, and they've got a 6K lead. They're going to blink in and go to the Wraithfire Blast. Sinister Gaze, it locks up NKS for a second, but they get the kill into Dust. They'll take out this Ember, and only the first life out of the hands of the Wraith King. They move forward, a stun onto Salad. They've got the Static Storm down as well as the Kinetic Field. They're locking in Emo. As the buyback comes out from Salad, the damage in, they'll finally take the Aegis out of the hands of the Wraith King, but he's going to be alive once again. So can they lock down this Wraith King? No, he immediately blinks away. No harm, no foul. Just an Aegis gone.
That's a Doom used on Dragonite. He didn't even feel it. Buyback from Salad, as you mentioned, but the big thing is Ember Spirit bought back. Like, his item progression is non-existent. He's almost as farmed as position 4 Rubik, so not having a game this time around. It's only chip damage against all those tanky cores off eHome, so very, very difficult to drag. Like, they have enough lockdown pre-BKB on Ember, so every single time he decides to go in, he steps up a bit too close, he's gonna die.
And they're looking to play aggressive again. They've got this double damage, they smoke up. They know IG kind of have to leave the base. They can't just sit there. They're going to blink in with the Walrus Punch. They go to the Snowballs all the way across over to the Lich. They get the kill on Apollo's in. They'll take out the Rubik. They'll look over for a second. QIQX will fall, and MKS with a double kill. So, again, eHome, they're not afraid, and truthfully, they shouldn't be. And it's nice to see a team, especially with, I would say, kind of minimal Tier 1 experience in an opening match like this, not being afraid. We've seen that in the past with your Magmas, your LBZS, insert Tier 2 China team name here. They get a little bit scared. I think one of the opening matches in 2020 when we were covering China together was Vici against LBZS. And LBZS had a 40K net worth lead and were afraid to finish the game.
Yeah, I remember that game. It's always like how you're going to close it out. You tend to make more mistakes later on because it gets into your head. You don't have the experience how to close it out. Glimpse, forcing a BKB. Like, we've seen so many defensive Dooms, defensive BKBs to try to TP out so you don't have it for the fight.
And this is exactly a moment where eHome would be very willing to fight, right? No BKB on the Doom. They have the lockdown. They've been able to take the team fights over to IG. They really have plenty of options, right? Like, I don't think taking their time to get one more item for these heroes or kind of get what they feel comfortable with is really giving IG all that much room, right? Because IG don't exactly have much of the map to farm with.
Now, they show up on one of the side lanes. They're too afraid. There's 3 Blink Initiators. There is also a Glimpse available. So you show up. If you don't have a BKB, you're most likely dead. Like, even position 5 Disruptor is going for Aghanim Scepter. So he's gonna be like their late game insurance if something goes wrong, which I don't think this game can go wrong for eHome anymore.
Gosh, Ags being built for that Disruptor. Love it. Smoke, 5-man from IG. They're gonna be on the high ground over here.
They know. They just placed a ward.
They placed a ward. They've got the Sentry and the Obs nearby. They should kind of give it away for IG that eHome know, but not afraid to even just stand there and de-ward. I was almost expecting eHome to make the jump. They're a little bit too far away. There's just not many opportunities right now, and the net worth lead continues to grow for eHome. That bottom and mid set of racks both gone, and it just comes down to whether or not eHome want to wait for that next Roche and take it a little bit carefully, trying to finish up this game.
It's a safer choice to wait for Roche. Like, you can try to go for the pick-off, because MKS, he did pick up the Invis rune, and Salad, he's already there. It's being pinged out. If someone shows, they're going to go immediately. Yeah.
Yeah, they've got the Blink Walrus Punch Snowball combo, so the lockdown with that, especially a Blink follow-up from the Wraith King. He's also got that Wraithfire Blast ready in the holster, so just the lockdown is there. eHome can kind of kill anybody they want at the moment. Obviously, Sans BKB, or even with it feels like, for the most part, they could kill anybody.
Also, all this minus armor coming out from Deso plus AC. Amplifying damage of Dead Prophet ulti, Dragonite right clicks, like even Tusk with the punch, they can one-shot people with it if they get close.
That's right hook. Ags picked up for the DK. BKB, I believe, was there for the Ember, right?
He picked it up, yeah. Finally.
27 minutes. Maelstrom BKB. Okay. I'm not going to say whether or not that's a good timing because I have no idea. I never
No,
mind
I
BKB.
felt the sarcastic. Okay,
No,
you
no,
know,
whoa,
27
whoa.
minutes.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Tough game for him.
Yeah, it's a tough game. Exorcism used on this Roche. Aegison Shard ready to go on Roche. And about to be dropped into the hands of eHome. So, who's taking this Shard? Probably just Wraith King, right? Yeah.
Because that Prophet already bought the shard for herself. Dragon Knight did pick up one for himself, so... Another
spread
smoke
the
for
love to
IG.
sports.
They need to win this one. This is GG. If they lose this fight, the game's over.
They get Crypt Swarm. Okay. Nothing doing with this smoke at the moment. They kind of gave it away with that steal. But now they'll make the jump. They've got the BKB popped here by Emo. Going after the Death Prophet. The Static Storm is going to be laid down. BKB's been popped by Emo. They get the kill on a Zhao Yu, so they take out the Death Prophet. They'll move forward. They've got themselves the Doom. Chain Frost bouncing around as well as a Kinetic Field laid down once again. They get the kill on a Knight. They'll take out two. And IG, with what seems to be the first victory in a fight in this game for them, is pretty significant.
Yeah, they did manage to blow up Dead Prophet immediately and also getting a Doom on Dragon Knight this time around before he gets the BKB off, and then the Chain Frost near the big camp did allow them to have enough damage to actually bring him down. These are the fights that they needed, like, I'd say 5-10 minutes ago.
So, let's see, we'll take another look at this one, and boom, BKB, 3-second stun. What are you doing here, Zhao Yu? Getting blown up, that's what. And Kinetic Field, Static Storm, not enough to lock him in, especially with the BKB, and then they go right in on a Knight. Another 3-second stun from Emo, Telekinesis, everything needed to get those two kills, and you see the net worth went from 9K to 5K. That's a big little
It's a big
chunk
of gold, yeah.
Big little chunk. I don't know if I'm trying to agree with myself or disagree with myself. It's internal fighting, something that has plagued plenty of teams just like Elephant. So we'll see. We'll see what they do.
Smoke from eHome. They have Aegis one more time on Wraith King. Maybe this time around they could have gave this Aegis to someone else, like either Dragon Knight or a Dead Prophet.
I don't know if Wraith King really needs it, right? But he'll take it.
They want to have this Ember Spirit. If he uses Remnant, he's ready to be punched. Observer Ward placed. Gonna give them vision.
They're looking. They're really looking. Exorcism now popped again, and they're going to go for the Mega Creeps. Top tier 3, top set of racks in some trouble. Set up his Searing Chains as well as a stun. 4 seconds on a Sal, but he gets down to the
What
low
a
ground.
chat move. He was waiting for it just so that he uses a stun and then forces himself down. No more Frost Shield on tower. Wraith King's going to go in and get those right clicks.
So Remnant forward, they've got the Telekinesis, and they blow up Zhao Yu again. The Chain Frost going all the way over to Salad. They'll get themselves a second. They'll look over at the Wraith King. Maybe he did need this Aegis. Blink Dragon Tail. This Lich is in some trouble. QIQX falls and buys back immediately with a Wicked Sick coming out on the MKS. They'll bring in with a Reality Rift this DK. Static Storm placed down by LWW. They're doing a lot of damage on the Emo. And the right clicks from MKS with the BKB gets the kill onto the CK, who's got buyback, and a glimpse onto Irving. He'll die too. So Knight with another one. MKS has a double kill. The Sleight of Fist and the Searing Chains onto MKS just don't feel like they're doing anything to stop this Wraith King. They got one life out of his hands, but it's just not enough. He's still holding on to that Aegis.
Another ult is going to be available in 20 seconds for Wraith King, so he's going to be sieging. We'll go back to full HP. They're even using healing salves on him. But yeah, that Prophet, she's might start thinking about getting the E on this, because last two fights, they did manage to blow her up and need some kind of a defensive item. Snowball, not there on time. CK with the Reality Rift, repositioning him. And yeah, eHome, they know that they already used everything. Doom is still available, and another CK ulti, but yeah, last set of barracks for them.
Taking it out with ease. No contest yet. They have Doom back up. He's going to TP and he's going to look for the Doom. They've got Pelosin going forward. But there's the Walrus Punch. It's out on the Doom with the Snowball hitting both these heroes. They get the kill to Pelosin. They'll take out one and they'll look towards the rest. But Stout with the Force Staff onto the low ground. They get the kill to LWW, taking out the Disruptor, who does have buyback emo though without a BKB. And now finally popping it, getting it back up, and falling immediately. So it really doesn't do anything for him. As he pops it, he dies, he goes down, the GG is called, and eHome will take game number 1.
I gotta say, very impressed by the eHome performance.
Yeah.
Didn't have too much expectations coming into these DPC. We just started, you know, but it's a brand new team that looks extremely well. Like in terms of team fight execution, how they move around the map, understanding like the itemization, 2 supports moving around the map, understanding that like they can leave the sides open, they can't dive, and also a very well-rounded draft from them.
Yeah, I like the draft a lot. I like their confidence. One of the things that I talked about is just the fact that we've seen a lot of these teams that kind of hang on the tier 2 balance. They're a little bit afraid to finish these games, and there was no fear coming in from eHome, which is something that is really more of a veteran thing. But you see a lot of these players that some of them kind of have that tier 1 experience. Some of them really have kind of stuck around that tier 2, tier 2.5, whatever landscape you really want to have them falling on. And I think it was a really good job from eHome overall to get it done. And I was really impressed with that first game. Coming out of the gates roaring. So they get the victory over IG. We're going to throw it back over to the panel and see what they have to say. Guys, take it away.
eHome getting that first game 1 there. And I guess we had our answer question. Ember Spirit just wasn't enough to stall out the game, T-Gov.
No, it wasn't. I think Cassie just mentioned it. I think eHome played a beautiful game where after laning phase, at like 11 minutes, they all just kind of hugged each other, moved around the map together. You see like DK takes mid tag, goes top with DP. Even without the ultimate, you're just trying to apply that pressure. And IG, time and time again, they had like a couple timings, like doing BKB, but as you see here on the highlight, they run into the middle of it, get static stormed, and this Ember Spirit for the entire game just wasn't able to get his BKB until way later when they'd already lost multiple racks.
I also like this Doom. I feel like he kind of gimped his game a little bit. He maxed Scorched Earth instead of going for the Devourer. And he's just in a 1v1 with a Wraith King where he can't really pressure him. And he's not farming very well. He's a bit under-leveled. Like, I think Doom could probably have excelled his game a little bit more. But a lot of it comes to Salad on his Tusk. He was TPing bot, going for the kill there on the Doom, rotating mid. Like, the impact of the supports on eHome was just far greater than IG's.
And that's something that you can expect, right? Like you have a Tusk Disruptor versus Lich Rubik. If I had to pick 2 heroes, I'd rather pick Tusk and Disruptor. It just feels easier, right?
Yeah, just feel kind of bad for IG, but it's like their entire playstyle, or at least game plan, was wait for that mistake. And eHome just played such flawless, aggressive, objective-based Dota that they never really made that mistake. There's a couple times where they gave a couple kills, but it was never like that overextension, that let's go deeper than we need to, let's overplay our hand. And eHome just a flawless game, a team that we were saying kind of we're questioning like how polished they're going to be coming into Division 1, and yeah, in this first game with this very clear push strat, a very clean game, like nearly no game losing mistakes at all. Nearly flawless game.
Yeah, I mean, you say nearly flawless. There was, I guess, just that little bit of timing. A smidge, right? Where IG had the potential maybe to come back in. Do you think there was actually more there and eHome recovered it really well, or it was down to IG just didn't really capitalize on that small window that did open for them?
The window was really small.
Super tiny.
It's like some Airbnb toilet window that's looking into a building right next to you. It's really, really small.
You can like hardly get your hand out the window.
And meanwhile, for eHome, yeah, these are some huge panels because look at the draft. It's so annoying. It's so boring. It's so simple and easy to execute. Yeah, IG, they could have won. They could have been flashy enough. They could, like T-Gov said, they could have executed a bit better and maybe caught them off a couple of times on their mistakes. But look at eHome, realistically. You have Dragonite, you have DP, and you have Wraith King as your 3 cores. I mean, it's as boring as it can get.
And snowball saves on top. So if you ever do catch them, it's like Sad's just there, like, come into my snowball. We're not going to kill it. So, yeah.
Like, who do you doom? Like, most of this game, I see a black dragon flying around being doomed. Like, he doesn't care. Like, he's already popped his form. It doesn't matter. You can't doom the Wraith King because he has 2 lives. DP as well. She's kind of in the back. She always pops her ulti. It's just such an easy game to play if you're eHome.
Yeah, I mean, they had like a couple things, right? Like one of the best fights they took was, we talked about it on the panel earlier, this high ground vision. They had a cliff ward and they saw everything. CK's able to start on the DP and Buster at the start of the fight. Then they get the Doom off on the DK. They kill him as well. Like that is the kind of fight that they had to take, and it was just so hard for them to get it, because I think what eHome did a really amazing job of was getting extremely deep wards down that didn't get dewarded, like especially in IG's jungle, right? And this was what allowed them to kind of group up with this Greaves and like play off of glimpses, right? Because IG has to run away. They can't fight into this death wall, so they run. They get glimpse back. They die. It was really well done.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's like when you think about Salad Tusk, his rotations, he's forcing the defensive Lich and Rubik to hold hands at like minute 8. And then the fact that you have this double support rotating to one support, having to go mid, that allows the vision from eHome to come out, because if your supports are always reacting, they're not out on the map kind of understanding the moves, where the vision coming from, tanking smoke. It's more just reacting the entire time. So then you don't get Ember making the flashy plays because he's reacting as well. So I think, yeah, so eHome just forced IG to react the entire time.
Do you think they needed something else? On one support, at least something that can follow up with the Ember, something that goes deep, something like a Tusk, something like a Earth Spirit, anything like that to help out.
I'd argue if you're IG, you might look at your draft and say, we actually still like this draft, because you could look more at the lanes, right?
We just didn't have luck, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, no RNG. But like, if you leave your lanes and you secure some early runes, if you allow Ember to rotate to a side lane, where let's say Rubik's now covering mid, defending the tower from the DK, like if they actually had early kind of plays to make to give Ember more kind of game, easily we could have seen that comeback 28-minute fight at, let's say, 20 minutes, completely different game.
Yeah.
Could have been, and there is going to be a completely different game. Game 2 is going to be happening after this break. Welcome back, everybody. We are in the middle of our series between eHome and IG. eHome took that first game, number 1, in a very convincing manner. They just kind of ran it down in every lane, not just mid, all over IG. Do you think they're going to go for a similar strat back to back, or do you think maybe they'll try and test the waters, something else?
I hope not. I hope they don't do the same thing because, push strats are cool. They're fun.
Yeah.
One time. Doing it again, it allows your opponent to go, okay, if we at 22 minutes do this, we'll stop their momentum, right? So I'd like eHome to take that free win and then now show us something different and kind of show they have a deep pool going into the first series of the DPC.
Which TI was it? TI 4, TI 5?
I wasn't born
The
then.
push strats.
I think I was born around TI 6.
Yeah.
He's like, you did it once, don't do it again. Can I tell you about the TI in which every single game was a push strat?
I hope not, but bans, the same. So we might be reliving this scenario here.
So basically how I feel about push strats overall is that if you consider yourself a weaker team, if you think that you aren't as good, maybe on the same level, like push strats give you a higher probability of winning, in my opinion, because you just need to snowball, you just need to get that ball rolling and you can take the game. However, when you meet opponents that are much stronger than you, they just split you across the map, you just lose control and it all kind of falls apart until their carry comes online.
I mean, this death ball is kind of just another part of the overall playstyle that eHome like in general. Like, even if they don't go for IO, very straightforward DK, DP ults, right? They still like to play fast as 5-man, and you can kind of bring a lot of heroes into that type of playstyle. So I think they'll probably play the same type of game, but it might not be as obvious as last if some things get banned out. I mean, they're going for this Mirana, which is, I know Salad really likes it on Hotspur, so
A bit different, right? Like not your brawler type 4.
No. But in IG's response, it's an instant lane counter because Disruptor, one of the few POS 5s that has really good range to be able to kind of fight Mirana from distance, and of course with Thunderstrike kind of turns it over. Sure, you have these Miranas going for the Starfall level 1 to bully, but
It doesn't help.
it doesn't help. Yeah, Disruptor is just going to do really well there, and yeah, Tiny as well. So we mentioned how IG in that previous game, very defensive in their opening, relied a lot on Ember. Now it's different. Like Disruptor will do well against Mirana in 4. Tiny should just open up the game. If this is a Pango mid versus Tiny, who gets the rune first? How do the supports enable the mid lane to open up the map? Either hero can really just break the game.
Yeah, it kind of feels that when it comes to these support rotations, at least eHome do have a slight edge, right? Like, there's a Mirana.
Yeah.
Yeah. A couple of arrows, leaps here and there, controlling the runes.
You miss the arrows and your uses. So very volatile statements you're making
You
here.
just don't miss.
I mean, I would like to see some setup come out from them, honest. When I look at Zhao Yu, I think Pango is one of his highlight heroes, so I would like to see him be the one that plays this. But it's not a combo lane, right? It's not your Mars that you might see. I mean, maybe they pick it later and they do flex the Pango, but typically we see some like Kunkkas with it, or just things that are able to actually, I don't know, Naga sleep, anything.
If eHome does put Pango into the side lane, it just gives you a very robust lane at least, where if Disruptor sure can bully Mirana, but if Disruptor steps up, the swash, the shield crash, like that instantly will kill off Disruptor, and you can just feed on this hero. So then you don't actually have the advantage IG was looking for in that safe lane. And we saw in that previous game, with Emo going for the CK with the Lich, they were able to apply pressure, but they never really kind of converted any kind of wins on the lane. The same thing for eHome. If this is an off-lane duo, I'd be surprised if they get destroyed in lane, just because they have so much mobility that IG needs to pick a kill-hungry carry to actually try and punish this. But it's still hard. Pango is very hard to kill.
Do you think IG should focus a little bit more on the laning phase, considering how last game played out, or you don't want them to go too heavy on that for their draft?
Was their lane bad? Like in the last game, it wasn't that poor, right? Like even
It wasn't memorable.
It wasn't memorable.
That's a good way to
Sure.
describe it, actually. That's really
It
good.
was like a flat line.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
I do have one memory. That's a Doom with like 40 CS and 15 denies. Like
True.
he was doing well.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, their lanes went well. They didn't lose their lanes. Ember was free farming mid. Doom was free farming off lane. The big thing came down to just support rotations. And
Yep.
like with this change we already see in the draft, like IG maybe have a lot more that they can do now. It was like eHome support duo would always show up first to the mid lane, for example, right? And your Ember's just not getting runes as a result. So if IG fix that aspect and they're moving their supports first and they're making the correct moves, then it will limit eHome's options a lot more.
I feel like T wants to say something.
He's thinking.
Pondering. I'm
Oh,
pondering.
pondering. Needs a silence. Needs a
No,
silence.
it's more like bans, at least from eHome, kind of makes you want to think that it's just a Pango mid. They're putting a lot of emphasis on this hero being able to play his game. Of course, Bloodseeker is the most obvious. Beastmaster with the Raw, like they're kind of cushioning it. Maybe they're baiting you to think this, but I kind of expect the Pango to be, of course, just the mid lane here and keep it a bit more open. And IG themselves take away the Death Prophet. I think, again, covering the EU qualifiers, like Death Prophet was DP or Tusk. These are the top two. Because if you pick Tusk, you can fight, you can break the map. If you're DP, even if lanes go bad, you eventually will have that one exo that brings 3 to 4 heroes to your lane, which gives your carry to do anything they want. So it's like, this Death Prophet, you just casually pick it, buy Greaves, no other items, and you will always be able to do something game-winning in the first 20 minutes. You might fall off and not have the farm, but it just controls the game quite nicely. Very strong response.
I think Nature's got banned last game as well.
Yep,
Did it?
he did.
I'll check.
He got banned for sure. While
Yeah, second phase, he got banned.
Nat is checking.
No,
but,
he was in the last phase, got
Was it
banned.
last- ah.
Yeah, it was Nature's Prophet and Invoker were the last two that IG banned.
But strong response, just because if it's, I mean, if Furion carry in this scenario, you play on the Treants, the Death Prophet can never get close enough to actually pressure the Furion. Sure, you can siphon the Treants, but the Furion's always able to just bully down the lane. You chase the Death Prophet back to her tower, she can't play near the creeps, and that prevents Death Prophet from hitting her timing. So I mentioned how you bring heroes in. Furion's the type of hero that will shut DP down to then force IG to bring multiple heroes in.
But that's an answer to the Prophet,
Yep.
right? Even though there's an X assassin in the pool, like Carapace is always nice versus the Batrider, you do have ways of getting on top of that Nature's Prophet throughout the game. But one thing that I see from these 4 picks from both sides is that the playstyles have drastically changed, right? Like we aren't seeing this death ball anymore from eHome. They heard you guys, and they went in the opposite direction.
But they have like the capacity to make a lot of plays, right? Like Pango can do anything off cooldown on roll. Like your Nyx is going to be looking to set up kills constantly. You have the ability to teleport in. Like their presence globally or just to
Is
take
massive,
a fight
right?
is
Yeah.
is super hard for IG, and they are just going to be on a race to their BKBs for this Batrider and DP who might even go Greaves. Meanwhile, eHome are just they don't need BKBs to fight. I mean, they'd like them, but
And this should be a Prophet carry, right? Like with the Spectre banned out, it's kind of a dead giveaway as well, which
Yep.
is something that we've assumed before anyway, right?
Yep, pretty much like Furion is your carry here, and for IG, they're kind of leaning on how big of a carry do they want to go. They could potentially go, let's say, like a Terrorblade style hero, which will eventually win you the game, and your Batrider should help cover the Death Prophet weakness in lane, because Bat just has to rotate to that lane. You don't care about your safe lane, you just have a hero that can push it out. So I think IG, they've got so much free reign with this ultimate last pick to give Emo like the hero they wants to see. But for eHome, what is it they need to pick? Technically, it's just the mid hero, right? So some puck type hero, some hero that can at least deal with the aggression of a Batrider in mid lane might fare pretty well.
Do you feel they have to pick a mid laner, or one of the heroes that they've picked could match up well against Bat and mid?
I mean, there's still Quap in the pool. Is that a hero? Is it
Yes,
is
he
it
likes
an
it.
option?
That's
I
a
was
hero.
going to say yes, that's a hero.
he does.
It is a
In
hero.
Donuts,
Yeah,
that's in
yeah,
Donuts.
pretty
It's
good.
still a hero.
It
Yeah.
is. It is
She
Knight's
does
second
exist.
most played hero. I remember he likes that
Oh, wow.
quite a fair bit.
So it's an option, right? Like versus the Batrider, it could be played. Maybe they would need more
Depend on the
control.
It's banned out.
Isn't
Yeah.
Pango fine against Bat mid if they do want to pick another offlaner?
It's an option.
Is there a better offlaner then, as an option?
Oh, I know Mars got banned out. Anything with a stun is always nice. Just with your Morana, because right now it's a little hard.
Let's take that Storm that you guys were talking about as well.
Ooh, the
Yeah,
storm.
Storm does well
Earlier,
against
yeah.
Batrider for sure. I mean, if you put Pango mid, you can... I feel like you just want Pango off lane here, and you just want a mid lane. You just
Yeah.
want to be able to apply... Like, Pango Mirana should be a strong lane. I don't think you should sacrifice your lane when you see Bat being the mid lane.
Oh, an LC.
Yeah, they're just going Legion off lane then. So they are putting Pango mid.
Do you like it? You all seemed like in silence, and I don't know if it's a good silence
Taking
or...
a moment. To think, taking a moment to
Take it
think.
in.
We're just processing it, yeah.
They
There
don't-
was a time and a place in which Legion was played versus Bat as well, and you would
Yeah.
just purge the sticky napalm, but probably not going to happen, right? Like, we'll see Pango mid.
Yeah, so they're putting the Legion into off lane, and that might be like a soft cover against these like Terrorblade style carries. It's going to give Mirana a robust lane to play on. Disruptor now has no game. So I think eHome, we were mentioning how I personally I'd love to see Pango off lane for the fight. but instead they're going for an off lane to survive and just to prevent IG from winning the lane. Don't have a volatile lane, because eHome's draft is about minimizing the volatility to allow themselves to play their mid-game timing. If they misplay their own lanes, their game's like over. They're going to get run over by a Batrider, DP will take everything. So I think for eHome, they decided to go for like the safer route with their last pick at least.
The potential for those dual victories is massive though, right? Like you have a ton of global potential that Sheep talked about earlier.
Yeah, like you're basically just under threat constantly on IG, but at the same time they don't have that like massive burst damage that you usually pair like the Skywrath and stuff for. So a Monkey King that stomps his lane, I mean, this LC could fall back very quickly and become like a defensive offlane LC. And when you're in that position, your carry being a Nature's Prophet, which is a hero that typically we've seen fall off quite hard after like 35 minutes-ish, I think IG then have the potential to just win the game.
Well, Monkey King, that's where they decided to go with their carry for IG. Tigo, is that the scaling, the online hero that they need?
Yeah, it's going to give them the catchability to deal with Furion. It's always going to give them the kind of the mid-late game defense with the Wukongs. Yeah, I think just for eHome, they rely on, again, early game dominance to give them the edge in this game. If they fall into the trap of MK plus Batrider with BKBs, Death Prophet with like Greaves, it's going to be quite difficult. So I think, yeah, a nice last pick from IG. And yeah, just defend yourself for long enough and you should, in theory, be able to win the game. Like we said last game, but
Yeah.
again, eHome's just so relentless. So
Same theory. So.
Same theory, different heroes.
For me, it looks like IG threw away whatever they were preparing with. All the papers are out, and then they just
They're writing
went,
a new book.
No, not a new book. They just went 2 years back or something, Singapore major, and they're just, okay, what worked for us? This is literally what IG was before.
Okay.
Yeah. I like their lineup on IG. I think if they get their BKB timings, they're good to go.
Alrighty, well, it's down to those item timings, but it's also time for us to head on over to our casters, B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're back with game number 2. We're going to see if IG can even the series up at 1, or if it's going to be an eHome stomp of 2-0. Drafts look pretty interesting. Last time it felt like eHome. They had a very big draft and clear draft advantage. You think of the same here?
Most
for,
definitely.
eHome?
In game 1, it was pretty clear, I would say. But in this game, IG did a full 180. They just went with a completely different draft, and they put, I think, more pressure on them, especially with this Batrider pick, where like also having Mirana, Pango, like having these two heroes on the off lane, like wouldn't be as strong because it's a weak off lane. It's very abusable if you pair them together. So they kind of knew that Pango's gonna go mid, and then they picked the Batrider, and now with the Monkey forcing them to pick something out of the something different, I would say, going with the Legion Commander, which is a good pick, don't get me wrong, against the Batrider, against the Disruptor. It's a good way of dispelling things, playing with Nature's Prophet, ulti, having this like global presence. But it's gonna be mostly about like, now that they didn't have the last pick and the IG responded with the Monkey King, so could be a bit tough. Like this lane could go really bad real quickly for eHome, because you're gonna have well, like Mirana and LC, first couple of levels could be very tricky. I want to see if Legion Commander gets press the attack level 1 just to be able to negate the Thunderstrike completely. But then again, you're playing against the Monkey King. This is the lane counter. It's an old school counter to the hero.
We'll see how it goes. We'll see if the counters work. More counters you have, the better. Works in Magic the Gathering, works in Dota as well. See if they can proliferate those counters into something that might work here for them. It's going to be interesting to see IG rebound. It's one of those things that I think even the old roster kind of struggled with. I think they were very in their own heads last year. Obviously, things are way different. The roster doesn't look nearly the same, but you still kind of have like Emo is the main guy now. So where is he in terms of mentality coming into this game? Is there still that stress that came from the last year and getting through Division 2 and finally making your way to Division 1? Can you take advantage of this this seemingly draft advantage, and we'll see what IG can do. They looked very lost in that first game.
They
Dust
did.
looked lost.
I think it also comes down to like 2 supports having Glitch plus Rubik not being able to move around the map. This time it's going to be much easier. Them having a Disruptor, having a tiny like Batrider, Monkey King, these are the heroes that can make a move. I felt like they were in a spot where they felt very... because it was difficult to kill these tanky cores. Oh, good body blocks here coming out from MKS.
Yeah, that was really impressive. Almost predicted where he was going to go and chopping down that tree and getting around him. So, just some body blocks. Is that a little inkling of what's to come from this Nature's Prophet? Kind of interested.
I thought it's going to be Nyx Assassin paired up with Nature's Prophet on the bottom lane because you have a stun, but it's going to be 5 Mirana, and they're going to have Salad playing Nyx Assassin. So that means I think this lane's going to be even tougher because you're playing Monkey King into 2 melee heroes, and it's just going to be very, very difficult.
So, where do you think things are best for both teams?
Say that again. What's best for both teams?
Yeah,
I was looking at the item.
what
I
lanes
zoned
are
out.
looking best for both teams?
Dust on the mid lane against Pango. Pango does struggle, especially at the early levels, because Swashbuckle level 1 is 20-second cooldown. You got to be very careful how you use it. If you try to go for a CS and then Batrider decides to play aggressive with the Firefly, it could be a First Blood potentially on the bottom lane. I see some itemization. Irving going for Wraith Band as a first item, understanding that there's going to be a Blightstone on the Nature's Prophet, some right clicks from Morana, so getting extra armor does benefit you quite a lot. Tiny's going to suffer. Tiny is in negative armor because his starting armor is 0, so every single time he gets close, he gets hit by Nature's Prophet. It's going to be very tough for him to sustain all that damage.
Yeah, so we'll see if Ehome can get any of those kills over bottom, how the Tiny's going to do, and if it leaves it more difficult for the Death Prophet in that lane. And, Death Prophet was something that Ehome used in the game number 1 to get that victory and move around the map successfully. And we'll see if IG can use it in the same form or some fashion in which they're successful as well. And you can see the aggression is on both these heroes. LWW standing pretty far forward continuously, just putting the right-click damage in onto Irving as well as
arrow.
And the arrow not going to do it, but it is still enough for LWW to get the kill on Irving.
It was a 200 IQ arrow where you already know you're going to get the kill, so you arrow the creep, get some extra gold.
It's efficiency, basically, right?
Well, depends how you look at it. If it's efficiency for your carry, it's really not that great. But to go back to the top lane, Salad was pulling out the wave because they can't really play this lane and they want to mess up with the creep equilibrium. That's how you do it, because they can't just really wait until Monkey King hits them a couple of times. The lane would just be unplayable.
So we'll see if they can get that back to stable, if the creep equilibrium, one of those words that gives me trouble, is going to be fixed anytime soon. You can see them fighting in the jungle right now. You just see the two, you see the one arrow and the one dot just kind of going back and forth, throwing some right clicks. Typical support fight in the jungle at about this time, where you chase each other.
Salad also putting a point in mana burn to be able to deal with Disruptor. He's like, well, you know what? You want to ruin my lane? It's not the best ability, but if you use it like twice, Disruptor needs to have mangoes. You can't sustain on clarities. It becomes very annoying to deal with. And we can see both of supports rotating. They want to secure water runes.
A water rune for Salad, a water rune for LWW.
Knight is fine, because he doesn't have Bottle on Pango right now. He does have it coming, but wouldn't be able to pick it up. Started with the Boots of Speed, understands that in this matchup he needs to be able to run away from Firefly.
Yeah, the Firefly we've been seeing does kind of give Knight a little bit of trouble. He's already level 5, Knight level 4. Just about to hit that level 5, and ooh, Emo in some trouble. They've got the glimpse from QIQX, but Salad's still chasing, playing all the way into the trees. He doesn't have a stun, but he does have a mana burn, and ooh, taking out that salve pretty immediately.
It's going to be healing salve used by QIQX.
Not going to get as much. Now Pelosin on the run. MKS with the Treants gets a kill. That's going to be a second one in this bottom lane, as Irving, not really much he could do. He stands there with a Spirit Siphon, but there's not much to offer other than that.
They're having trouble dealing with the Nature's Prophet Treants, and Nature's Prophet does have a teleport ready and a TP scroll, so he can come back to a lane full HP, full mana if needed. I've been very impressed by two supports, how they lane, what they do in the lane. Like, eHome supports are doing a really good job so far.
Yeah, so LWW and Salad are probably, in this roster, the most experienced. Salad coming off of being with all those newbie rosters. You know, played with every single newbie roster that existed. LWW, I talked about it in the first game. He played with a lot of the Aster lineups, and he's had a lot of experience there as well. So probably your two veterans, and it's no surprise that they are looking like the best two players in the side of eHome at the moment. And we'll see how that goes as time goes by.
While you were talking, B-Cup, one of the funniest things in Dota happened. Tiny tried to deny an observer ward, hits it once, then in those like 6 seconds that he's trying to hit it second time, you can actually deny your own ward. It's not that funny, but they denied both of those wards. I think they got gold for one.
A lot of commitment to that.
Yeah.
It's you missed the funniest thing in Dota. It's not that funny. Never mind.
So we have a Nyx Assassin with Haste Rune. Doesn't have a point in Carapace. So can't set up on Dust, but he can with the Impale.
Arrow also comes in. Kinetic Field is up, but is going to be enough to save Dust here. That was a big problem in the first game, was Dust not being able to survive in his lane. And now Salad Burning gets the Spike Carapace on that extra level. They've got the glimpse. It's on to MKS. MKS is going to back away from this one and know that Knight has the second kill. So it's a double kill here for Knight at the nighttime. And that will be 4-0 for eHome. And IG still looking for answers, but they're procrastinating on finding any at the moment.
eHome, again, bringing numbers, and they do have a bit of a global presence with the Nature's Prophet. Nyx Assassin later on will be able to scout things out. Legion, about to hit level 6. We'll need 2 Creep Wave alone.
Boundless Strike. Emo waiting for that Spike Carapace to run out. And now, bottom lane, now LWW's going to fall as well, so both supports, we've cursed them.
They did a job. They did manage to kill a mid lane. Didn't, like, their tower... Oh, Lasso mid.
Now Lasso trying to get the kill tonight. Burning away, and while he may be retired, Burning from the damage coming out from Dust, and Dust gets back up out of the high ground. Sprout not going to be enough to lock down Dust and get that return kill. MKS came through towards mid to try and help out, and so did this Nyx Assassin, but now it's IG's turn again. QIQX pulls in. They're both here ready to maybe make a move, and Salad's got to be very careful about where he steps.
Every single time so far in the first 10 minutes, at least one of those teams bring numbers just to secure the rune. Right. Every single time. And now Dead Prophet on bottom is level 6. Going for the same build that we've seen in the previous game. Very effective, that Guardian Greaves that we mentioned. And we'll pop it. I'm not sure if they defend this one.
They glyph, so we'll see if they make the move. As for their TP situation, the only ones who have it are the Legion Commander and, of course, the Nature's Prophet. So really getting down here to defend this is going to be very difficult if they want to, but they do TP in.
They need Pango.
And they're going to bring over numbers. So Knight's going to come in, Salad comes over. It's a 4v3 situation that could work out for them. Salad, Knight in on this. They've got the Impale, the Rolling Thunder, as well as the Kinetic Field. It's up from QIQX, but can they get the kill to Irving? Spirit Siphon, there's the Sprout. Rolling Thunder hitting again. They're not doing the damage. They've got the Ghost coming back thanks to the Exorcism, and now it's time for him to leave. MKS throws out that ult. There's the duel. It's onto the Disruptor. The damage coming out from that Nature's Prophet ult is enough to draw him over to the line, and Zhao Yu gets the kill into QIQX. They've got the Balance Strike. It lands, but the arrow hits onto the Death Prophet. They've got a 2-man stun. Emo in some trouble. The Avalanche as well as the toss. They get the kill into Salad. They'll take out LWW. 3 heroes down to the side of eHome. MKS decides to TP out towards top. And IG, they don't get the tower off the Exorcism, but they're going to get more. They get these 3 kills, and maybe they can work on that tower again. It's a good fight from IG, something we rarely saw in that first game.
Yeah, it's a good fight. You could feel that at one point, Pango's like, I can't really go on a Dead Prophet. I can't use the roll because it's going to be way too much damage coming up from the Exorcism. Zhao Yu did manage to get some dual damage, but in the end, big W for IG. Like, they're having this Dead Prophet using the 2 Spirit Siphons, you just don't have enough burst damage. You already used everything. Nyx Assassin is level 3, 10 minutes into the game. Mirana's level 4. So
Dust getting the lasso out, and they've got this sentry down. So Dust trying to stay on a Knight. They've got QIQX, so they'll have the glimpse that is not going to work out for Unite, but it goes into the Rolling Thunder, bouncing around a little bit. Irving's also here. They'll bounce up Irving into the air. They have Xiao Yu maybe looking to get a duel out. The TP in from MKS. They've got the Swashbuckle. They get the kill in the dust. Now they're going to look over. Spoloson's also joining the fight. They have the impale that lands on Irving. The body blocks from the Treants. We saw this at the beginning of the game from MKS. He was really good at moving these units around. Wrath of Nature comes in again, and they'll do some damage, but not enough to get another kill as they take out Dust once more. And eHome, that's been a lot of their focus throughout the series, is take out Dust.
It's 5 heroes just to secure Legion Commander dual damage. He didn't have a good lane on Xiao Yu since he was playing with another melee hero against the Monkey King and the Disruptor, but yeah, I think he's recovering nicely. He did manage to farm his phase boots going at the Blade Mail and the Blink Dagger. Still very far away from it, but once you start to get those dual victory damage, like, you can go for pick off if you get the good initiation with the Nyx Assassin, follow it up with the duel. You do have Nature's Prophet, which I gotta say, I don't like the Hand of Midas on Nature's Prophet. It feels like it slows you down a bit, like your damage is just not there, and I feel like maybe they need that a bit of extra damage that you get from Maelstrom. It's like almost the full cost of Maelstrom, pretty much.
So, do you think it slowed them down into a bit of a deficit? Do you think they could have been much more ahead had they had that Maelstrom, or...?
Not necessarily, but you could feel at the bottom fight that they didn't have enough.
Nobody else coming. Never mind. Fake hype. Ooh, and a stop TP. Really fake hype. Toss with the Spirit Siphon, so that's all the way on tonight. Swashbuckle away. There's a Static Storm a little bit more north, though, and they're right on top of this Mirana. They get the kill in the LWW again. Dust, he's like been in and out of this game, and he's sitting middle of the pack in terms of net worth, but so, of course, is this Pangolier. It's not too awful from him. It's not last game where he was really just out of it all.
He's being more active. They are securing the runes for him, and he's being just in generally more active. Involved in 5 out of 7 kills compared to the last one, and yeah, he's trying to go in Legion. Commander does have a lasso, but afraid of Nature's Prophet TPing in and another rotation. Mirana is already there. She doesn't contribute much, but it's a 5 Mirana.
Ooh. Arrow leading, no, splits the seams.
That's why I said she's not contributing much.
Oh, it's participation. You were talking about it in the last game. Through an arrow, you get a ribbon. It's always nice.
Only if you get something out of it. You don't necessarily need to get a kill, but yeah.
He got vision. He saw that both heroes were there. Even though they already had that information. Well, it's in some trouble. The toss-up as well as the Avalanche. Just going to stop MKS in his tracks, but they've got the Rolling Thunder coming out from Knight. Follow that up with an Impale from Salad, and, well, the Vendetta Strike will strike down Polo Send him, turn it into a little tiny pebble. They've got the glimpse. It's on tonight. He gets out of the kinetic field with the Swashbuckle. Shield crashes down. Balance Strike lands. Spirit Siphon on him, and he's running to his inevitable death as Irving gets himself on a killing spree.
Not much of a loss. He did spend his gold. He did buy a full Diffusal Blade on Pango. Swashbuckle is maxed out, so it's going to be very annoying to deal with that, being able to slow people down, burn their mana 160 per max Swashbuckle hits.
Let's see what's going on with MKS as he's top of the net worth, and he's, I believe, got that Maelstrom flying out, so he'll be on that. Look at that, courier items. Oh, adorable courier as well. So he'll have that Maelstrom. They're going to smoke up. They're going to make a move now, and they've got the scan. So they have the information. They'll go with this smoke. They'll have the Moonlight Shadow, so they'll have the information when they've been spotted. Won't break from the Moonlight Shadow unless there's, of course, that sentry there. And they'll try to get it over towards Emo, who jumps into the trees. Kinetic Field, QIQX, sentry down. And now they're looking for the Wukongs. Emo comes over. They've got the Silence thrown over from Irving onto Salad, but there's the Smite Carapace. They're thinking about the Rolling Thunder. And they're not exactly looking to fight into a Wukongs. That's a little bit dangerous, but they do get out with just that kill.
IG felt very secure because they saw Nature's Prophet hitting creeps with the Mirana ulti, and they were holding the high ground. They had 4 heroes there, still being able to lose one hero is pretty impressive from eHome. Like being able to get the kill there and get out without any casualties, while Legion Commander's farming top, about to finish his Blink Dagger, just needs 200 extra gold. This carapace is going to cause a lot of issues. If you don't manage to kill Salad, it's very easy setup against the Batrider, against the Dead Prophet. Like, you can walk into Disruptor ulti near the Thunderstrike to set things up for your own team.
Yeah. Salad's going to be a big issue. See what they're able to do against this Nyx Assassin. Now they've got the Blink Dagger on the Legion, which, of course, there's plenty of opportunities to work with Salad when he's got the Vendetta and has that vision, now a blink into a duel, or maybe something with the Nature's Prophet that you mentioned earlier. They have the Blink coming out to the Courier. They've got the Static Storm as well as the Glimpse coming through onto the Legion Commander, trying to survive, taking a lot of damage with the Exorcism. Xiao Yu soaks a lot of it, but eventually will fall. So Irving gets the kill. They're using the Exorcism to get the Tier 1 over mid. And this should be a tower for IG. They've got the Seeds of Serenity down. They're healing up a little bit.
This should be a tower. They can try to poke, get some damage done, but the rest of the team is also on the top lane. Item that we didn't mention because Emo was not as active.
Oh, MKS!
Oh, they got him.
They got the lasso. Emo in with the Boundless Strike. Dust had the control, and Emo gets the kill. And those heroes they saw coming over with that OBS over on the hill, but they also had a deep OBS from the Dire from IG that saw that TP happening.
Now I know what his nickname means. MKS, Monkey King sucks, because he just killed him. But yeah, Monkey going for Battle Fury. This is like a bit of a different build than what we usually see. I think Emo wants to be able to have this like late game security and also to have Quelling Blade all the time in his inventory. You are playing against Nature's Prophet, and this is how carry players think about the game. Like, we're gonna see a lot of Treant being picked and banned, and I think these Manta-style carries are gonna come back into the game. Something that buys a BKB and Manta-style at the same time, but mostly Manta, because carry players, they are extremely greedy. They don't like to invest money. You know, I don't want to pop a BKB just to get out of Treant ulti.
Yeah, they want me to sacrifice myself, and, you know. You want Shard from Roche? Too bad. You want Axe Blessing from Roche? Also too bad. But dual damage from Disruptor.
Not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad. All right. Xiao Yu with another dual victory, putting him over at 38. And he's got that that level 10 talent. That plus
Ooh, this is big. Ecom wants to take a fight right now. Pango does have Arcane Rune.
Going to the Rolling Thunder. Emo in the trees trying to get his Wukongs off, but they got the hit on the Rolling Thunder. Now he'll go again. A little bit dangerous for eHome going in onto this one. LWW just gets away for a moment. He's burning out a little bit. Knight needs to get away as well. They've got the Firefly. Ooh, Dust on the run. Damage from MKS. Emo looking over at Knight. LWW gets away with a little bit of health left. They've got the glimpse into the Static Storm and the Kinetic Field. So they at least get the kill onto the Pangolier, but QX is going to fall here to MKS, who's moving forward as the rest of the team was focused on that Pangolier. But that allows Emo to drop down with the Primal Spring as well as the Balance Strike to get the kill on LWW. They've got the Impale landing on a Dust. He's on the run, but the Avalanche comes in from Pelosi, and they get the kill here out on a Xiao Yu. They'll take out the Legion Commander. They'll look over at MKS, who TP's away. Salad with the Spike Carapace, but it's looking like he's dead to rights. And eHome, it looked good for a moment, but they kind of overstayed their welcome, and they end up losing 4.
It did really look good, Pango, using that Rolling Thunder, connecting on multiple heroes, but their damage is pretty limited. Like, Nyx Assassin does have Impale, and Mirana, if she's not close to a fight, and she wasn't, she can't use the multiple Star Storms. Nature's Prophet still can't stand in the middle of a fight to be able to deal damage. There are still things he's very afraid of, and yeah, we can see that on a replay. Pango did manage to stun this Monkey King, but Emo getting the Wukong's command, and yeah, something that I mentioned, like, look at Mirana. She needs to run away. Batrider with the BKB, forcing people out so they can't really deal damage, and yeah, Maelstrom is your damage item. Doesn't go through BKB, so you are very limited. Even with this BKB pickup on a Nature's Prophet right now, you're still afraid of Wukong's command, Batrider ulti, even Dead Prophet ulti. So not as easy, like why we're seeing such a close game is Emo is popping off. He's 4-0-5 on this Monkey King, and he's not going for any defensive items yet. He does have Aghanim Scepter plus Battle Fury. Extremely greedy. And now going into Roshan. They want to take this fight.
Yeah, go in the Ame build. The Ame Classic on Monkey King. So, Emo will see what he's able to accomplish now trying to go into this build. They've got the duel, but the Balance Strike comes out. They've got the Rolling Thunder once again. Emo with the Wukong's command. The Static Storm is down. They get the kill to LWW. They're going to take out the Marauder. They'll look over at Knight. Knight can't get out of the Wukong's command either. And now they're going to Primal Spring their way over to Zhao Yu. Exorcism committed. Flame Break's not going to land. Blink away from Zhao Yu. Salad over to his side, but Emo into the trees. Pelosin, he's got a Blink Dagger. Avalanche as well as a Toss coming out. Zhao Yu glimpsed back, and that might have saved him for the moment. The Treant's blocking Pelosin in. He's getting a couple of mails from Prox. They get the kill on a 1. They take him to the Tiny. They've got Salad moving forward. The silence onto, I believe, just the Mirana. As the Thunderstrike is on a Salad with the BKB being popped by MKS, but MKS is fighting Emo here. They get the kill on Irving. They're going to take out the Death Prophet, but now they have the Impale landing from Salad. Emo, what can he do in this situation? He's looking like he's trying to run. MKS is going to TP out of this one. The arrow's not going to land. They go to the Primal Spring. He'll get away. And with the Firefly, Dust will just flap his wings and get out of that one. And it's a good fight for eHome. They bring it back to even, and they get themselves a couple of kills. A lot of damage coming out from this Nature's Prophet.
It's very difficult for eHome to stand their ground once they pop the BKB on a Bat Rider. They don't have, like, I'm going to say real abilities that go through magic immunity. You can see the initiation with the duel and good ulti from Knight, but then Dust decides to use Lasso, get him out inside the Wukong's command, Death Prophet ulti. Pango, during the Rolling Thunder, he's never going to feel completely safe because he could just die to Wukongs.
Yeah, he took a lot of damage rolling through that Wukong's. It wasn't exactly safe for him at all. Also, you were talking about Pango's getting Brigand's Blade. He's got Dragon Scale, so...
A bit disappointing, but...
well, the Brigand Blade is on the Nature's Prophet, so... We'll see if that swaps over at any point.
I would ping it. I would ping it 2 times and then queue up Shadow Ammo. Just kidding. It's definitely the best. Pango has so many good neutral items. If we're talking about like the level 3, the Silence, the level tier 4 items with the Purge one, the max mana.
Where do you Shadow Amulet? Where's your like favorite spot?
I don't do that.
Okay, I'll take a look at the games. Right there. Okay.
Okay.
So somebody has proof that you do Shadow Amulet.
That's the spot.
I thought it was going to be Roach Pit. So, 4-man smoke. Emo not by this. He's actually over in the triangle, so which isn't really a triangle anymore. It's 2 camps, not 3. We'll figure that out later. Blink, Avalanche, and then the toss back into the team. They've got the kinetic field, kind of doing a little bit of an alley-oop there. And Zhao Yu will fall to Dust. Dust now on a killing spree once again. They've got that Ob sitting in the triangle? I'm still not convinced.
It's a line. If you connect 2 dots, it's just a line.
All right, well, take notice, everybody. It's now the line. After Nature coming in, a lot of damage being done. 3-man stomp, but the Static Storm is going to be committed here. They've got that Rolling Thunder. They'll look for the Wukong's command. Knight, like we said, he can't survive it. Has to go to the Swashbuckler. They get the kill on the south. They get out WW as well as Knight. 4 heroes down on the side of eHome. And it will be Roche with this Exorcism for the side of IG.
It looked really good. This Impale into Pango rolling in, but then there's a couple of Monkey Kings from the Wukongs. Death Prophet ulti running. Guardian Greaves kicks in. And they don't get a single kill out of that one. So, IG, completely different game, completely different draft in game number 2, and yeah, it's showing off. Their damage on side of eHome is very limited. Also, Nature's Prophet didn't TP.
Duel. They're gonna go after Dust. They've got the damage coming out from MKS. Zhao Yu, 66 duel damage, and let's take a look. Ooh, yeah, look at that. Impale, beauty, chef's kiss. Just not enough damage.
He got bashed by Roche as well on Pangolier. It's not like
in the roll. Just unlucky.
It's not like it would make a difference, but you know, holding him inside the Wukongs.
Sometimes Roche has favorites. It's just not fair.
Yeah, sometimes casters also have favorites.
Yeah, I mean Roche is in
And then
there
we
with
curse them.
Roche is in there with that IG merch on. Just standing around like, this is who I care for. They actually have some cool stuff. So, 2K lead, now 1K lead for IG. They still working with this Aegis. 3 minutes, 40 seconds left on that. The one thing, I mean, when you look at the net worth, list, Nature's Prophet, great, thumbs up. Everybody else, you know, Pango's kind of there. Legion, not as much.
I don't think it's a good thing, especially in a game like this where you have heroes to isolate. Nature's Prophet with Batrider, with Monkey King getting on top of him, especially right now with the BKB and also Aegis. Emo is not going to be afraid of anything jumping in.
Ooh. Courier. Salad. Come on, Salad.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
No.
Radiant's
Please.
top tower
It's right there.
is under attack.
Look at the
Dire's
observer screen. Come on, Salad, please. Not going to get that Courier. It's safe. It's safe inside the trees. For now. Salad just lurking. Helping out MKS where he can. MKS trying to get that farm. They're set up 4 up top. And we'll see what they can do with this. It's just LWW and this Legion are around. Emo goes into the trees, and LWW needs to be careful. That is a hard one to get off the tongue. LWW. Did not expect that from Zhao Yu.
Yeah,
I got juked.
I got confused as well. Our observer as well. I'm like, yeah, he's definitely going in.
He blinked with the press, and I was, arrow! Whoa! That was mid-animation. That's not fair. They're going to go into the lasso. They've got MKS even with the BKB. Is he dead? No. He gets the TP out. He leaves. The tip comes in from Zhao Yu. Job well done.
Gem picked up by Dust, QI, QX. Did bot it, so he's going to be the one getting the gold from it.
Ooh.
They want to get rid of Vision. They do not want to get initiated by Nyx Assassin. And the Nyx going for Eon Disc. I think that's the correct choice. Being able to get a second round of spells, second carapace could turn things around.
The prize is mine.
Salad sensing that maybe he's not as safe as he thinks. Impale, Mana Burn, and into the trees even deeper, but the rest of the team is here. Needs to be careful. Guardian Greaves get popped. A little Crypt Swarm. They're cleaning up these creep waves. They've got a Basher coming through for Emo.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And I
attack.
believe for MKS, he's going into the Gleipnir. He picked up that Rod of Atos.
Decided to build Assault Curious. He understands that most of the damage is going to come from Monkey King and Death Prophet, which is physical damage, so not just building it for himself, building it for the team as well. 1K gold lead only for IG. Would expect it to be more. Like, even Pango is going for Eon Disc.
There's that Gleipnir. Psychic Headband picked up.
Dire's top
Finally,
tower is
Pango
under
gets
attack.
Brigand's Blade.
Brigand's Blade, yeah. And he's not even holding it.
Also, Aeon Disc is getting locked up for Pangolier. Knight locking that up. Going into the Basher next. No Brigand's Blade for him.
He did have it on the Courier, but decided to go with the Quickening Charm.
Okay. Fair enough, I guess. Toss over into a 2-man avalanche into the balance strike. They've got the Static Storm as well as the arrow. That's going to land onto the Tiny. Now they're going to look over to get the kill on the Nyx Assassin. They'll take out Salad. Moonlight Shadow a little bit late. They'll drop down the Sentry Ward if anybody's coming over. They only lose one for the moment, but they'll take out a second in Zhao Yu as Irving with the Exorcism uses those ghosts to rip apart the Legion.
Radiant's
And now
middle
onto a
tower
tier
is
2
under
tower. eHome doesn't have what it takes. This Exorcism still running for another 15 seconds. Monkey King with
Oh.
that Axe. Toss back.
Yeah, threw down the Obs and then the toss back. Gleipnir. Okay. Good first showing.
eHome needs to either get a good pickoff with the Nyx Assassin, Legion Commander, Nature's Prophet, delete one hero immediately, or they need to wait until there's this Exo that goes down, stay away from Wukong's command, and then take a fight. Good carapace.
Yeah, that is deep there, but he's going to get the toss back to save him. They go to the balance strike with the Wukong's command. The BKB being popped by Emo. Knight gets away with the swashbuckler. They get the kill on Apollos, and they'll take it the Tiny. Now they'll roll up for a moment. Salad going around, maybe looking to get the drop here onto the Monkey King. With the BKB being popped by MKS. They go to the duel. It's going to land here onto the Death Prophet as they've taken out Dust. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, and an impale for your troubles. as they'll take out QYQX and IG lose 4.
This was way too deep. Dust going in with the Batrider. So Tiny is forced to get in and try to save him, which results in a disaster. 4 heroes lost.
This is too far.
It's tier 4. Like, you're in range of tier 4 towers.
You're in the same region that LGD exists in, and nobody in the region has learned to not dive the way that they have. You'd think just one team would be like, all right, tier 4s are the line. We're not going to go that far.
They just gave him a huge advantage at eHome. 3k gold lead. They are the ones holding the gems, so they can devour the map. I don't see a single observer ward coming out from IG right now.
Yeah, map vision's overrated, is what I tell my carries.
I don't see a single observer ward at all on the map.
Yeah. All sentries.
Saving it for the late game.
You gotta let the stock build up. Right? That's how that works.
It is only Outpost for now giving vision.
Yeah.
Salad ready to go in. Does have E on disc, so he's gonna be ready to
that
go.
courier. Ooh! It's alive. Okay. Aether lens. Okay. Well, I was a little dramatic, I'll admit, but could have been big. We'll see how much it matters at the end of the day. IG with a 4-man smoke. Polosan looking to find anybody. Throws down an observer ward.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Roche going to be back up in a minute and 10 seconds. As eHome group together and maybe looking for their opportunity.
Nature's Prophet, full Satanic done.
Wow. He is very fond.
He has that level 20 talent, Sprout Leashes. That's going to keep them in place. Not the best value in this game, but still a good talent. He does some nasty right clicks right now with Satanic, Gleipnir, and Assault Curious finished.
Yeah, the control coming out from just this Nature's Prophet, feeling like it could be enough. 35 seconds till Roche. Right now, IG postured to attempt it and be the ones that go in as they're over in their side of the jungle towards the top end.
Radiant are scanning.
We'll see what eHome want to do to kind of contest this. They do have Treants pushing in over bottom, so maybe trying to rat it out a little bit or make IG focus their attention, send somebody back, move over towards Roche. We'll see.
Arrow scouting things out. Roshan's going to respawn in a couple of seconds.
And there it is. Aegis Shard. Roche alive again. Nobody moving yet. Everybody on their heels, or toes. Or both. Little kinetic field down, and they will spot that Roche is in fact up.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As Salad just working with his Vendetta. They also have the Treant coming over, but that's a little bit of info there if they recognize that. The dust comes in, they've got the duel coming through, and the Rolling Thunder was bouncing around on the hill for a second, but they get a kill in the dust. They're going to use the Guardian Greaves. They're trying to survive. He'll use that Ogre Seal Totem to jump away with a two-man stun from Salad, maybe keeping Zhao Yu alive, running at him with the Exorcism. They don't get a kill on the Legion Commander just yet. LWW doesn't get hit with the Balance Strike. They go after Emo, and they will get this kill onto the Monkey King, now focusing their attention onto Irving. 4 heroes gone, nobody dead on the side of eHome, and all of a sudden, it is a 10, 11,000 net worth lead for eHome, and they didn't even take Roche yet.
Man, IG, after this game, watch a replay. This dive near tier 4 towers. This is how you lose the game. They were in control of it, and yeah, again, good initiation by Zhao Yu, managing to find Batrider during the BKB, Nature's Prophet with the right clicks, managing to get the duel, and as you said, Ogre Seal Totem, they already used 2 BKBs. Salad, man, he's really on point with those stuns.
Yeah, and never one person, right? Always multiple heroes. It's been really impressive, and it really is giving them opportunities in these fights to even come back. So I've been really impressed. And, it's always easy when somebody's throwing out stuns like that to name them the MVP, but like in my eyes, he has given them the most opportunity. And in him giving the most opportunity, he's also kind of given MKS this opportunity to farm up and bring them back into the game as well. So I really like what Salad's doing so far, but I don't want to speak too soon. This game is still winnable for IG.
As I say, every game is throwable if you try hard enough. But Nature's Prophet, MKS, he's been pretty impressive, I would say. Both of the games he played, I'm not going to say flawless, but this game on Nature's Prophet, understanding when he can go in, where he needs to farm. And yeah, look at him right now, 30,000 against Monkey King, who does have a Battle Fury, and he's about to crack level 25 in the next 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, so he'll get that 25, and I don't really know what IG are going to do. They have just the net worth advantage that they once had is nowhere near existent anymore. Look at how quick this tower just goes down. They'll look for their moment. IG, again, a little hesitant to go in. Something that we saw from them in the last game, they were hesitant to kind of try and make this return comeback, but they're going to go with the last, so they've got the Static Storm down as well as the Wukong's command, but the stun comes out once again. They've got a stun on the Emo, and these heroes just aren't dying on the side of eHome. Rolling Thunder comes through, they got the lockdown onto Irving, they'll get the kill into the Death Prophet and look over on a Pelosin as the Rolling Thunder just ends. Shield crash down 4 step away from this Tiny. But another impale landing from Salad and sending IG behind their throne, looking to defend from quite a distance.
This time around, Dust finds Zhao Yu, but Ogre Seal Totem, again, staying away from Wukong's command, and now they know they have a clear entrance. There is no Wukongs, there is no Lasso, no Ghost, no Static Storm. That's the Static Storm with the Aghanim Scepter, so they will need to play against Mega Creeps.
Tough ask. A very, very tough ask. And we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. 21,000 net worth lead here for the side of eHome, and still 3 minutes on that Aegis, so a lot of time to work with to really calculate their next move or so. Trickster Cloak. Drop down there for the Nature's Prophet. Zhao Yu, Salad, and LWW ready to make a jump as well. Nobody willing to come out of the base here from IG. They are really just stuck in an ankle lock as eHome not letting him leave.
At least they have Monkey King with that Battle Fury. This is the moment he's been preparing himself for. Battle Fury, Daedalus. Rest of the team not dealing well with the Mega Creeps. All it takes is one bad fight. Next Roshan, like, it's gonna respawn in a long time. They're still holding on to Aegis on Nature's Prophet for 2 minutes. I want to see them go in and just try to end the game, get some buybacks going, because even if they lose one fight, IG...
Ooh, Emo testing out if it works, and maybe seeing Salad for a moment. But they've got the Clayton here, they have the damage to get the kill on Pelosi, and they're going to use the Guardian Greaves as well on both sides of the fight. Knight, the Rolling Thunder, he'll get out of that one, and, well... Emo will get out of his own circle. So they'll try to defend. Just waiting for a moment to go in. Wait here, stun, duel, God! Dust never having a chance. And they'll call GG. So it will in fact be a 2-0 here to open up the season for eHome. And you know, where your expectations lie for these two teams, you know, may have just been thrown up in the air as eHome very convincingly take a 2-0 that is out of control. Like that, coming into this, maybe I didn't expect that. I've been burned a lot by IG.
I'll be honest.
It looked easy.
I definitely didn't expect it. The second game was more even until they decided to dive tier 4 towers. Yep. They could have, I'd say, taken it slowly, go for the pickoff, find a better opportunity, but eHome punishing them hard. They kept their composure, finding a good duels. I don't know, if I have to choose like the shining star of this team, maybe I'm biased towards Salad because of his nickname and the position 4 that he's playing, but he's all over the place. He's setting up so many kills, providing vision, like you've seen it here. Going on Emo and just forcing a BKB out and then going back in and ending the game. Like he's all over the place. He knows his limits.
Yeah, even making them pay for that dive, right? Like Dust comes in, he tries to blink forward, he's by the tier 4s. By the way, don't recommend that. Don't go past the tier 4s. Dust ends up getting stunned by Salad, and well, turns him into Chop Salad. He gets it done. And eHome, they take the 2-0, and to break it down even further, we've got the panel, so we'll send it back over. Take it away.
Guys, what's your favorite sort of chopped salad?
Chopped salad.
I really like cucumber.
That's your whole salad, just chopped cucumber.
Beetroot and cucumber, yeah. Nice all mixed. Very
I had
fresh.
some kebab salad last night.
Oh.
It wasn't really a
That's
salad.
just shredded lettuce and like maybe some like red
It was
onion.
just meat. I don't know. In Romania, you know.
I thought someone was going to say eHome salad, but that's all right.
Not gonna tee it up, sorry.
All right, that's fair enough. Instead, we can have a bit of a chat about this game because IG off to a significantly better start than in game number 1. T-Gov, would you say it was a little bit more memorable, the start of IG's game?
Yeah, very memorable. You know, the way that IG were playing around this Wukong, you know, just not allowing eHome to really get into the fight, and this Pangolier, he'd try and cut through, but as soon as he's rolling through Wukong, he's dying off. And yeah, IG, they're playing just exceptional early, you know, aggressive Dota. And maybe we see the clip in a couple clips time, but yeah, IG, they kind of overextend. And we mentioned how in game 1, eHome just flawless. They have a lead, they win the game. IG, on the other hand, they have a game-winning position. They've already unlocked the map, bottom tier 1, mid tier 1 Roshan, but then suddenly they're diving tier 3s and allowing this one opportunity for eHome just to catapult back into the game.
Are they a little bit too eager to finalize the game, to finish it, or are they just hungry for blood? What's happening?
Yeah,
What do you think?
It just feels like one person is getting carried away. Like you saw in that clip just then, like Emo's kind of just like bounding across the trees. Like someone is calling to like go go go. When they dive the base later on, you see the Bat Rider be the one that just jumps in way too far and kind of forces Polo Sun to die for him to try and defend him. It's like they just kind of get carried away. I don't know if it's a communication problem, a lack of discipline, like something along those lines. It can just happen right in the heat of a game of Dota.
Let's be real. If one person is making that call, like you named him instantly after, if you're in IG, there's only one guy that you really follow, and it's a reoccurring theme for IG. It's something that has been happening to them before, and it is the playstyle that we love and hate at the same time emo for, right?
Was there anything on the side of eHome that you were shocked with when it comes to play style, right? Like obviously they were able to capitalize on that overextension from IG, but what was sort of giving them the way to stay in the game up until that overextension?
I'd probably say discipline of MKS and the Furion. In harder games, you can feel like you need to enter certain fights and more aggressive positioning. And like you see from his score there, 8-1-15, he always scaled throughout the game. And like, even at the tail end of the fights, like he's TPing on top of the Monkey King, plus I think it was like the Death Prophet as well. He knows like I'm strong enough to go 1v2 at this point. And I think, yeah, just the fact that he wasn't giving away some cheap deaths, that would have just allowed IG, just to win the game a lot earlier. So I think just MKS positioning secured the comeback potential, basically.
They're also just a proactive team. Like you saw IG did really good things, like they've stacked their triangle really, really hard. eHome, even though they weren't able to take away those stacks, they still contested them. They still got that little kill on the Disruptor. Like they're still trying to make and do stuff on the map. Like looking for just any kills with their nicks and their natures, and like just any like small thing they can take, they take. Even we compared to the first game, right? They're bringing their supports mid at 6 minutes. Like even not for the rune, like they had secured the rune and they still come back at like 6 minutes 30 and just go for that kill on the mid. And it's just that kind of. I like seeing action and them taking charge.
That they're bringing.
Yeah.
And their draft definitely allows it, right? Because you have this Legion that's hungry for dual kills. At the same time, you have the Nature's Prophet that can be anywhere. And salad, like Lacoste and B-Cop chopped salad. They talked about it a little bit, but he was giving vision all the time. He was really utilizing that Nyx to the fullest, plus just stopping everyone from doing anything. Like if you're a Bat Rider, you need to pop the BKB very early on. If Nyx is on top of you, you're afraid. If you get stun locked, you can't get that duel, you can't get that Furion over you, so you have to get the BKB as well.
You talked about game 1, T-Gov, that it was sort of nearly flawless for eHome. This one not as flawless. So if you're out there, you're watching, you know, the China DPC, and you're like, oh gosh, we're gonna have to come up against eHome eventually. What are you taking away from it? What could you potentially capitalize on in future games against eHome?
I think you respect their ability to convert early leads, and you could try and exploit the pressure you can apply to them. Because like eHome, they did crumble in the second game, under the threat of IG. Like they gave away a lot of map control, they gave away a lot of Roshan. So I think eHome hasn't displayed themselves as like this insane like top 2 team in this one series. I think they're still a very strong middle pack team. They've kind of brushed IG to the side, but I think a lot of teams, you have to show them a bit of respect now, because again, they're the new team in Div 1. Like not many people kind of expected this combination, let's say. So I think it's more, they've earned their respect of remaining in Division 1, if that makes sense. It's only one series, but
Yeah, of course.
it's hard to easily obtain that, and they kind of brushed IG so easily aside that it's like, fair play. They do belong here.
Yeah, well, then the other side of the coin is, Lizard, what are you hoping IG really focus on out of this, right? Because there's not, you can't just change everything overnight. So there has to be one key thing that stands out to look at.
Dive a little bit less, perhaps. That's one thing that I can come up with, because these 2 games are completely opposite when it comes to the drafts. Like they played against a push strat, and at that point I was like, okay, they lost to Snowball, they can still come back in the second game. But this second game was completely different. It was a completely different playstyle, and they still fell. Like, doesn't look good for IG.
Yeah. So is that shot calling for you as well, Sheep?
Yeah, they just need the discipline. I don't know if they need to talk about how the communication runs, or just like really be like, please don't dive. But they had really good ideas. Like they got an early gem. They were like making sure they had map control and stuff. They were doing the right things. Yeah. They really should have won this game. I'm quite sad.
Yeah, so a lot of positives for IG, except for that, 1 or 2 minor mistakes there. But we've got to look at an MVP, and we've talked about him a lot. It's someone that's impressed you guys. MKS for MVP. Would you say whole series, or maybe just this game?
What did he play in first game? I forgot.
He played Wraith King.
Wraith King.
He was like 11-1-6 or something in the first game. In the second game, he was like 8-1-15. So I think he's just proven himself as the stable carry, and having that in your team, be it good games and bad games, knowing that you have this insurance policy to provide you an opportunity for a comeback for that one moment, it's hard to find in carry players, at least. Some are more volatile. So I think, yeah, for sure, well-deserved MVP. Has shown in good games he can carry, and in hard games he can, keep up with everyone else.
My notable second place, Salad. Was just very...
Is that because of the name or because of the play?
Oh, it was the play.
Okay,
Come on now. I mean, I don't know. Like at game 1, I just think about his tusk. Game 2,
Yeah.
I think he was also just a massive vital. Like he's just so good at getting the right catches and stuff. Like he's covering Zhao Yu, getting out of fights with his Nick stun. Like this guy is just so aware of what's happening in every fight and using his spells so well. Like I was very impressed.
He's my nickname MVP, at least. Like maybe not gameplay wise, but nickname 100%.
Okay.
Oh, that's fair enough. MK, as we looked at him last year as well when he was playing in SEA, do you think there's been a lot of growth for him? Is he now that stable that Teacup said, or has he always been that in your eyes, Sheep?
I think he's always been a really good player. He played in a lot of like tier 2 teams throughout the time, and like he was always kind of the standout throughout those rosters, I would say.
Yeah.
And like RSG was no different. I think everyone on RSG was pretty good, but he was, just fantastic. And I'm really happy that we get to keep covering him here. He's still showing it off. He's just been solid.
Yeah, and it's coming through here now that he is playing in the China region. Lizard, for this series, was there anything else that you found interesting? Some heroes that you didn't maybe expect to see yet, or everything felt pretty stock standard to what's happened over the past month?
I feel like we'll see a lot more of Disruptor overall.
Okay.
Perhaps I didn't expect to see the duo of supports that was on the side of IG in the first game, Lich plus Rubik. That was a little bit different, and I also didn't expect IG to get wiped out 2-0. Definitely.
Your main unexpected things. Teacup, was there anything unexpected for you?
Unfortunately, not so much. There was no like absolute craze like, oh, we've seen like the techies or the tinkers and all these kind of annoying heroes, but it's nice to start with solid. I guess maybe seeing a DK involved in a push strat is probably the most, not crazy, but different
Yeah,
thing. Like,
not the right word.
In Dota speak, it's not new, but it's just like we haven't seen it in so long that when it appears, it's like, oh, it's cool. Counters the Ember, it works for draft. It's nice to see. So yeah, nothing crazy.
Obviously, I'm going to ask the same question. We're waiting for an interview, by the way. This is why I'm asking questions.
What? I thought you just wanted to hear me speak more.
I mean, you, yeah.
She doesn't usually care about us. She just wants to host, and that's it.
Oh, well.
We get to talk a little bit, Sheep.
Now you're talking over me. Can I have my time, please?
Sorry.
No, so anyway, so Lizard, this is the hunting trip you went on, right?
I don't want to. No, I don't want to.
No, go.
What was the question?
Anything unexpected, crazy.
I wasn't expecting
different.
a Legion Commander. I mean, he's master tier on it. Like, he's obviously loves the hero, but I really thought that this meta in general would just have a very hard emphasis on like either ranged offlaners with these roaming fours or just Grief Spires, and Elsie's not either of those. Obviously she has her like place in drafts and stuff, but yeah, I wasn't like much expecting it because I don't think the hero
It's that great.
is that
right?
great. Yeah, she like struggles. I think the hero needs a bit of like a buff or a rework.
The other question I did have was Enigma was banned in the first phase, both games. Is he still extremely relevant? Do you think he is a hero that still needs to be first phase banned?
It's a respect thing, but also Zoo hasn't really been banned out too much in the patch post TI. Like you still see the Lycans, Beastmaster fell off the most out of them, but you still see like Visage, Enigma's still there, like all plus 50% win rate heroes. So if the enemy plays it, you can still respect it, because then you suddenly need to think of Silencers or Wyverns or Treants or like awkward heroes to deal with it, or Rubik's. Yeah, controls the draft a bit, so respect it.
All right, well, we've definitely deep dived, probably more than we needed to in this series, but it was a 2-0 going the way of eHome, which means we get an interview, and we do have MKS joining us. Congratulations on the win, MKS. How you feeling? First series, and it's off to a great start.
I'm feeling great and I'm feeling excited.
Yeah. How does it feel to be playing, I guess, in the China region now and under a name like eHome?
It's like different between I playing in Southeast Asia and China. There's a lot of complicated kind difference.
Okay.
I mean, can you talk more about the differences? Like, how is the cultures different in terms of how the teams like scrim and the attitudes and stuff?
I would like to say China region will be more disciplined, like during the game.
Okay.
That's all.
All right.
Just more disciplined, yeah. I wanted to know, like, we had this little table in which we placed all of you guys in the order that we think you're scaling at, right, as teams. Where do you put yourself as eHome? Are you like top 4? Are you bottom 4, somewhere middle of the pack?
Of course, I think we should be in top 4.
Top 4?
I like the confidence.
Yes.
Yeah. Good attitude.
So, okay, again, congrats on the win, MKS. You spoke about discipline and stuff, but I don't think you have a coach. Is that correct?
Yeah, currently we don't have any coach.
Oh,
We are just playing as 5.
nice. So, who in the team then actually kind of takes like the leadership in trying to act like a coach at least, or trying to rally the team? Do you have that one person?
Actually, I don't know.
Oh,
Maybe not.
nice. So it's kind of
Yeah,
just a
for
team
now.
effort.
I do have one last question before we let you go. You guys played in the BTS Pro Series last month, and you guys came 5th, 6th. What was, key changes or prep that you did coming into the DPC from that loss?
We just train more and figure out what is our problem during the BTS also, and then we find out what is the problem.
Yeah. Well, you guys did absolutely fantastic. It's great to see all of that work paying off for you guys. Excited to see you in the future, but congratulations, MKS.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Well, that's it.
So
That's
wholesome,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah, super wholesome, and that's the secret. You guys just have to play more games, and then you just have to find out everything that went wrong, and then fix it.
And fix it.
It was-
That's it.
I was really holding back because in every interview, when someone says "find the problems," the instant my brain wants
Yeah,
to say,
it's like, what's the problem?
Problem.
But they're
was
never
that?
going to tell you.
Yeah,
They're never
exactly.
going to tell you, right?
which player? Who was it? Why? And it's like you want to ask, and obviously they're not going to say it because
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
awkward. Maybe they already know, but like I really want to be like, so who was the problem? MKS?
It's
And,
not
you know.
who. It could
It
be
could
like,
be,
oh,
like-
our
No,
team
but
fighting was bad.
Sure, but
I don't know.
it's fun to like, but you can't
Poke?
never ask. Yeah, exactly. Just a little poke, Maybe they laugh about it and joke
You should
about
do
it.
it next time.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
should.
Yeah.
Because the thing
I-
is, he said they fixed it.
That's what I
just
mean.
smacked the table.
Yeah.
He fixed it, so
It
maybe
happens.
he's willing to tell you.
Exactly.
I loved your, do you have a coach? I'm free. I'm teamed
Yeah.
up. I coached before. you
I
know.
can fly over real quick. Don't worry.
There you
Sorry,
go.
PGL.
Yeah, all right. This
How
is the
good's the
first and only
Chinese?
time we see.
Very good.
Oh, of course.
Do you
Pirate.
want to throw us to break in Chinese? I actually don't know if we are going to break. Is there anything else you guys? Oh, we're doing talent predictions, of course.
Oh,
because the one thing I
nice.
failed to mention is the schedule is fixed, which means it was a clean, very quick 2-0. The game is not going to start until 7 p.m. China time. So we have a little bit of time to fill. We're going to talk about some things. This is what you brought up, Blizzard, the prediction table. We asked all of the talent that are working at the China DPC. We all gave our answers on where we thought these 8 teams would rank by the end of this tour. And let me tell you, there are a couple of people out there.
So sorry, eHome.
eHome.
So sorry.
I
How
didn't
dare you
mean
guys
it.
put eHome below IG?
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
I actually think I am the only person that put them above IG.
I think I will, just to let's say my point real quick on my predictions. I think, I'm sorry, eHome. You probably will swap with IG and eventually be 5th from my gut read. But I'm going to hold strong for top 4.
Is it like
That's
you
what I'm
think
going with.
EG,
EG?
eHome are going to get
They're
figured
bounced around
out?
all the regions though, aren't
Do you
they?
think eHome are going to get figured out? Is that what you mean by that? Or you think IG are going to have a lot of progress? Both?
Kind of along that line, yeah.
Can eHome even get figured out from what we've seen here? Like they played 2 completely different play styles and completely owned with both of those.
That's
so,
true.
in my opinion, like they aren't a team.
eHome first? Second?
eHome first,
First?
baby.
Are
Like,
you
Yeah.
ready to change it?
After one series,
Yeah,
we're
one
like,
series, that's all I
whatever,
need.
you're going to win now,
Predictions out the
congrats.
window.
See pride, see pride.
That's
Let's
it.
go, baby.
Who else do you play?
I'm sorry for putting you last.
Is that
Did
what
you put them
wanted to say?
last?
Yes.
She did.
Oh.
Same.
I think everyone else put Dawn Gaming last, and
Let's go.
and then you both put eHome
I put them
last.
7th. I gave them a little bit more of a lifeline.
I mean, they're still going to.
They're going to
Division
earn a
2 in your
little
eye.
bit more money though.
Just a smidge.
Just a smidge more money.
Did you have anything else you want to say on your predictions before we do? John?
Obviously, I had absolutely no idea what I was doing when I ranked
of
my
course.
team. So it's like, I wouldn't take it personally. I wouldn't read too far into it. I was just playing like ip-dip-do, putting things in random places.
We weren't allowed to just do everyone
She
in one
actually
slot. yeah.
assigned each team to a card, and then she just threw them
And
into
just-
the air,
yeah,
and then
yeah.
as she picked them up.
Yeah, I was just...
You caught all 8 at the same time in the perfect order. and
Exactly. So,
Unfortunately, yeah.
and it's gonna be true as well. Like it's gonna be correct.
yeah.
yeah,
100%.
eHome is suddenly somehow going to come last.
No, eHome, don't do it.
I want them to do well. I don't...
Yeah.
Wait, you already have a favorite? You've watched one? Okay.
No.
Do you have a, okay, question. Do you actually have a fan, like, do you have a favorite? Separate of, like, working. If you were watching from home, do you actually have a team in the region that you're like, I really want this team to win?
I don't know. I kind of have that like innate. I think everyone has a little bit of innate LGD bias, but they're not. I wouldn't say they're my
Get it,
favorite. Like
Reddit.
I don't emotionally connect to them. Yeah, I mean this is
How dare
this is
you.
the nice thing about working the region, right? Is that we're gonna meet.
You're
the
biased to everyone.
We're gonna no.
Exactly.
We're gonna
I love
interview
Dota.
them. We're gonna get to know the players, and then I'm gonna form a kind of emotional connection where if they lose,
You
I'll
lose.
She
Scream.
cries
Yeah.
in the green room.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Great.
I've seen
perfect.
it. I've seen it happen before.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to give you a little bit of time to cry over the IG getting O2.
I haven't formed the connection
Oh,
yet.
okay,
It's good.
sorry.
We're good.
All right. But we are going to head to a break. When we come back, I believe it's going to be in about 30 odd minutes. We are going to have our next series, which is going to be LGD up against Dawn Gaming. Welcome back to the China DPC Winter Tour. We're halfway through our day number 1 here. We had our first series. It ended up going 2-0 towards eHome against IG. And our second series of the day, guys, is going to be LGD versus Dawn Gaming. I do notice, Kezu, you're joining us. T-Gov, he's out. Kezu's in. How are you feeling about, I guess, the Chinese DPC after seeing that first series?
Pretty good. I actually think the first game was somewhat exciting. I would say that eHome impressed me, at least quite a bit, both with their draft and their picks. Then China, you know, as a region, they're very different. And I'm really looking forward to like seeing their coaches of what they can do with all these new players.
I'm excited too. I just have to point out, Alex is standing on her tippy toes right now.
No.
What do you mean? This is my normal height.
Would you like me to?
Thank you.
We can all do these ones.
Thank you.
All right, well, we can jump in and start talking about LGD and Dawn because eHome impressed. You know, some people might not have thought too much of them, not knowing too many of their players, but Dawn, practically next to nothing that I think a lot of people know about their players. Lizard, do you have any tidbits, information for their roster that you'd like to bring to the table?
I mean, I have watched some of their players before, right? Like in the Chinese region. Son Goku, perhaps.
There you
go. Stole Kezi's point.
Yeah, exactly. We've
That's
all
the only
seen
one I have.
I'll talk about MS, doesn't matter. Like, he has also been around. You can't find a lot of data on most of these players because they're a Division 2 promotees as well, and they've been playing tournaments that aren't necessarily always scouted not even recognized by Liquipedia, so it gets kind of hard to gather data. But yeah, we've seen eHome, like some of their players aren't that popular as well, and they just took down IG, so anything can happen.
Yeah, do you have faith a little bit, Kezu, in the underdogs that Dawn Gaming are perceived as?
I mean, sure. There's going to be a team that people don't really perhaps look at as much as they should. Then you have a lot of other teams that also have new players, so I would say anything is open, especially now. Not that much Dota has been played lately, so, you know, you can bust out some new stuff. You have your boy Son Goku, some anime power, you know, like, why not make it happen?
Do you have anything you want to add about Dawn Gaming there?
There's nothing to add.
Nothing to add.
I
Surely
spent
there's-
so long scrolling over the internet like, who are these people?
Yeah, same.
And I came away with nothing.
It is a little bit hard to talk about a team that you can't find too much on the internet for them. Is that going to play into their favor, do you feel? Because sure, they're a team that hasn't really played together and that comes with its own issues, but not being able to find too much information on them could also be a little bit of an advantage for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think they played together before. I think their carry and mid played together on LBZS before, and then Goku and MS played on Saiyan together. So there's like little bits of synergy. You know, some history. That's all I can.
Okay, synergy and history.
It's
I
good,
mean,
it's good.
I was gonna say, yeah, we could take that one. We can run with the history line, and we could say, you know, an Orga team that has a little bit of history, a lot of history, and change-ups that happened over that break is LGD.
Oh my God, LGD!
I was not expecting that. That's who Dawn Gaming are going to be coming up against. So here, Shiba, you can take it away with LGD, and you can tell me all of the changes that have happened over there.
I don't want to talk about changes. I want to talk about the here and now. The
Oh,
cool, the
okay.
cool times, the players that we got, the hype around them. We got,
Yep.
we got Shiro, baby, on the carry role. This guy, he's kind of like a young player, no real like tier 1 XP, but the Chinese community, they love this meme. They call him the next Ame. If you're a young up and coming carry player, you're the next Ame. So let's go. We got the next Ame right now here on LGD. He and Planet played together on eHome last season, and they were pretty much like the main reasons that team didn't get relegated. They were pretty friggin' good together, so it's nice to see them continue on here.
Yeah, Shiro definitely considered this next Ame. Like, there was some trash talk between teams, not necessarily from his side, but from his teammates the last year. Like, in interviews, they would say that, oh, our carry is much better than Ame, right? Like, he plays a better Morphling, or he's better than Fly. Yeah, he's the best Morphling in the region, stuff like that. But overall, yeah, I'm expecting a lot from them. They were picked up by PSG LGD for a reason. Right.
You'd hope so, right? Like, also, the one thing about their offlaner, I couldn't find anything on him. You check like his tournament profile and then go to pub games, there's like nothing. This guy is smurfing when he plays tournament games. So you actually can't find anything on his public profile, at least that's what I did. I
found
could
a
find
lot
out
on
that
him.
he plays like Brewmaster
Yeah.
and some offlaners.
Yeah.
That's kind of as far as it went. And he's one of the youngest players of this Chinese DPC.
That's true. He's 19.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that one. I hadn't compared the ages of all the players, but you know, you had Shiro and Planet. You guys saying that they're sort of the reason why eHome was able to stay in Division 1 last year. Well, we have the same sort of thing with their POS 3. Is he was one of the reasons why CDEC advanced to Division 1. You know, they had that slot back there in 2 or 3. They got that. So I guess it is one of those things that we've seen them be able to play quite well individually on different teams. Do you feel that for the information you could find, there is synergy in the heroes that these guys play?
I mean, when you look at LGD traditionally, I think they like to have like these very robust lineups. You have some team fight here from your offlaner, like this, you know, playmaker mid. You were very traditional, like Chinese type of style. So I think in terms of what they play, it fits very well. And then they have Zhao Wei, who will most likely bring it together. So I think they kind of have what they need.
When you have Zhao 8 and when he is the one helping scouting out players, he's definitely looking at what they're playing and how it all fits together. He's not looking at individual performance on its own. He's looking at the bigger picture, right? So definitely has scouted the right crew. But at the same time, I have to say Chinese region overall for me is weird now, because these are old players, like you guys mentioned. LBZS, Magmas, like these teams, like you don't expect a lot from them. You back then, at least, you didn't expect a lot from the players because they were always kind of ending bottom 2 in the groups.
Yeah, you kind of like look at the history of all those orgs that you say, and most of them are either staying in Division 2 or, you know, they're kind of placing 5th, 6th, 4th in qualifiers, not really getting to any super notable tournaments because of this. And now we've had some retirements, really big retirements throughout the Chinese region. Sheep, do you think this is a pathway forward for China region to become somehow stronger, stay the same, maybe be a little bit weaker? Where do you see it placed?
I mean, I'd like to see kind of like new players come on. I mean, it happened in Europe too, if you want to contrast it, right? Like when we had Spirit winning TI. So maybe this is the change that's needed for China to like come through, and that would be exciting for me. Like I'm pretty hopeful. I really like this team. You talked about them being all-stars. They are. Like Zhang Yu, the offlaner, like he in CDEC, they qualified through open qualifiers and then went straight to like first place in Div 2.
I'll be like a party pooper here and
go
give a contrast because of course, because like in Europe and Eastern Europe I have a feeling that we had an abundance of younger talent, and that's the reason why the old guard was kind of shoved out, right? Like they just had to do it. Meanwhile, in the Chinese region, I feel like it's more like, okay, Fate Vian, he's retiring. Who can we get that's nearly as good?
So you're trying to say a lot of these players are, you know, a little bit older. They've still been around for that period of time. They've had the chances to prove themselves and they haven't. It's more just from retirement more than anything else.
Well, not Zhang Yu. He's 19.
Well,
he's the youngest. Nice Faith Beyond argument.
With
That was
that
terrible. One terrible example from you. You could have chose anyone else.
But not him.
Literally anyone else.
I just wanted to make you look good.
Well played.
Thanks, man.
As always.
God bless.
Have I asked you guys about, the heroes and what you feel LGD are going to be able to bring out? I asked these to Lizard and Sheep earlier, Kazu, but for you, is there a hero that you feel is going to be coming out in this DPC tour that we weren't really seeing prior to the last little month, or a hero you want to see even?
So a hero that I've seen pop up, at least in some of my pubs, is Lina Carey. I don't know if that's something you guys touched on earlier.
A little bit.
3 and +5. Has that been touched on?
3?
Touch upon it, please.
Okay,
I
so
was going to say refresh us anyway.
So I think support Treant is very good. I don't know how much they'll look into playing it in the Chinese region, but I think with a lot of the mid heroes you have that like want to go in, their early armor, and also the hero's been buffed quite a bit recently. His win rate is also good, you know, for the statsmen who look around like, yo, you should try this hero. So I think that's a hero that, at least in some of the regions, we'll see this hero like rise up.
In the last series, he got banned in the first phase, both games.
And we talked about him a lot, but
it was
always refreshing to hear your
we
thoughts.
didn't talk about him that much.
Thank you so much, Kazu. Thank you.
Do you think that he is first ban worthy? First phase ban, okay.
At least against some teams or the teams where you scrim and you know, okay, they played or they play heroes that pair with it, then yeah, you can. Because it's not a hero you just pick blindly and you're like, oh, we have this tree and then now we build something else. You want to build around this hero.
Okay, well, I mean, these two said that we talked about a lot, but for any new viewers that might be joining us, what heroes pair well for Tree if you are able to get your hands on it and draft?
It's definitely going to be heroes that go in for you, heroes that take towers. Leshrak, he takes the towers, he can also defend, but he benefits very nicely from like bonus armor, so that helps a lot. And then the heroes that lane with him, like some aggressive carries, your PA, TB, Spectre, stuff like this.
Okay. Very interesting. I mean, I didn't know the answer to that. So.
I wrote down everything.
I can see with your pen and paper right in front of you. For you, Lizard, anyone that stands out for you? Then?
From heroes?
Yeah.
Me? No, there is this one invisible little guy that's annoying me in pubs. He carries a dart and he
Yeah,
puts
he's
you
good.
to sleep.
He's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Really?
Yeah, that one annoys me quite a bit. I'm
A
not
big
sure.
rise in him being picked?
Definitely.
It's Bounty Hunter.
Close. Different invisible.
Nyx, Assassin.
You'll
The
get it
other
next time.
invisible
You'll
one?
get there.
Weaver.
The other invisible one.
Morana.
Treant.
Yeah.
Invoker.
Almost.
Invoker, yeah, that's a good one.
yeah, that's the one.
Yes, yes, good.
But so you think that it is also very viable to be picked in?
Yeah, I
Rogue?
think Ricky might get picked in that was the
Oh, my bad, guys.
might get picked in the next couple of series. We'll see. Maybe the Chinese
He's
region
good,
has a
yeah.
different read on the meta because it wouldn't be the first time. Like they're playing their own thing completely.
Okay, I just got word in my ear that for the draft, Dawn Gaming are going to have second pick. Where their priority is going to have to be 4 bans, Kazu.
Treant +1. I don't know if
Do
they
you don't care what the other +1 is? You just think it needs to be Tree?
I
Lina?
think it just has to, sure, Tree Lina or Tree, and I don't know if they've got to scrim LGD or other teams, like what's been going on, because for us, we don't have as much information as the
Yeah.
teams who've probably been, preparing for the season. So I think the second ban should just be something that they think LGD want.
Okay. And then on the side of LGD, I mean, the draft is going to come up eventually. I'm just asking.
One day.
One
So
day.
we're just predicting the entire
You
thing
get
right
points
now.
if you
Yeah.
predict right.
First
Yeah, I'm
pick
gonna write it
Tusk.
down.
First pick Tusk.
Pick? You don't reckon it's going to get banned?
No, there's no way. They have too many important
I
heroes
was
to
like, what are
ban,
you looking at? The
Lina.
draft isn't there yet.
I'm looking at the players, willing them to start the draft. No, I don't know. I want to see Lina get through at some point because it's kind of boring when a hero like that gets just banned out and doesn't get figured out because she is, she's not without weakness. She is still kind of a squishy ranged hero, right? Like people dealt with things like Drow in the past with heroes like
course,
Mars and so on and so on.
Do you think that LGD is a kind of a team like a year ago? 100%. Do you think that they're still as confident to let these flavors of the meta go through and just draft against them, or they're probably more like just ban them out?
That feels like hard to pin down on like a team's personality. I mean, maybe.
I think
Maybe they
Especially
have
because
a
they've
talk about
changed
it.
so much.
I'm just thinking
Yeah.
because they've changed so much, right? Like
Maybe
the-
they have a
the
little
players.
powwow and they're like, all right, we figured it out.
I would say it's maybe mostly up to when it comes to the mid hero or whatever. I feel like, so of course Lina is mainly played as a carry now, but I think Zhao 8 probably has like a very strong understanding that he's like, yo guys, Lina is good, but I know the answers. As Sheep said, the hero is not like some uncounterable, destructive, win every game hero. You can pick heroes that can jump her, mess around with the farming patterns, etc. So I feel like LGD would be one of the teams that could let it go through.
Okay. And what do you feel? I don't even know what I'm going to ask right now, right? Because you guys want the Lina to get through, but is it just, it's your first series, you kind of play it a little bit safer when it comes to LGD? Do you think they're going to be just sticking very meta because they are a team that has been freshly formed?
I feel like I was leading on to that. I felt like, because they're freshly formed, they'll just stick to the meta. But perhaps they have a different idea. Like Kezu said, maybe they will go all out, let the Lina go through, pick some Lycan for Shiro or some crazy hero that can get on top of her easily. Like, it's possible.
I would guess that they'll just try to stick to like their player strengths, especially when you have like 3 new players coming in. I know like you have Zhao 8, who's like, he's your general. So if he tells you, you play this, you will play it. But I still think he's going to try to facilitate his new players to like their strengths, give them their comfort heroes, maybe some Shiro morph like Cheap was saying earlier. Just keep, give them their comfort and then play the other heroes people have been playing in pubs.
And we talked about this earlier, I believe, on broadcast, but I can't remember if we touched on it this panel. But MS is a carry player, right, in the past, and this is his first season playing POS 5 for Dawn Gaming.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I imagine that's like quite awkward, or I mean, it's kind of a massive change, right, going from carry to hard support. Like, this could potentially be really.
I
big
feel like
trouble.
it's every 5 years that pass, you get demoted one role.
But he just went
Skip
straight,
over
he did it in 1 year.
He just went down the slide.
It happens.
Do you think that gives you, I guess, an advantage when you go from a POS 1 to a POS 5? Because then you're like, you kind of know what you want in a lane and you try and do that now? Or
Wait, didn't it work for Sammy Boy?
Like the thing is, like you think that like I've laned with this other role right before, but I feel like it does. People think it's so easy. It's not. This stuff is really hard. So I mean, we'll see if he can make it work.
All right, well, I was a little bit worried for you at the start there with some of these bans, but Tree, You
What
called
do
it
you
Kaiser.
know?
Great, that's a point right there for you. But Brood and Primal going to be the other two bands.
10 seconds
Arlena,
remaining.
baby! Let's go!
To be
Let's
let through,
go!
right? Is
Yeah,
what
to
you
be
want?
let through.
Okay.
5 seconds
I was like,
remaining.
why are you cheering for it to be banned?
That's true.
Turn to pick.
Alright, but
It's to pick?
Radiant team
okay, it's just straight up first pick material. Let's
Oh,
go.
it is.
Which means don't need a response that deals with it now.
Like I think there's like multiple ways of how you can deal with Lina. You can try to do it like in the lane. I think some of the summon heroes for later can be good. But I think more than countering the hero in the lane, you want to kind of counter it in the game. You want to have heroes that allow you to like move across the map, catch her out, like some fast pace, Nature's Prophet. You have the Ember Mirana here, totally fine. Ember can rotate. Other heroes like Bad Rider are very good against it. Paired up with the Mirana, so I think this opening from Dawn is very solid.
Okay, I know we don't have like a massive sample pool, right? Because we've only had one series, but Mirana being picked up in both series now. Why, I guess, this increase in potential popularity? Again, I know we don't have a big sample, but...
So during TI, there's this guy called Snaking.
Yeah?
Really?
Yeah, he was playing this Mirana hero.
And
a
you reckon
little bit.
everyone's just like, because of that?
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, like their team did okay. I just think it's maybe
they
worth
do
commenting.
Did they?
It was alright.
Kinda, right?
Yeah, winning TI ain't that bad, right?
It's not.
It's okay.
A TI winning hero that hasn't really changed quite a
At
lot.
all, yeah.
And you have the Starfall as well to mess with the lane. You get that arrow into chain combination as well that you can always use. So overall, it's just good. And you have
Stable.
it's stable.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Alrighty, well, LGD closing it out with the Abaddon there.
It kind of just counters the entire like idea of Mirana Ember. This is a bit rough, and it's a support that Ember can't like go on the back lines to kill, right? That's like kind of what he usually wants to do, disrupt the heroes, but that just doesn't work for Abaddon. He can protect himself. He's just gonna sit behind Lina. It just enables her to be the carry without problem.
Yeah, like I think this ABBA pick makes sense on like multiple levels. As you said, it's good against the Ember Mirana in the game. You disrupt like the kind of combo. And what I've seen from Lina in like the lane, it's a very greedy item build. Like you want to get to your Falcon Blade as fast as possible. Usually you see it with like Treant. But Abaddon, same story. It's not only good in the game, but it's also good in the lane early on. You can heal your hero, keep the Lina always at high HP, so it just flows very well.
He's a good frontliner brawler as well, right? Like in the laning stage. Like,
Yeah.
He's the one that can actually protect her all the time, so feels good. Also,
I have an also too.
go for it. You're also first.
Oh my gosh. Also, he really enables objectives. Roshan towers, his curse, his passive just works on that to buff the whole team to just take these objectives. So he's really just all around swell guy. Sorry.
Also,
What a description, huh?
Yeah.
A swell guy. Also?
Also,
I
I
think
forgot my also, but Abaddon overall, yeah, I completely agree. Just enables your team in multiple ways, makes it a little bit more difficult to just dive any hero, right? Like you always have to think about that Aphotic Shield that can restart the fights. So.
Alright, well then also... Oh no.
Also,
Jackson went next.
Another one.
Veering in topic a little bit. I will say the one thing I see when I look at Abaddon and Lina is that they're very immobile. Like they are heroes that like to stand their ground and just like move together. And I think Dawn's draft moving forward could abuse that a lot.
That's great, because I actually was going to ask if there was any pitfalls that you saw in the drafts, or what sort of foundation for playstyle that these openings bring for either team.
I think there's like two different ways. You could try to split the map, because as Sheep said, the heroes are somewhat immobile and Abaddon can't really save every hero on the map. Or you have heroes like with summons or illusions that these heroes don't deal with too well, because then also again you have this chaos in a team fight. It goes with like the same scenario. Abba can only shield one guy. Isn't really good against summons, nor is Lina, so that's like an approach you can try to take.
I feel like it's just much flashier now on Dawn, right? Like they have more potential to make plays on the map, like with the Ember, with the Mirana, now the Earthshaker as well. Meanwhile, for PSG LGD, it looks more stable. Like, are they gonna pick some more push potential here with the Abaddon, like on the mid lane? Do you think something like Clash could work?
What about Dragon Knight?
The Chinese classic.
It worked.
I mean, something I like about this Shaker pick as well is that like Lina and Abaddon are not like pressuring you really early, so I think it does give space for a hero like Shaker to farm his blink up and get a lane to himself where he's not feeling scared.
In before 3 picks that are completely into Snowball. PSG LGD, yeah.
Yeah, like I would like it if one of the supports in LGD had like some playmaking or initiation potential, like a Clockwork or something. Marty works perfect for that.
It's actually just going to be Marcy and then an Insta Phoenix pick.
So it's a Marcy core, right? Like
Yeah,
you
it
get the
should be.
Marcy core, Phoenix, and Abaddon supports. So your two supports have 0 stuns combined if you don't count the egg. That's
They don't really cover the egg either.
And there's a
10
Mirana
seconds
too.
remaining.
Like, you always have that hero that can leap in, hit the egg.
5 seconds
It
remaining.
looks a bit of a rough Phoenix game.
Yeah, it's
from that
we'll have to
perspective.
see kind of like how Dawn respond to this one, but I think if you look at LGD, it's basically all about the Lina. You have Lina who's gonna hopefully free farm, and 3 heroes who kind of hopefully allow her to play the game that she wants. Psychic, Shield. I think Phoenix in this game will most likely more play on like the Sunray rather than Egg to just keep this Lina in the front and be like the big boss that she kind of needs to be. But I'm a little worried for LGD's teamfight, so I think the last pick kind of needs to either help with tempo or teamfight to try and offset what Dawn have going for them. The classic DK coming out.
He's back. Oh my god.
Oh, we're gonna see a lot of DK. Okay.
It's,
Fun times.
I
He
mean,
was fun the first game that we watched. And
yeah, true. He went for the eggs and.
Yeah, he went for the
Yeah, he
axe.
did.
Yeah, well, he went
Okay,
for the axe.
okay, I'll hype it up,
That's
I'll hype it
how
up,
much
I'll
fun
hype it up.
DK is, guys. He went for the axe.
Dragon Knight. I mean, look at Dawn's lineup. They're gonna peak at this like 15-20 minute mark. They're gonna get a Blink Dagger on their Dragon Knight potentially, or they're gonna get the Blink on the Earthshaker. Then they're just gonna go. You don't need to buy these BKBs to just go fight early with your Ember and your Mirage. You're just gonna do some shackles into some spears into some Dragon Knight stuns. Abaddon's gonna be like, oh my god, I can't shield all these stuns, and then the Earthshaker Fisher comes in, pow, and the Echo says, whoa.
where's the Dragon Knight going, by the way?
I don't know.
10 seconds.
Honestly, I don't know. Might just be offlane. Probably offlane. I don't know.
PSG
Can it be some?
and
I don't know if they play some
Sharpies
carry
turn
DK.
to
I doubt it.
What
Yeah.
would be the benefit to having DKs off instead of carry?
Radiant
It's just that-
team ban.
When we're looking at these cores, like they have an Ember, they have a DK. For me, at least, it feels like it should be an offlane DK, right?
Yeah. It also helps the Shaker a little bit. Shaker's a hero who would like to have the freedom to like move around and DK. I mean, against Abaddon Lina, it's probably just gonna be a farm trade lane. Like he's not gonna waste his time hitting some Abaddon. Abaddon can't do too much to him.
I like this though. Like it gives you most likely a core that is able to protect the egg. It also is able to blow up some of these heroes, and it doesn't matter if it's DK, if it's Ember on mid lane, he can lane up against them. So
Can you just tell me, like, how do you rate
10
Timbersaw as a
seconds
hero when
remaining.
you look at LGD's lineup? I know the kind of Lina sucks, but like,
5
is your 10-minute
seconds
timing not
remaining.
like OP into those heroes?
I think Timber. Sorry if you want to answer too, but I think the hero is hot garbage.
You think it's hard?
God.
Yeah.
Why? Like for this specific thing or in general?
I mean, this would be one of the better Timbersaw games
Right,
if there
but
were.
it's still hot garbage.
It's
Yeah,
still a
the
trap.
hero is very hard to play. I feel like he's been nerfed a lot, and I mean it's good with their heroes, but I still feel like against this Lina type hero, what Dawn should be looking for is a
Yeah.
hero that with all these stuns can just physical pump into it and kill her.
Yeah, makes sense to me. I agree.
Great answer.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I was thinking
I
too.
was thinking that too. I was just trying to get the right answer. Okay,
Sven though, I was definitely thinking that one. Lizard.
yeah, me too as well. I was just about to call Sven out, but
We were talking too much, wasn't it?
yeah,
Damn.
shoot,
Sorry.
damn
Sorry.
you guys. But
Next time.
interesting. So that should be their carry, right? Like the last pick, and they have that late game potential. With the Sven, you get a hero that can build a Blink Dagger, get on top of the Lina. Overall, they have a lot of stuns on the side of Dawnbreaker, on the side of Dawn.
Dawnbreaker Gaming.
Yeah, you do have the Shaker, you have the single stuns coming from DK and Sven, but overall, I think that their draft is decent. I don't have a great read on it just yet.
Okay.
I really have to see how this game goes, but overall, I have to lean PSG LGD's way, if nothing else, for the names.
I'm gonna give you Space Sheep to hype up the Lina. We get it through and LGD picks her up.
we do get it. I mean, we'll see how it plays. At the moment, I'm just worried about Dawn having too many heroes that like want farm and might get it because LGD's heroes kind of struggle at like invading map space until they get this tiny blink, if they even buy that. But yeah, I'm feeling good about Dawn's game. I mean, they go Dragon Knight. They can just go take some towers.
Can I take everything I said back? I'm going all in PSG LGD. I don't know. Like, I look at these boys like Shaker, Dragon Knight, Sven. No one is doing anything on the map.
Yeah, but they farm and they get our items. They go.
Well, very quickly, Kez, some of your closing thoughts about both teams'
I
draft.
think Dawn's draft is pretty good. I kind of have to lean on with what what Sheep was saying. I know English is hard sometimes. But I think this is a good test for Lina to see how good the hero is. If it can run away with it, then Lina might just be busted.
Yeah, a test for LGD, but also a test for us to see how good this Lina is when it comes to competitive Dota. We're going to jump on into our second series, Game 1, with Lyrical and Fogged.
Thank you so much, Nat and the panel. And Fogged, we're here. China Dota is happening.
Let's go.
And it starts off again, LGD facing off against Dawn, but a lot of change-ups in this lineup, a lot of new players. Obviously, the panel was talking a lot about that. They're also talking about the Lina that they were loving. You were saying that this is like the hero to go to. Tell me about it.
Well, it just seems like it's this like ranged carries in the safe lane just seem to be the go. Like that's what we're seeing. Everybody morphling Linas, Drows tend to be the common trend. And it's flavor of the month, right? It tends to happen once the patch continues for a long time that people start to find like one thing that stands out, and this is the build. Yep, they do the triple branches. You've got your blades. You've got an Abaddon backing you up, so you can constantly pump heals. You don't need to bring your regen early on. Quick Falcon Blade boots, Maelstrom. I think we've seen it a lot of times from streamers. Arteezy was doing it at most of his games. But yeah, looking at Dawn's, this is interesting because there's 5. Like, everybody's got a disable, right? We've got 5 different sets of stuns, 5 different ways to get like on top of the Lina. So that's one thing I'm looking at is how much can they commit and get on top of her with these Blink Sven, Blink DK, Ember, lots of different ways to jump her.
So what I'm hearing is LGD, everything for my Shiro. We will help you out of everything. And for tagged up as CDC, but that's definitely Dawn.
I saw that too. I was like, am I seeing that right? My vision's pretty bad, but
that is definitely going to be them trying to kill Shiro.
Yeah.
And look at this. I haven't seen this Marcy skin. What the heck is that thing?
That's one of the new ones that got it added in. Yeah.
Heck? That's crazy.
Yeah. So I think it's for. I'm gonna say C-Deck probably. All right, for Dawn, they're gonna, like we said, yeah, all in. And I think LGD, they actually have a pretty damn good response lineup to protect the Lina, right?
Yeah.
The last pick, Tiny, they were really lacking disables, so that's gonna be able to protect and either cover the egg plus the Lina, and they have crazy sustain, right? We've got Sunray, we've got Abaddon shield heals, plus we've got Marcy sidekick that's gonna be on the Lina. So let's see if Dawn can pierce through all that.
We'll see if it happens indeed, is already bullying away Sun Goku from those runes, and it's going to be 3 go in the direction of LGD. Now, so there's another thing that I want to talk to you about. You mentioned the Lina. This is the flavor of the month. All the streamers doing it, all the top teams playing it. But you also mentioned right before we came out here, oh, Marcy's gone. Marcy's done. We're never going to see Marcy again. Marcy's here. What the heck is this?
I think overall, 3 Marcy is probably the best situation because that's the one that got the least affected. It's your rebound and all that got affected by the nerfs that right after TI because it was the most picked and banned hero. But sidekick got a very small change. So that's kind of what you play around when you're playing 3.
Well, that'll be what we watch for. And of course, the constant thing that people remember from those Marcy days, even when it was support, is just get BKB and you can almost solo kill a bunch of people on the map.
Yes. And there's a lot of different ways to like protect with this hero, right? Multiple, the AoE stun that actually comes from rebound. Looking at Dawn's lineup, they're 4 melees into Phoenix too. So could be some situations where they commit for egg and an avalanche, a stun from Marcy might actually just switch things up.
MS. Not quite on the mark there with that arrow, but it's perfectly fine. Chris is going to pull this creep wave back behind the tower, and Xianyu trying to play together with Planet in this bottom lane. It is interesting. The panel is kind of talking about MS, this player that's made the transition of going from carry to just, full-on out support, as they'll pull that wave over to the side 2 here now.
I like that we're seeing that. You don't have to just be like your boomer, the old players that just can't play the core anymore and they get relegated to the 5. No, people can switch it up. It's a hard role.
Ooh, nothing to say. Playing things very close with the creep wave coming in. Still has that Fairy Fire ready, but doesn't look like X is going to try and make any move.
Yeah, almost toying with him a bit with the Fairy Fire. Gets his bottle, so let's see. Will he be able to get the runes? We'll get at least one filled up. X doesn't have his bottle yet. Will hurt a little bit, at least in that, but...
Yeah, and already you can see 10 and 5 on that Tiny versus 5 and 2. So using a little bit of, that health pool to secure a little bit better CSing. And across the board right now, LGD are just winning these lanes.
They have the more aggressive and kind of more, weird to say, kind of defensive, right? Because the Lina in this situation, DK and Earthshaker can... if the Lina dies, it's a huge mistake from Shiro, right? They can't really get aggressive up here, so he's able to free farm. Marcy versus this Sven Miranda can just hold their ground. The Phoenix could potentially die if there's a big mistake, but Yeah, it looks pretty difficult for Dawn to set up kills in laning phase without a third hero.
Right, and of course also they're not getting the out CSing
No.
battle either. Particularly the Tiny versus Ember matchup. That one's a little bit funky. You're just going to have that tree spam that's constantly going to be a problem.
Yeah, huge base damage advantage for sure. So we'll see with the Earthshaker. This is when you pick Shaker, this is one of the things that ends up happening though, right? You're gonna kind of abandon your offlaner, and we'll see if Darkness is able to make anything happen. It's kind of tough to kill Tinies, but he can maybe set up to steal some runes and whatnot.
And right now, Why You Smile, of course, that actually is why Innocence playing on the ABBA, but he is doing a good job of bullying back Son Goku. But a double wave coming in, that's going to be pretty helpful.
Yeah, good play from the Shaker there too. Stop that pull, otherwise he would have pulled through the trees. Would have been disaster up there. But yeah, all 3 lanes. I mean, it's looking really good right now for PSG LGD. And the Marcy, who's got 0 harassment onto it already, has the Helm of Iron Will, so...
Double stun, too, with the rebound. Not often you see that one. Pulls back in. This is a lot of damage out from the Phoenix.
Might get
Slowly
him.
burning him down. And is it going to be enough?
It is.
Yes! Planet draws first blood. Getting that first blood on the Phoenix. Already queuing into an urn. This would be a really big pickup if you can get that early.
Versus these cores, the Sven and the DK, if he's able to get like Vessel at some point early on, it could be devastating for sure. Amazing lane bottom. I thought, like, there's oh, they get actually the grab on the Miranda mid-leap, pulls him back, almost gets him. But yeah, they just have stronger lanes across the board, and they're gonna be able to do pretty aggressive moves with with every hero, right? Everybody can actually make rotations pretty easily on their draft.
Well, LGD coming in strong out of the gate in game number 1, and MS takes another punch to the back of the head. Yu manages to clean that one up, so 2 kills bottom. Now, the laning stage isn't everything, obviously.
For sure.
But how does it look coming out of this? How devastating is this for Dawn? The lane's not going good to start.
I mean, Sheep said it early, right? They have this very big peak timing on Dawn around like this 10, 15, 20-minute mark or so. So if you actually don't have that good lane, when's your timing gonna be? So I think it's pretty devastating to have it already starting out like this. Unsure how they can recover unless they start moving the Shaker a little bit more, but right now he's looking at stacks.
He's going to have to definitely make some moves happen, or at least give that little piggy bank of other farm going into the direction of the rest of his team.
NTS mid doesn't have the mana.
Quite. Can't get it happening. Still hanging on to that Fairy Fire, too, for the Tiny. But getting close to level 6s here. We'll see if X at that point makes some rotations. We saw Dust in the earlier game today play on the Ember and have some trouble making moves happen around the map. Do you think that Ember could be another one of those heroes that can make some stuff happen here?
I think this one he's gonna have to look to make moves. In that game it was weird because he was versus like it was Dust, who was versus the DK, right? So he felt forced to stay mid, which is usually not what the Ember wants to do. He wants to look to make early moves around. So I think we'll see a bit difference with X, as we do see NTS TP's back to base, so X gets to catch back up in CS.
And the rebound chase.
Look at his
Swing.
damage.
He's in trouble. Man, Planet having this great of a start and then burning him down, not quite going to be able to get the kill, but I mean, that TP back, that's also really rough.
That is, this lane is completely over. They even have the siege now pushing in. They're about to clear out the enemy siege, and they're going to get some damage on tower off of this. So where does the problem now is, where does Sven want to go? He kind of has to go back bottom. He just he's level 4. So
Yeah, the courier goes down too. Give him a break for a second. My goodness.
Oh boy,
the bully.
What a start. And they're fully sustained bottom. Everyone, like both of them, full HP because they have the sidekick, plus they have that helm that we were talking about. Hedris. They have a Mango on the Phoenix too, so they can go aggressive if they see a chance.
Pulls there. Nothing to say. Not looking for any toss back there onto X. Who is still, having a pretty good time now. 27 and 13, keeping the levels very even with nothing to say. As you mentioned, he's going to have to be the one that makes those moves and gets this back on track for Dawn a little bit. It's a 2,000 gold lead at just under 7 minutes.
That's crazy. He's going to have to help out him, honestly, like very early on, because Marcy's going to hit 6, and Sven's still probably going to be level 4 or 5, so they're going to be desperate to help this bottom lane. Otherwise, Sven is just going to have no game, and he's never going to be able to go to those Ancients that are stacked.
Right.
So I do think that X is probably going to have to make that move bottom. I mean, honestly, pretty soon it feels like.
And Marcy, in the meantime, queuing right into that armlet.
Yep.
Which is what we've seen time and again.
Yeah, and those offlane Marcys.
He's so scared. Sumang just does not want to get punched by this Marcy.
It's terrible. Even for the Mirana, what happened earlier was like he got the pullback on a leap, and it forced the Mirana to use like all 3 leaps on MS. So,
right.
So it's scary.
Toss, heals, come in. Why there? Fissure connecting. X goes in the Remnants. Not enough damage, though.
Way too much heals.
You just can't do it.
Why? Reading the play. Right, recognizing also, like, Lina, he's like, oh, Shiro doesn't even need me up top. Shiro has boots, Falcon Blade, and the Javelin already.
Oh, God.
So now, yeah, Y can make his moves to protect and read the movements that can come out from the side of Dawn. And he's even checking the rune now, so X, who kind of... I mean, he does have a full bottle, but he wants this power rune to make those early moves to fix this early game.
It's a regen. They don't get him. Now starting to burn down X here. With Planet in the area, they get hit by the tree afterwards.
This is brutal, I gotta be honest. The fact that both supports now can just kind of ditch those side lanes. Marcy's fine bottom, Lina's fine top. Just helping out mid lane, making sure that NTS has a better game.
Oh, freaking arrow. I mean, they're not doing anything. He's literally just gonna walk away. Y comes back in and
just
starts healing him.
He like Y was walking top and he wasn't even too far away, but he recognizes, okay, there's no point actually. I have to just play around where the two supports are, so. Great read. And now, yeah, bottom tower starting to get hit from that siege that they kept alive. And it's pressure on all fronts.
Yeah, all across the map right now. There were a couple of pings on the top side of the map. Not sure if that was Dawn thinking about making a move there or not.
Son Goku's way too low.
Yeah.
If they try to go for this, it could be disaster.
Shiro moves over. Why You Smile moves back in. And the rotation from X. This is pretty good. Although the Dragon Form running out now. And with no chains, I don't know if they have enough damage. The TP rotation, just Laguna Blade, get off me, nothing to say. Moves in, they punch down X. Clean as can be.
That's the dream for Shiro, right? He's like, oh, nice, my support dies, I get a free kill on the mid. Great Laguna Blade there. I love when you see that happen. Just immediately recognizes, he's like, I just need to burn Flame Guard. We don't need to have to worry about anything else, so. Big burst, gets the finish.
Obviously, not many points in the Dragon Slave, but, you know, even a little bit of magical damage coming from the Javelin there.
Yes, absolutely. Helps versus these tanky heroes like DK and Sven who just rely on armor.
MS still struggling to find much to do in this game.
Oh my.
Planet's been able to bully him.
Gabe, they have, it's Armlet on Marcy, Maelstrom already on Shiro. Like, these timings are absolutely absurd.
They're cooking. They're doing it. I don't know where that tree went, but it's just going to have to try and play lucky with the runes. He gets an illusion rune up top as Marcy's still standing in this bottom lane and continuing to put pressure on. LGD just very oppressive at this point.
They have to try to do something on the side of Dawn to make some space for this Sven to be able to walk toward those Ancients at some point soon. No God Strength yet, so it wasn't going to be able to do it, so do like this move top. Pop the DK ult. You know the Lina was kind of low in a way, so you can maybe get some decent damage up here and pull some attention, which is desperately needed.
Avatos, again, connection, trying to bait him.
Oh my god.
He might just die to this. The jump! Oh my god! Knew right where he was going.
That was pretty.
And Planet, dives away. Damage coming from Shiro, Son Goku. Run, get out. This is not a safe place to be. Has to pop the Moonlight Shadow to try and get away, and that finally will allow him to escape. While mid lane, they're taking that tower. This is really rough for Dawn.
Yeah, I mean, Shiro just keeps showing up, and he's like, oh, thank you, free kill. This is great. This is a perfect Lina game. Boots, a Maelstrom, Falcon Blade, he's level 9.
Arrow connects onto 1. That means there's no save there for the Tiny. Blocked off by the Fissure. Stun connects. Moving in with X, they gotta get something here. They need to find a kill. But with the save there from Abba, the turn, Marcy starts punching, starts beating him down. This is 5v1! They just keep chasing.
He's still going.
Son Goku, you gotta get away, you gotta run. The Fissure is out, tries to bring down this Marcy, okay. Slowly whittling him down, but they run back in. Again, this is all 5 heroes from Dawn, and they can't do anything.
Oh my god, what a ridiculous turn. The Armlet, he's so tanky. This Marcy can just stand there. The heals, of course, there from Y, being very patient with his borrowed time.
Well,
they tried. Like they brought everything there, and at least they don't lose the tower and lose more heroes, because it was close to them losing like 3-4 heroes.
Whatever. Well, they do have a Blink Dagger done now on the Tiny, so nothing to say. Ready to make more action happen. Is there any timings that are coming up soon for Dawn? Like, there's Falcon Blade done for Dragonite. He's so far away from the Blink Dagger. Ember's trying to get towards Phase Boots. All right, the Phase Boots timing is here.
I think for them, it's going to be like numbers, unfortunately. Like, even as we saw, their numbers didn't really work out the best, but they need to bring like 4 heroes. They need to have a number advantage and just have the Sven elsewhere, because Sven is just in desperation catch-up mode still. 5K net worth, not where you want to be on a Sven at 10 minutes or 12 minutes in.
This is Blink with Shiro nearby. Who's dying? Somebody's dying. Who do they find? The toss back connects. Oh, they throw him onto the wrong one. So a little bit of a miscommunication there. And Son Goku manages to escape.
For now.
Yeah, maybe not. Oh, God, the LSA connection. They stuck around too long. They both go down to Shiro. And now the chase for more. Echo Slam, it's not nearly enough. 4 dead in a second. 6,000 gold lead at 13 minutes.
Yeah, Shiro having the freest game ever, it feels like, as his Lina, landing perfect stuns, perfect setups, catches them both. They get the follow-up, the Marcy, the throwback. Yeah, I mean, all 3 cores just having a dream.
Well, and again, this moment right here, you know, you're seeing the replay. It's like, oh, maybe we can go back in. And no, you really can't. As the Phoenix just dove through, they get the stun onto both. And this, again, was started with, you know, LGD not a perfect initiation.
Of course. Yeah, they like miscommunicated the toss back kind of play there. Or NTS didn't have the range to throw it back, but either way, successful. They tried to bring the numbers, but they don't have enough to pierce through this healing. I think Y is being such a big thorn in their sides, just always there at the right times, every time this game, to get those heals off.
The ABBA is a very interesting dynamic there, having that, like, just sort of survivability at this point.
Yeah.
I guess one thing to mention is that with LGD's lineup, there isn't any of those heroes that kind of want to build the mechanism or, like, you know, Vlad's or any other, like, team fight oriented items, as we see Joker start to get dropped and will die here, most likely. Yeah, they find that kill. So maybe there's, like, some team fight element that Dawn can go to eventually. But we'll have to wait and see if that happens or if they can right the ship here, because it's looking rough.
It's looking really rough. Yeah, they don't have, like the best of mech carry. I mean, Abaddon eventually maybe as, like, the 5, he can probably go for it. I imagine because I saw he had arcane boots. Yeah. They have crazy sustain without it, though, like we were mentioning earlier, right? The shield, the seals, the Marcy, the Phoenix, etc. So, and we will be seeing Planet, as you mentioned, you know, the Urn. He's going to be going for that vessel. So, these somewhat tanky strength heroes who have not looked tanky this game will be even squishier. And now they're completely on back foot with DK. Let's see what they can do top. Nice toss back.
Chase. The damage comes out as nothing to say. They connect for the kill. All right, there's the sentry drop down and eventually bring him out.
Great play from Xiaoyu. The pull back onto the Lina there with the dispose. Perfectly done to dodge the arrow. And now they're on the aggression. They have all 5 heroes here.
Okay, there's nothing to say. They spotted him there. And this Earthshaker will manage to get a couple stuns out. Nothing to say, tries to chase for the finish, and it's enough.
And
oh, Son Goku goes down. I mean, everywhere you look, somebody is dying. LGD taking no prisoners, 14-1.
Someone's dying, and all of LGD heroes are full HP.
Yeah. Top tower has fallen.
Devastating. All 3 towers down. They're the team that doesn't have DK either. The team that has DK has not been able to really get much tower damage at all. Actually, top tower, nearly dead. But yeah, 3 towers down already for LGD. 9K lead.
Man, he knows he's over here. There's nowhere left to go.
Oh,
the dispose. Tries to escape. It's not going to happen. As Marcy and Nothing to Say combo together to bring him down. Jianyu has had a perfect game so far on this Marcy.
Yeah, 3-0-7. I mean, everybody's kind of had a perfect
Yeah, you know, you're not wrong.
But damn, I mean, what a showing here.
Son Goku, Shiro, do they have the damage, though? They've got him blocked off. The Fissure's there. He says, all right, I'll turn and fight. Abba heal, Avalanche, the combo, it's there, but everybody dies! It's not enough!
They're gonna
Triple
GG.
kill, Shiro. That is godlike.
That feels like that might be a GG moment, but let's see if they do stick it around MS.
Oh, no. He also is going to get dropped here, as Nothing to Say runs in, finds him. 19-1, man. LGD, if anybody had any questions about this team, they're still a team to watch in China.
Did I put them number 1 on my bracket? No. Damn, this is an incredible performance, yeah. Everyone just having the dream game. Everybody's backing up each other perfectly. I feel like the biggest thing for me is how they're identifying, like, where the moves are going to happen, right? They're like, oh, Dawn's going to make this move here, and how quick they collapse. I think Panel mentioned a little bit about perhaps there could be a situation where, you know, with the Baden, sometimes you can be a bit slow around the map. Right. Nope, it doesn't look like it. LGD always in the right place at the right time with all their heroes.
You know, it's interesting you mentioned that. I'm pretty sure that nobody in our entire crew put LGD number 1, but everybody pretty much had them in that, like, top 3 or 4. I think that this is one of those showings that's like, yeah, you need to watch out for this team. Dawn, definitely a squad that at least in this game, feels like they've been lost since the beginning. And gonna have to see if they can pull anything together here to get some good feelings going into game number 2 if it continues this route. Son Goku tries to get away. There is no escape. The toss back, the nerf was not that huge. They don't manage to quite find the stun connection, but I don't think it matters.
They can't fight. Yeah, there's nothing they can do here to fight around this area. And Shiro with Aegis, he's got BKB. He's like, I think we can just knock on high ground.
They've got all the sustain in the world. So they're going to head up there, start to beat away at the tower. Glyph will come out, and you can see the rest of Dawn right now not wanting to show up and defend this at all. They're just farming out the other lanes, trying to get what gold they can.
X spot him.
X, he's dropping. Laguna Blade doesn't even need it, maybe? A couple
No
more
mana.
hits? Oh,
He gets him
guys!
anyway.
It keeps following you. That's a rough one.
God, this build, I mean, this is, you're seeing the, like, why this Lena's so crazy, too. Like, the stats, right? You see, of course, the level 1 Dragon Slave that we've seen from all these carry players. Look how tanky you are as a Lena.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, yeah. Shiro is absolutely enormous this game, but it's crazy how much you're able to do.
So many points in it early. And not really that much. I mean, as far as ways to go from here, they spotted him there for a moment, I thought. The ABBA was in the area.
I'm honestly pretty astonished that Dawn is still playing this game, because this one feels completely over. But let's say they're doing one smoke move. Can they catch anybody here? Everybody on PSG LGD is covering each other perfectly.
They're in perfect position, absolutely.
Yep.
Phoenix right behind.
Yeah, he's playing careful too. That's the big thing, is they're not overextending their hand.
Dude, he throws out one fissure, they know where they are immediately. Tries to find and kill, nothing to say. The shield is there. Can they do anything? The Supernova on the low ground forces away the rest of Dawn. The stun, ABBA, the toss, couple more hits. They dodge the stun from the egg, but everybody is still dying. Nobody from LGD is going to fall. As they chase in, they find MS, Son Goku, the last one left alive after the buyback from the Shaker. They don't have the damage to do anything. Toss him in. Shiro continues the punches. Triple kill for him. And this is going to be the tier 2 tower and GG.
Yeah.
26-1. It doesn't get better than that.
No. Wow. Brutal, right? That was absolutely insane. It seemed like a couple... I think my thing just popped out there for a second there. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's like a couple of times they get these fissures where, I mean, the game was already pretty rough at that point. They try to get these fissures where it's like, hey, you're trapped in with us, but actually we're trapped in with you.
Beat the crap out of them.
They got turreted.
I think that's the thing to watch for, too, is like how incredibly strong Shiro felt throughout that entire game. And there were so many moments where it was like, oh, maybe they can do it. And it started with that rotation up top where they just Laguna bladed the Ember when it came in. That was great. I love that.
There's so many things where just you could see the understanding and the planning of the first like 10 to 15 minutes from LGD. They had it down to a T. They were like, okay, top lane, it's a DK Earthshaker. If Lina dies, Lina made a huge mistake. There's no way Lina really should die. So, in a sense, you have to just kind of read map and do those plays to protect the Tiny, which he did early game. TP's mid, sits mid, etc. Yeah, it feels like they just had perfect read.
Well, a perfect read, perfect game. LGD still looking strong. How about that Lina? That was good.
It was, and I know one person that did have faith in the Lena. And Sheep. I forgot your name for a second.
Yeah, that's me. I'm Sheep.
Yeah, you wanted to see it. We saw it come out. It wasn't banned from either side. Probably a little bit of a mistake from Dawn there, but LGD capitalized on it. They picked it up. It looked great. It wasn't all just down to the Lena, though. But for you, do you think that was a pretty key part to the recipe of success for LGD?
I mean, everything around it went incredibly well. Yeah. She had a Falcon Blade Maelstrom by 10 minutes. Like they would bring heroes to the lane to try and like gank him and kill him, and it ended up just feeding him more kills. Like everything that could have gone wrong went wrong around the Lina, and then he's able to just connect with his team and take part in all of these fights, going into around 15 minutes and win them.
Win them, just win them.
That's straight up,
that's it.
Win
It's like
the fights.
you have the Wiener,
The
wiener.
Great, thanks, Lizard. All right, Casey, your point.
Thanks, Lacoste.
Yeah, so I think the problem is we kind of stated that in the game maybe they have some answers for the Lina, but if all your lanes go like this, I mean LGD had very good lanes. They have the Tiny mid against the Ember, but I think like if you're looking at Dawn, if you with the heroes they picked and the position they did, and you're LGD, it's kind of like, okay, I don't care that there's an Ember mid. It's easy to put a hero there and be happy. You have this Marcy offlane where Sven was good for them, but maybe you had to look for like some type of troll, you know, to like answer the heroes more directly in the draft, which is, I feel like, something that they perhaps failed to do, and I think it showed.
I don't know, sometimes I just can't put it into words as nicely as you can, Kazu, but when I see a draft such as Dawn's, I just don't like it. It's too, you're waiting for this Shaker Dagger. You also have like Sven, Dragonite, Cores, Mirana. It just feels, when I look at it, it looks way too one-dimensional, right?
So
like
you don't like waiting.
It's not about waiting. I don't like waiting. I'm impatient as hell, but at the same time, like, I just don't get that own feeling from Dawn's draft. Meanwhile, on PSG LGD, I see some finesse there. Like, I see the Sabadon just being able to just completely turn the tides. Whoever you initiate on with these single stuns, you can use that Aphotic Shield. Then you have Phoenix with Sunray versus all these bulky boys as well to help out Tiny to cover the egg. It looked nicer from PSG LGD.
MVP being Shearer there, also known Sheep as
The next, oh man.
God, she's so good. She's so good. She's so good.
You two are so insane. Have you guys done this before?
Or anything. Yeah.
I panicked so hard, bro. I thought I was in
Like,
school
you
for a
finish each
second.
other's
sandwiches. 'Cause
Yeah.
she loves
Yeah.
sandwiches.
It's like she looked in my eyes, she saw me spacing out for half a second, she just threw the question.
The funny thing is, I literally saw that you were just like looking at the screen. You're like,
I was looking, I was trying to look at the items.
Okay, I'm sorry I had to do that one for you, but Shearer definitely popping off on a hero that you guys have already outlined as something that's going to bring a lot of success. He did it. The rest of the team looked great as well. But what you pointed out was Dawn Gaming, kind of with their supports, weren't really able to do a lot. It felt like it wasn't really being enabled both themselves, but also for their cause. Do you think that's a big change-up that's going to happen with the next game, or is there more to just how they execute their heroes?
I feel like they can have the same pair of supports, but don't mix them up with the same set of cores. Like, just get something a little bit more active, a little bit earlier that can actually play the map without getting a blink. Like, perhaps that would be easier.
So, I mean, I think you just want to make it perhaps a little harder for LGD to respond to heroes, as I stated before a little bit. I kind of feel like a lot of drafters would be like, okay, I put you here, you're going to be happy with like 80% of your hero pool. So I think, yeah, you want to stick to like what you're comfortable with and what you're good with, but just try to mix in a little bit of, you know, not giving a free game or a free draft to LGD.
Well, they're going to have time to look back, think about it, because game number 2 is going to be happening very soon after this break. Game 2 of LGD versus Dawn Gaming is going to be coming up draft soon to be on our screen. But before we see it, before it pumps up, before it bumps up,
Pops
bump it
up,
up.
pumps up.
Pump it
Yep.
up.
I have to ask you guys, what is going to be the focus for Dawn? What are they going to have to change up? Who are they going to have to enable to be able to take this second game?
Win the lanes.
I think you're banning out one certain hero. You guys were pumped about
Yeah,
her.
who's
She's a ranged hero.
yeah,
Wind Ranger.
Drow Ranger,
Right, drought. No, none of those. What one next? More ranged.
more flame,
Medusa.
What is it? No,
Quab.
no.
Death Prophet,
Closer.
Mirana.
Luna.
Yes.
Nice.
So that Lena,
Yes.
you saying they just have to ban her out and they could win?
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
It's a step in the right direction, right?
It will help, though. I kind of need to say that I feel like it's not really the Lina, I think, that was the problem. It made it harder, but I think they need to look more within like their own strategy that they can play with each other. Instead of that the heroes you have, they go together and then you can't do anything. You're mostly going to lose Dota if that's the case. So I think just look to have things and heroes that can go together and combine their spells.
You see how different we are. Like when I was in a team, we are losing. Just find the guy that had the worst score and blame it on him. You know, here Lina obviously went
He's
13
out,
-0.
it was-
Just ban the Lina.
Yeah, now you blame the hero.
Yeah, it wasn't their fault. We played great, guys. It was the Lina broken hero. Damn
I do
it.
want to point out, because the draft is on our screen, so I want to talk about it a little bit. The bans, first phase ban changes, obviously that Lena now being banned, but the Tusk and the Tree got through, and both of them instantly picked up there. We had Dawn with the first pick there, and they had the choice between the Tree and the Tusk. Kezu, why do you feel they went with the Tusk over the Tree?
Perhaps personal preference, or from the last game being like, okay, we don't want to play heroes that sit back and just do nothing, but rather we want to be on the more aggressive and like double down on that. And I would assume that's why.
Do you feel like you have any more insight, or maybe even the other way, why LGD went for the Tree Ember opening?
I don't know enough about Tree. I'll just talk about Tusk. I love Tusk. What a cool hero. I like his flexibility. You can play him as a core. You can play him as a support. The skill build has changed up in recent times. We're now maxing the ice shards and the snowball. It's very nice.
You just farm the map.
It lets you farm the map. As a core, you farm harder. As a support, you can also farm harder. You're able to help de-shove waves. You're able to get, like, it's just a lot of nuke damage in general, so it helps a lot with kill threat. I think people would just like it way more, and like you can just get this tag team later for when you want to do Roche and whatever. It's not as high prio anymore. I just think the hero is really nice, and his ability to TP the lanes and get kills. He just closes the gap so effortlessly. It's super good.
I think what you said the latest, like effortlessly. I think that's a big difference, right? Between the first draft and this one. The last one you have this Shaker DK. Now you have Sky plus Tusk. These guys need nothing but experience, right? Just levels.
Just levels.
Just get levels.
It's just easy.
Just play the game.
You just as soon as you pick Tusk, an AI just takes over your PC and you're like, I got it, guys, don't worry.
What was the name? Chat something AI? You go there, you just write in, play Tusk for me, and that's it. It does it for you.
Oh,
right?
that's easy. I can do that.
Yeah, for real. That's easy.
I feel like I'm
Chat
missing-
GPT, that's it.
Okay,
We
I was
need
like,
the
I
Dota
don't
GPT.
even know it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like I'm
Sounds
missing out on
easy.
something here. But
You know sheep,
I
right?
only know about the weird roleplay AI that was on Reddit for a while.
All right.
All right,
Okay,
sheep, please.
let's go back to
I'm
LG.
talking about the Dota one. They were like, guys,
okay.
you can chat your favorite Dota hero.
Uh-huh.
Remember the one that was on Reddit?
Yeah, I love
No.
that.
Yeah, chat.
And it was like, you talked to
I'm sure there's someone
can
out there
talk-
that remembers
you
what
talked
you're
to
talking about.
Hoodwink.
That's who you picked?
No.
I'm not surprised.
What do you mean? I actually spoke with.
So what did Hoodwink tell you,
I
please?
Talked, no, actually, I talked to Meepo.
Whoa.
Okay.
We had a really good conversation about anime.
Checks out.
I don't even know how to transition back into the draft, but instead
So
I'm gonna be like,
anyway.
you talked about the task, couldn't answer anything about the tree, so I'm gonna ask Kezi to talk about the tree Ember opening before we get any more picks up on our screen.
Okay, so I think 3, as we stated before, just a solid hero. I think LGD is also one of the teams that will use it very well because they know exactly how to pair it with like their mid, with their safe lane. I think Ember as a mid kind of checks like multiple boxes. If you lane against Tusk, you'll be fine. If you aren't really in too much kill threat from a Tusk alone, that's why they paired it with the Sky. And if it's a +4 task later, he also doesn't really gank you all too well. So I think it's just a solid opening for them.
It's good with the 3 and 40 armor, but what we're looking towards is these ranged cores that Dawn is banning out against the 3. So it's not necessarily the combo. You have the sniper, you have the Drow Ranger that have been banned out, Lina obviously as well. So these should probably be the types of heroes that PSG LGD is aiming towards. But Centaur, that's a cool one.
Dude, I love Centaur. As a 5 though. I don't know what people are playing it as in the pro scene, 'cause I haven't seen that hero in 10 years, but I think he's great since they changed the way he works. His like health regen's really high now, so you just start the lane with like a ring of protection, and then you just super tanky, super hard to kill, you can just free farm.
I've seen Puppy do that actually in pubs.
Pre-TI, he played it a couple times in pro games, I think, on POS 5. And then I started spamming it in pubs, I'm telling you.
It's shit.
Alright.
It's so good. You're a trading machine. I'm assuming they're putting it in the offlane though.
Most likely.
It looks that way.
Yeah.
You have Treant and Kotl as well.
Now.
So those 2 supports plus Centaur most likely.
I was going to say, on the side of Dawn, though, I want to point out the Shadow Fiend and the Nature's Prophet. Do you think that this is going to be a lineup so far, just out of these 4 heroes, that is enabling them more for team fight, map control, something that they weren't really in control of for game 1?
Team fight, more or less, I feel like the skirmishes are where they shine, right? Like you have these blow-up type heroes. Skyrat plus Tusk, they can eliminate any single hero on the map, even the Centaur. You have SF as well to help with that. You have Prophet joining in from an opposite side of the map, right? So overall, I feel that teamfight is decent, but eliminating heroes quickly is where they shine.
I'm terrified for Dawn's lineup. I don't know. You're looking at you have an Ember Coddle, which is going to be like super low cooldowns, the ability to just keep jumping you and going on you with unlimited resources. Meanwhile, Dawn are playing a Skywrath, a SF, and a Nature's Prophet, 3 heroes with absolutely 0 way to defend themselves.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit like they start with one way with like this guy Tusk, but then they pivoted like really hard into a different direction. And SF, Nature's Prophet are very similar archetypes of hero. Ranged, you need other people to go in for you, to stun for you, and at the same time, as Sheep was saying, LGD, like their heroes, they're not fully committed. They can stampede out. They have Slide with the Chakra Magic to play with, and I think it's gonna make it pretty hard for Dawn to play this game if their next pick isn't like really on point.
Like a Mars or something, right? Like something that LGD might... Okay, they ban out the Enigma instead. I feel like Mars should be good here. Perhaps not great versus Ember, but it's also very solid versus Stampede. Like you can't run out of the
You need something like that, yeah.
And you need this front line. Yeah, exactly where I was going.
Dude, he's
going really good.
He's going in. Yeah, he's going in,
He's jumping in, right? Super Mario
That
jumping.
initiator's
Alright, I think if LGD pick one more hero with jump, the game's just done.
So if they pick one more hero, or does he need to have a jump?
It's both.
Yeah, if they just play with 5 heroes.
I mean, it could be either, or if they just pick a hero, I think the game's kind of over.
5 seconds.
Make it a 5v5.
That's a good
It's
point.
So this is SF safe, Zeus mid, and some Blade Mail Prophet offlane, I suppose, right? Like
yeah, maybe.
Vessel,
I like that
Blade Mail.
It will increase the win chance by like 3%.
I mean,
Hey,
they,
3%.
It's good.
We
It's actually
take
good.
those, baby.
Okay, LGD last pick carry. Yeah, that's what I would have called.
Yeah, I was working on it.
I'd agree
It was
with
like
that.
right on the tip of my tongue, yeah.
Man, Kez is so smart. God
Yeah.
damn.
100%.
That's a good pick.
Just, you're not going to say why?
well, you have these trees
I'll
coming
talk about
at
it
you,
after.
right? It's just
Yeah.
a lot of gold. Overall, you needed a hard carry later in the game, and Alchemist definitely fits that role. But Prophet can't just send treants all the time and assault the towers when you're just feeding Alchemist even further. Like, yeah, I'm hyped. Let's see Zeus initiation here. Pause.
We're being cruel.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit.
They
yeah.
have a lot of magic burst. They can kill anyone they want. If they do some kind of funky smoke ganks, they can just kill this Alk 100 times.
I mean, they need to play on like very high tempo for them at least. Like try to do well in lanes and then use the Nature's Prophet, you know, the TP with the Tusk running around to set up plays. Because otherwise, I think LGD will run away with the game if by 5, 6, 7 minutes the game is even. They're gonna hold the towers with Treant. You have Acid Spray, you have Caudal against a team with not too much tower push, and LGD's lineup later at like 12, 13, 14 minutes will come together like just way too strong for Dawn.
Okay, then I ask the question, is this game going to be faster or slower than game 1?
I feel like Dawn will get more than 1 kill this time around.
Okay,
I
I
believe
like
in that. Yeah, they
It will
got
take
kill
longer.
heroes.
Longer?
I think so.
Okay. Well, you're all saying longer and more than 1 kill.
More than 1 kill.
More
I'm
than
not
one
saying
kill,
longer.
everyone. Everyone, get up.
Pleasure doing
Pleasure.
business.
Let's go. Oh, yes.
Good calls, good calls.
All right, well, it has been a pleasure having these guys with me, but it's going to be more of a pleasure jumping into this game number 2 with Fogged and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Nat. And yeah, we're gonna see if it's more than 1 kill. God, that's gotta feel bad. The panels out here, they're like, it's brutal.
That's what they need to do, right? Need to get 1 more kill, and I think the panel's gonna be happy. I mean, yeah, they have a much better like kill-oriented draft, I would say, but they're looking fragile. That's the first word that comes to mind for me. I see a Zeus, I see Sky, I see Shadow Fiend. Nature Prophet can be a little bit tanky because he's got great base stats and stuff like that, but when I see Ember versus these type of squishy heroes, and he has a Coddle, I feel like Chakra Slights are going to add up very quick in the early game.
I think that it was the moment when Kezu said, they have 7 minutes. I was like, Jesus. Y'all chill out for a second here? That's wild. But it also makes sense. It fits with kind of what they're talking about.
It's just because, like, well, we'll see. Like, it depends. I think a lot of it's going to be depending on how much pressure they can put in this off lane, because then it can dictate how much Son Goku can make also happen on the map. But I see very limited making of moves besides MS, right? The Tusk is going to have to be the one that pretty much leads every charge and initiation, while on the side of PSGLGD, they've got a lot of ways to defend each other and play around it. Their draft just looks more oriented, I would say, like a balanced draft.
And you can see LGD here, they had already laid down that ward up on the high ground, so they saw everybody from Dawn in that area and just decided to give up the 2 runes apiece and head on back to laning stage. So already an improvement from Dawn. Watch out now, they're coming. Are they going to do a tri-lane?
Maybe for the kill. I actually think I like this a bit here. They can get some good block coming out from the Nature's Prophet with Tree and Sun off lane, and yeah. If you get your double raise, right, 2 stacks, and you're probably going to get the kill on the Centaur, so let's see. They've got the ward down too, so as soon as he steps up, let's see if they find it. Let's see if PSGLGD is also aware.
Joey's obviously been playing very good on that Marcy last time. Much less of an option of being able to escape from trouble playing on this Centaur, at least in the early stages. Doesn't have that rebound to get away, and you can see he's playing incredibly safe right now.
Great read. I mean, yeah, they're going to TP. They're just waiting, right? They're probably calling it bottom. He still hasn't shown up. Don't show your face top. They're going to go on you. So, yeah, beautiful stuff.
And then immediately can come on in and start playing the lane. And you can also see that Coddle, if they need to, can do some wave pulling shenanigans. But down bottom, Shiro and Y trying to force back Son Goku here a little bit as they threw the Leech Seed. And it's more damage.
Oh, Leech Seed's so good. One of the big reasons that this hero is now starting to get picked. I think the hero was actually still good before even the buffs and changes. A little bit extra damage on early Leech Seed, and just the range and cast points phenomenal, and a slight increase on overgrowth damage. Those changes from this time, but yeah, when you're a melee hero like this, like Alchemist, it's going to be a bit hard for the opposing side to pressure you at all because the Leech Seed heal.
Yeah, it's going to be really effective. And also, you can see the bullying that, or rather the ability to maybe even get some of these treants as the levels go up higher and higher.
Yeah.
Son Goku does manage to get a deny there. So if they can use the treants to, be effective at getting denies, then it's good. But you can see even when they get the kill onto, or the die onto one of the creeps, you can still take one of them away also.
Yeah, this is why this is the biggest reason they picked the Alch, this lane. You can always just farm those and get that extra bit of gold. Nothing to say mid. Putting a bit of pressure here onto X. Actually going for the 1-0-2 build, so not the slide at the start here. Might have seen an opportunity, I guess, for Chains. He wasn't looking.
Also, you can see for Zeus 1-0-1 or 2-0-1 rather, and is going to try and spam constantly against this Ember, burn through that mana shield, or rather the Flame Guard whenever possible, and should be a trade of farm. Is there a kill potential if Zeus gets a bit too far forward, or will the jump keep him safe?
He should be safe. This is one of the more farm-oriented lanes, I would say. But nothing to say, he's playing it beautifully. Honestly, I've seen him now multiple times. Like he's walking up to the Zeus and putting the pressure onto him to not get hit by the arc lightnings. You see that? Like the way he's distanced himself from his melee creep because he's walking up at the Zeus, it's forcing X to use arc lightning on creeps, and it's not bouncing to NTS. So really cool stuff. Little micro things inside the mid lane. These guys are monsters.
Chris makes the move on over. Smile keeps the chase on, and will continue to bully him back. Taking a level now in the tree heal too. The armor's there.
So good this game for the mid and for the Alchemist, just throwing on them when they're getting pressured early. STS. Looking to maybe put a little bit of pressure here with that living armor.
Still has to be careful, obviously. Zeus, a ton of damage, both through his spells, but even his right clicks in the laning stage are relatively high base damage.
Yeah, definitely. You got to pull off down bottom. That's a pretty big deal. Anytime this Alchemist is able to get any little increase, adds up that much more. Boots already coming out. Triple mangoes. He's got Bassi for the regen for him and his buddy.
Doesn't have the acid spray for the treants underneath the tower, which is a little bit scary, but he got all 3 of the last hits on the small creep and got 3 of the 4 in the wave.
And look at Y already. Look at Innocence. He's like, okay, I actually don't need to be bottom. I'm going to start getting my Alchemist stacks ready, and we're checking runes. We have got Planet checking top rune, and we have Tree kind of playing around the bottom, so they'll be able to take away that water rune away from X. That hurts. Same thing as last time. That's the same thing LGD, the double checking of the runes, just really confident in those side lanes.
Yeah, knowing that there's not much that they can lose out on it. But definitely also I would say, even with an Alchemist, a big improvement from Dawn in terms of their laning stage.
Yeah, definitely.
This is what you want to see from them. Shadow Fiend 23 and 5 against the 15 and 4 of that Centaur. The double ring of protection, ring of health.
Ooh, maybe they can actually go for the Centaur here.
Couple hits, snowball, dodges, and the stun does eventually come out, but it's still going to be first blood going the way of Dawn.
Okay, nicely done, and that's worth it, right? Son Goku, he can TP right back bottom, be back in the lane, so very worth TP by him. Nicely done.
Even if he's not there, it's like getting involved in the kills early is pretty nice.
It's a just-in-case thing, right? Like, they already committed, I believe, like the 2 or 3 raises, so it's a big commitment already from Sumang.
Radiant's middle tower
Why
is under
keeps the
attack.
chase pushing away this Sky. And you can see Shiro there. Gets some pretty good damage out. Continues to farm top CS right now on an Alk.
And there's a juicy
Planet.
double stack there. Ooh, Planet.
Couple punches and another kill going the way of Dawn.
Very nicely done.
Look at that. They've already beaten the record.
They already beat it. They already got it. MS, and we said
GG out.
We said he was going to be like the key, right? These first 5 minutes so far.
Yeah.
Sure, it's just the top lane, but boom, boom. Set up for both those kills nicely.
And queuing up the Radiance first for the Alk. We'll see if Smile can make this double stack happen here, or if he just goes for one of them, as they are moving on in to secure the rune.
I think he's just going to go for rune. Yeah, they're double checking the runes again.
Yeah.
LGD just really on top of it, but this time, Dawn is with a couple heroes, but not going to be able to. Whoa.
Oh, it's up top.
She checked it and jumped. I think he didn't see it because it's an invis in the water.
Oh, they'll still get that one. So nothing to say. Picks up a rune. Not a kill rune with that invis, unless things go really awry. But there's a TP coming in up top. They want to try and find and kill Jianyu. Chase through the trees and
got a stun on both.
Okay. Slowly whittling him down. A couple punches. He's slowed and he's going to fall.
And why?
Smile sticks around a bit too long. The punches, the orb of venom. It's enough slow for the kill.
Really nicely done. Planet looks like he should be able to get himself out of here. Now, nothing to say is actually making his way up. And they're low.
Oh my god. Dude, I said it wasn't a kill route, but he misses both. They try to keep him alive, and raindrop, it's back up again in a second. Don't know if it's going to be back up for the save, and it's not.
Look at him go.
In fact, they find 2 kills, nothing to say. Chasing for more. Can they find MS and Son Goku? Planet tries to get out of there. And now maybe nothing to say has gone a bit too far. He still has Fairy Fire chains and eats his way out of those trees. But a little skirmish going on up top.
Nice. Really ballsy TP from NTS, right? He goes up there by himself, doesn't catch the chain on either hero because the creeps are there, but either way, beautiful plays with the Remnants, is able to finish him off. And he's just waiting for a buddy so he can stay healthy, refill that bottle, keep looking to put pressure on. Still, really good moves from Dawn, though. Like, these aggressive moves are putting them in an okay position. The thing is, though, that it's going to be in the back of their minds. Alchemist is free farming.
And this would be a dieback immediately for Sumang. Dead and dead again, and doesn't have a TP to come back out to lane after. Ooh. That one hurts.
That's a painful one. And yeah, like I was mentioning, you know, they do have this in the back of their minds. Alchemist is not getting pressured. You're having to go to your safe lane constantly. Gets you kills, but you're not going to slow down Shiro whatsoever.
Can he be the star of the show yet again? He's certainly setting up to be that way. A Haster picked up now for the Zeus, but do they have the damage that they need? Chains on it too. He's got to get out of there. X in some trouble. Remnant forward. Nothing to say. Didn't have another slight.
No. He's gone for the 1-3-2 build, so that slight's just a bit longer cooldown.
I feel like I see so many different types of Ember builds nowadays.
The second point in Flame Guard is just so value. You just get that huge benefit versus Zeus, versus even Shadow Fiend and stuff as we saw, so I can understand why he did it this game. Also, just, it's pretty much like fake regen versus Zeus, right, in the mid lane?
Yeah. Well, a tier 1 tower is taken up on the top side of the map now, so LGD trying to stabilize after a bit of a shaky start. And again, Shiro perfectly content with all of this. Has the stun, ready to go. Will get hit. Can he get slowed, chained? Done.
Give it to the Alchemist as well, too. Make that timing even faster. Nothing to say is really just having a crazy game so far. 3-0-1. I feel like he's been everywhere. Of course, top, we saw that. Mid, how well he was doing. And then also, yeah, that quick rotation bottom. So it's the one to look at in the early game.
This build that he's going for right now, Orb of Corrosion, has the phase boots done. Going into the Yules next, so allows him to play that much further forward, particularly against the Skywrath Mage. Won't be an easy issue.
Yeah, I love when you see players adapt, right? Relative on what they're playing against, rather than just autopiloting, going for Maelstrom. I like that we do see that adaptation.
Now, there will be another issue later on, as Son Goku is going to be going in for the Orchid afterwards. He's got kind of an interesting build on the NP. Already double Null Talisman and the Wraith Band, and now bringing out components for the Orchid build. So he's going to be hitting really hard.
Yeah, he is statted up for sure. But that does delay that Orchid timing by quite a significant margin. And we're already seeing 3K gold lead for PSG LGD again. And it's not just the Alchemist. I mean, sure, 1,800 or so, but as we were mentioning, nothing to say is having a ridiculously good game.
He denies the regen rune, but will get punished for his insolence.
Whew.
Nothing to say.
And this is one of the reasons why I was saying fragile, right? When I see Centaur and you're playing, it's like a Zeus, a Shadow Fiend, a Sky, even, and Furion, I was saying he can be kind of tanky because you see like the stats and everything, but the ease of getting on top of these heroes it's very high for LGD.
As soon as they find him, it's so much damage out, like in an instant, it feels like. 3 heroes rotating bottom. You've got the Tusk, as well as the Skywrath, and of course that NP. X might be able to get aggro as well with the Thunder God's Wrath, but Shiro, recognizing the danger, immediately TPs out of there, heads off to the other side of the jungle.
And he's got it in time for a stack, too. So he's able to stack his own camp. His team is pressuring mid.
Root. Do they want to chase? Doesn't look like it. But they keep this mid-tier 1 tower alive for now, as this last creep wave is going to go down. I'm going to say tries to keep that catapult alive a bit longer, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Dawn's trying to react to this play, but this is exactly what LGD actually wants. That's why they're all here. They're like, please react to us. Alchemist is still getting free time. Centaur is getting free as well. And they're just keeping 3 heroes occupied.
Yeah, this is perfect for Shiro. Yep. Everything that he wants. He's almost got that Radiance done.
It's pretty much there. And we did see the Centaur. Zhang Yu was left alone for quite some time. He's got Hood and almost a Blink Dagger done too. So everything is starting to culminate pretty quickly here on the side of PSG LGD. For Dawn, they got to start making some successful rotations. And as we said, it's all up to MS to make those moves.
Yeah, he's got to make something happen on this Tusk. It's a tough one, though. The snowball on in, but immediately stampedes out. Although, then runs back in. Walrus Punch. Do they have the damage to bring him down? Doesn't quite look like it, as Thunder God's Wrath is out, but not nearly enough damage. Son Goku could not beat his way out of this one, I don't think. He might also be in trouble. He TP'd into this, devastating the whole round of Treants die to the Radiance Burn, and LGD picking up right where they left off in game number 1.
And being fancy, too. Nothing to say with the fancy little remnants mid-slight. And oh, look at that. A DD spawns top as well. As they get tower, things have crumbled for the side of Dawn.
Yeah, they're getting everything that they want. And the timing, when, like you talked about, that delayed Orchid, NP is going to have it, and the Yules is going to be there.
Yep, and now this was pre-Centaur Blink Dagger, too, and that was kind of a free initiation for the side of LGD because of the snowball, right? It actually forced all of Dawn, keep almost saying see that, all of Dawn into this really awkward position. If Tree has Root also, imagine if he's 6 there, right?
Oh, yeah.
Instant Root, they both get grabbed and die even faster, so.
I mean, the other thing that's scary is this whole fight, this was before we're getting, like, Chakram onto the Ember for the double slice. Like, it's going to start to get really scary here in a moment. Dawn We'll see what their solution is for this. But it feels like split pushing might need to be the answer now. Getting into those BKBs, obviously. But they're going to run forward. They find themselves a tree. Quick stun to turn it, but the silence was there. It didn't actually come out in time.
Oh, X!
But never mind. Suddenly, nothing to
my.
say is there. And everybody starts to die. Valkyries gets burned down to the Alchemist man.
The panel did say, wait for the Zeus to... Zeus kind of walked in to initiate there and just gets completely detonated in a heartbeat. Oh man, yeah, just he's fragile. It's fragile cores, and it's just lack of heroes to actually be able to do stuff. Where the Tusk UCMS is trying to make something happen, but it's just met by the brutal force of PSG LGD. Who
Son Goku saves that Yules right till the very end, and a sleight of fist to finish. Why not?
7-0-6 on this Ember.
He's had a hell of a game.
Part of every kill. It's had a perfect game. Could not ask for more out of nothing to say.
Well, makes another happen as MS will get caught. And again, all of this stuff now is also happening before Stampede. Previously, they were using it to secure the kills. Now with the Blink Dagger, they can just save Stampede for if anything starts to get dangerous.
You know it's a rough game with the Zeus and the Shadow Fiend are farming the same hard camp in your triangle, and there's nobody playing in lanes. PSG LGD has exact reads of where they are right now, right? They're pinging the ancient area, nobody's showing anywhere, so they have free roam of who they want to go for, and they might just sandwich Dawn down here.
Oh no, bully moves coming in, nothing to say, says hello. Son Goku is there. They have a Yules to take off the silence if they need to, but they're just keeping him alive. Full round and volley. Nothing to say. He's actually getting a little bit low, but why you smile moving on in? They might be able to keep him alive. And they do. Nothing to say. Godlike. Dogres goes down. They were just waiting until the end. He was never in danger.
He was toying with him. He still had slide. He still had a remnant. He was just waiting for the last moment. Still has that last remnant, so puts it out. He's going to come right back bottom. And oof. The stomp continues, really. And Shiro. Look at his items, by the way. Did you notice? He bought Boots of Travel on top of his phase boots. Shiro wants to be involved in every kill. He's got all the freedom in the world in this game, so why not?
Listen, this Shiro's got 4 feet anyways, right?
Yeah.
The little guy on top. He needs a pair of boots.
True.
Snowball. MS. I mean, this is just not going to work. It just wasn't going to happen that time. That's how it goes.
He's like, team?
Yeah, it's a hard game.
Yeah. There's nothing to say. A continuous killer. Still looking for the next move. Finds it.
Rooted. And saving all of his abilities.
Oh, X. Hey, they see him. They might just dive him.
Yeah, this guy's in trouble. Slight remnant. He's slowed for the moment. But as they move on in with all the supports and good old nothing to say, they're even going to drop the overgrowth there just to secure that they bring him down. MS TP's in. Hoping to do something here. But he's got to be careful also. I don't know if he can keep himself alive against all of these people.
They might. He's walking in and Snowball. What? Oh, he's gonna get gone on immediately.
MS is mad. MS just wants to fight. He just runs in and dies. Nogra CP's in. I'm not sure where to go from here.
I think they're honestly telling like each other. They're probably saying like, I have no idea how to play. Like, look at the Shadow Fiend. Poor Xiumang has been relegated to jungle for the last 10 minutes after the laning phase. He's just unable to join because he'll just get burst. It's PSG LGD. They're kind of just flexing their dominance here. Look at the positioning. They're like, come on, step outside your base.
They know he's there. And silence. X gets hit. Good chunk of damage out there.
Revving the Requiem in the base.
Yeah.
To try to attempt if he dives.
I mean, there's not really that much else to do for him right now. It feels like they need this BKB, obviously, on Shadow Fiend. So far away from getting it. Son Goku gets caught down bottom, and with everybody nearby, he does not have an avenue to escape. The root, the stun, the kill. And on the high ground, MS moves on in again. They use the Stampede to get out.
They can't even get why.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Now they move in with the rest of them. The Hex is there. Chase, Shiro, punch and Sume. He's going to fall here on the Shadow Fiend. 3 dead in a couple of seconds, and nothing to say. Thinking about diving into the base.
They want to end it before 19 minutes. It's 17:46. They've got 2 minutes to close it out. PSG, will they do it? This is spectacular performance from kind of stunning like all of them on PSG LGD, but I think Dawn put themselves in a hard position. This time, I actually felt like the draft was way harder than last time. So,
really?
Yeah, I just tough to make moves. If you don't have like this Nature's Prophet have an amazing game, everything is on your Tusk.
Well, and there were ways that the lanes were going better, but it's, I guess, what you're talking about, the after the laning stage. That's when things start to really fall apart.
Yeah, and it's just, like, there was these fights happening where LGD's, there's 3 heroes showing mid, Centaur's top shoving a tower, and the Alchemist is free farming. And you can see Dawn, they were getting some of these kills and stuff like that, but these kills, they don't matter when 2 other heroes are free farming and there's just pressure on literally every front.
Son Goku, get out of there! Vegeta's here! As they're gonna find him and get a couple punches. Can he TP out of here in time? No, the overgrowth! Oh, it's not gonna happen. The trees, they've come back to haunt you. Is why brings down the old Nature's Prophet.
Brutal. Look, I mean, look at Dawn. Look at the positioning there. Everyone's smoked up. SF still sitting in the base for the last 2 minutes or so. But they might look to make it past 1957.
Okay.
Oh, can they go for it? Yeah, he's got Yules.
I don't know if this is going to happen here. Stunt. No, not like this.
He tried.
They wanted to hit it perfect, and MS is going to die again.
Unless they GG out now after this Requiem miss.
Okay.
Let's see. You can see what they were going for, right?
Right,
like
of
you
course.
said, right? The Requiem from the Yules, catching him on the edge of it, but even then, don't know if they even had the damage as everybody on the side from PSGD was starting to close the gap. And there was an illusion room, so NTS was kind of toying with them a little bit.
Yeah.
Holy
To
moly.
be honest, though, that literally felt like it was their best shot.
That was absolutely their best shot. At least they're getting a
saying
kill on
something.
him.
Yeah. Game is hard.
Game is hard. Trapped in the base, 10 seconds. They'll make it longer than last game.
Yeah. Well, Son Goku did end up going back for the Witchblade instead of finishing off the Orchid. I guess after seeing the Yules, realized I just need damage. But these BKBs, that feels like it's really the only thing that they can be hoping for eventually here. And breaking high ground can be annoying. It can be a little bit tough to do that. We'll see if there's any overextensions. I'll say, last game, LGD took it so carefully.
Yeah, I think they'll probably do something similar, like get some type of items here until you feel very comfortable to push. But Shiro, I mean, Shiro has bots too, by the way.
Yeah.
So he wants to always be continuing to show up for every single kill.
Not again, Son Goku. Say it ain't so.
Another overgrowth. They must have like just come back up to it. Oh boy.
Speaks for the trees, and the trees, they always betray.
Oh, look, they're smoked. They're going for the illusion, and it's an illusion.
Yeah, he was leaving those 2 out there for a really long time trying to bait it. They were even tree armoring that illusion to try and bait them to go on it. Dotting their I's, crossing their T's, 25,000 gold lead for LGD at 20 minutes.
It's a formula they've got going on right now, though, right? Shiro, he's probably telling his team, guys, I'm about to hit 18.
Play really good.
Well, yeah, that of course, but now for ending, right? They're probably like, okay, he's 18 on Alk, AC's coming, Roshan maybe next, and then they can end. If Dawn doesn't GG out before that or some crazy fight happens.
I like the formula of just playing good. That's what
Playing good is... They do seem to have... I mean, it's Xiaoling, right? He probably tells them too, like, this is the most important thing is the 10 to 15 minute mark, blah, blah, blah. Like, he's discussing every little thing, and honestly, they hit it right on the mark again this game.
Yeah, every time you see him at the end of those drafts when they're up on stage, he's the last coach to leave.
Yep.
Always the one that's there pushing it to the end. I'm telling them what they need to do. But as you can see, and as you said, heading into the pit now, I think that also Dawn hasn't even really been able to get all their neutral items out. If we saw there, they're missing a couple of them from the later ones. But regardless,
they most definitely are, yeah.
MS, he's going to get caught again. The switch from carry to position 5 involves a lot of death, and Shiro ready to start beating away at him. X is going to get caught there. 2 already gone. Son Goku, he's going to get stomped, as is the entire team. It's rough out here. GG called.
My God. I mean, yep. Picture perfect, and maybe I should have put PSG a little bit. I put him as 3 on my thing, but my God, what a performance. They look like the same powerhouse, really, as they did before with Ame, with Q. Planet seems to be fitting perfectly. He plays, obviously, like similar kind of heroes. The Kano shirt's been phased out a lot, but yeah, similar styles, similar heroes, and flawless execution. I think NTS, for me, probably the MVP of the series, especially in this last game, but damn.
No, I know. He was, like, absolutely popping off. And I think that, like, to me, the thing that stands out is that in a lot of other games, in a lot of other matches in other regions, we're seeing the top teams sometimes get, like, upset by these like, younger guys in particular and stuff. And with this LGD team, they were playing everything so safe. Like, they weren't stepping too far forward. They're saving that Stampede over and over again for when, like, the full initiations happen. Was there any thing that you saw of theirs that looked shaky at all from LGD?
No, honestly, they were. The thing is that they were so fast, and I think their communication seems really on point. Sure,
Right.
we saw the last game where they did miss a couple of these toss back Lina plays, but the communication's there, right? They're
Right.
quick on it, and then also this mid play where you see the Tusk snowball. How fast was that Stampede? It was
I know, it was so ready.
almost instant. So they're all on the same page, and yeah, I'm looking forward to see a lot more PSG LGD this season.
We're going to be doing that for sure throughout the entire tour, but for now we're going to head on back to the panel and break down that action from the 2-0 LGD on top.
We are going to have a good chat about that game and also the series because that brings it to a conclusion of 2-0 for LGD. And you guys said it, Dawn, they lasted a little bit longer. Not too much longer, about 3 minutes, but they did hang on. Was there a little bit more faith in what they were executing there, Kezu, or much of a muchness?
Well, I think it was a really, really hard game, but at least when you looked at the start, they had a bit of a, better one. They got some kills, they did okay in some of the lanes, but then later on it was, I think eventually it's just too hard for them.
Started off well, right?
Yeah.
On the top lane, they were getting a couple of kills. They were, up 4 or 5 kills? And then nothing to say rotates in, and everything's changed. The moment he got, a triple kill on top lane, it felt like, we're going to see the repeat of game 1 from this point onwards.
I think that was kind of the problem, right? Is that it was because LGD were focusing on mid lane and moving for those runes and stuff, it gave a lot of space to Dawn to collapse on that Centaur and gank him and kill him and get him repeatedly. So, yeah, nothing to say, he showed up and he did a damn good job. I actually loved his itemization. I was probably the most excited about that. It's a very small thing, but he went Yules, right? It's usually you see them go for the Corrosion Maelstrom build, just do damage, but he understands all his damage is coming from his spells, which he's getting pumped into him by Coddle. So having a Yules making the only way for Dawn to kill him with Sky Silence and just nullifying that completely meant his game was secured.
Yeah, I think this is something that the top of the top players do the best. Same with the top teams. They know who to, which hero to prioritize. They know that Ember is their playmaker in this game. They help him with the runes. They know that if we enable this guy, he will help the rest. Alchemist is going to farm. Centaur is a Stampede. So they get this Invis rune because they help him. Because of that, they get to go top. He gets the kill there. Now, even though the Centaur has died a few times, his game is back because he forced the SF to leave. They take the tower, then they play 3-man mid. And honestly, as Fog was saying at the end of the cast, this is the same LGD. If you didn't know they changed their roster, you wouldn't have seen it here.
It definitely feels like it seems to be a personality of LGD no matter who they bring in, just their ability to always know how to get back into a game, to play min-max, that sort of stuff. But I still want to focus a little bit more on Dawn Gaming and have a chat about them because, Lizard, you said you didn't really know where they were going with this draft per se. Their opening went one way and then all of a sudden... Okay, that was literally going to be my question. Do you now see what they were trying to achieve and were they close to potentially achieving it or still just... gosh, it was a draft.
I still don't see it. It was an interesting draft in which they finalized with 3 cores that are extremely easy to be jumped on and eliminated. This was a dream Ember game at one point because he can do whatever he wants to in the whole game and you have nothing to utilize really against that. Perhaps if you get a Hex at some point on one of your cores, that could help. But besides that, you truly didn't have a way of stopping him. So draft started off kind of nice and then it just took a wild ride.
I would agree with that just to continue a little bit. I think that this team, they obviously need more time. They're new in this type of Division 1 and playing against the best teams. They definitely need more time to shape up their draft and I think make it easier for their players. If you're Tusk in this game, I mean, I don't really want to play this game after 5 minutes. You have 3 cores that don't want to do much, so I think it's important for them moving forward to understand that they want to make it easier for each other. Not just for yourself individually, but if you do it for yourself properly, it will also help everyone else.
Do you feel like the key disconnect for Dawn was in that draft then, Sheep, or also a little bit in how they played and utilized the map?
I mean, the draft made everything so much harder for them. I mean, I liked the fact that they took advantage of LGD's movements to kill top and stuff, but it's just so difficult. You're talking about the problems with Tusk. It's how many times do you see him snowball in just to be met with a Centaur Stampede, and then he's being dragged wildly out of position due to that, and then just dying, and he's their only initiation. They really needed something.
Wait,
with
they
more
had
stun.
Zeus with the jump?
That was my favorite in the bot jungle when he
He
initiated and
yeah.
died
He
instantly.
initiated.
Woo.
definitely kind of saw it coming.
Yeah, it's way too hard. It's so hard. I think they did like some nice moves though.
Yeah. Well, that's, I guess, something good for Dawn. It's only your first series.
Yeah.
There isn't a lot of expectations on you, and there are some silver linings, some positives that you can take away, considering you're up against a lineup like LGD. And we weren't really sure where they were sitting, but for you guys, do you feel most doubts about their lineup has been sort of eased, not necessarily completely?
Bro, who was doubting? They got the next army on their team, bro.
True. I mean, I didn't know they had the next army.
Okay.
So.
I say doubt because when I looked at all of our predictions, no one put them as first. I think very few
put them
people
as
put them
second.
Okay, I still doubt. Like I
Yeah.
put them even like fourth
I think
or
I put them
fifth.
fourth.
Same,
Yeah.
fourth.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm a believer.
Yeah,
Here.
you're
Yeah.
a believer.
I'm the
So then
believer.
doubts,
job.
quickly for you guys, you feel like they have been kind of put at ease.
They impressed me a little bit, but
Yep.
one game is not enough to really go off.
That you still 2 games.
Okay. One series.
Well, we're going to jump into an interview because that's what we always do at the end of a series. We do have Nothing to Say joining us. Congratulations, Nothing to Say on the win. How are you feeling about a nice, strong opening?
恭喜你拿下了开幕场的胜利，然后你对第一场这个比较轻松的碾压有什么想说的吗？
就可能对手没那么强吧，所以就赢得比较轻松一点。
I think our opponent，然后
对，然后就这样吧。
I think our opponent is not good enough, so it's kind of an easy win for us.
All right, that's fair enough. I want to know a little bit more about how this new roster of LGD formed and how comfortable and confident you're feeling as a new roster.
我想了解一下你们这个新的阵容的一个形成的方式，然后想问一下你现在对新阵容的一个感觉。
就都挺好的吧，就因为我们训练赛什么的都还打的就还胜率蛮高的嘛，所以整体都还很满意。
I think we are really good right now, and we have a decent win rate at our scrims, so everything worked out really well for us right now.
I would like to know who is currently leading the team in game with like calls and stuff.
想知道队内的话，现在是谁来做指挥
5号位吧，还是 Y 指挥的比较多。
It's our position 5Y.
I'm interested. Thank you for that. I'm interested. Do you feel refreshed with the new team, or are you more sad about the departure of your ex-teammates?
想问一下，你是现在是对新队友加入会感到比较兴奋、比较有新鲜感的，还是你对老队友的离去会稍微还是情绪上会有一些低落？你是怎么样的一个心情？
都没什么差别吧，主要是新队就会就每个人都比较有干劲嘛，就新的赛季就都会比较有冲劲。
I didn't feel too much difference, but I do realize as the new, along with the new players coming to the new season, everyone is very ambitious and everyone is really hardworking, and we're trying to push to the same goal.
Okay, so I have one last question. So there's new players in the team, of course. So my question is, who's helping them feel comfortable? And whichever person this is, how are they doing it? Is it through giving them comfortable heroes or through team talks in and out of the game?
我想知道，就是有新的选手加入，然后队伍里是谁去负责让新选手很尽快的去融入整个团队的，然后会采取一个什么样的方式？是会在 BB 上向他们去倾斜，还是说在这个沟通上去跟他们去做更多的交流，类似这方面的事情？
沟通上会比较多吧，因为就是打了一把，就训练完了之后，有什么问题我们就沟通比较多，然后沟通比较多嘛，然后就融入了。
然后是谁会去做这方面的工作？
巴师傅吧。
I think it's mainly our coach Xiao A to try to make us together, and we focus on more on communication. Usually doing after the screen, we talk a lot, we communicate a lot, and we try to put the team together.
Thank you.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. Nothing to say. We look forward to seeing LGD for the rest of this tour, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there you have it. A nice nothing to say interview. I was actually really interested by your question, Lizzie. You kind of gave him a difficult one there. You're like, oh, do you feel sad about your old teammates? And
He kind of kept it close, though. He didn't really reveal much.
I was going to say his answer was great. The fact that he didn't really feel too much difference about it, but also just talking about, I guess, the drive and the ambition of this new lineup. He said he didn't feel it. I mean, whether that's about his teammates leaving or the new roster, it looks like they're not that different either. Like they are coming in really strong. I guess from your side of with that answer and us having seen them, do you want to rechange where you think LGD might end up on the ladder?
Nope.
Too early to say?
Nope. I still feel that it's going to be a rough ride for them. They still have to prove themselves. It is PSG LGD, but I expect them to. I don't know. I just want to see them play against a team that isn't Dawn, because we like Dawn coming into the season. You can expect a lot from everyone. Obviously, I don't want to take anything away from them. But they are a Division 2 promotee team that doesn't have any big star names, and it's to be expected from PSG LGD to take them down easily, right?
Yeah, I mean, we also heard that from Nothing to Say there. But because of the question you asked, I want to talk quickly about it as well. The answer that Nothing to Say said, it was more focused on comms. Do you think that that is a key thing that you should be talking a lot more about after a series, or especially for comfort for new players?
Yeah, like I think communication is actually one of the most important things, because especially when you have like younger players or new players, I would even say that one of the most important things in a Dota team is that people feel comfortable. You need to be able to express yourself out of the game and in the game.
In any relationship, right?
Yeah, really. But especially like people don't even think this about Dota, but it's true too. You need to like not think that, oh, if I make this play, my coach is gonna like, you know, shit on me after the game, or my teammate is gonna like slap me. No, you need to like feel free. That's what you see all the good teams do at TI. Then once they go far, you have the pulse forward running around like. Sometimes they look like clowns, but they're just doing their thing. And that's how people need to feel. And that's what you should look to enable. And I think, at least from this series, that's kind of what it looks like they're doing.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look at today. Let's recap, because we have come to the end of our day one for the China DPC Winter Tour. And it was a very nice, quick day. We had two O's, eHome getting the first one over IG, and then LGD getting the 2-0 over Dawn. I don't know why I almost forgot the team names.
Did great.
Happens.
Thank you.
Nice
Thank
one.
you. Don't laugh at me.
I laughed at her comment.
All right. The 2-0 from eHome, was that shocking for you? Because we didn't have you on the panel to talk about it. So you kind of came in and saw that 2-0 had happened.
I mean, from beforehand, I didn't know too much about IG or eHome. But I think eHome, at least from what I saw, they impressed. I like both the way that they picked their heroes and drafted, but also the way they executed and played individually and as a team. So I would say perhaps a bit surprising, but looking forward, I think this team is definitely ones that maybe people had on the lower end that will impress more.
I mean, it is just day one, but Lizard, Sheep, do you guys want to add anything about that? Recap what we did see today, hero-wise, playstyle-wise, anything?
It was too much Dragon Knight for my liking, but it's
Agreed.
alright. It's okay.
Not enough Lena.
Not enough Lena. No, she needs to be never seen again after that game one.
Oh, you'll see her more.
Yeah, she was just banned out in every game.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Then
saying
picked
she
once.
needs to stay banned. Stay banned.
Yeah, overall for me, it's kind of what I expected. I expected upsets here. eHome perhaps winning versus IG is a slight of an...
Or at least definitely a 2-0 over IG, I
2-0,
think.
100%.
Yeah.
Something that we didn't expect. But when you look at the Chinese region, when you look at all the teams, the reshuffling that has happened, there's no clear favorites anymore.
Yeah.
So.
It's very true, but after today we do have a little bit more of an indicator, and tomorrow the games that we have are going to be between the 4 teams that we did not see today. We have 2 more best of 3s happening. It's going to be Team Aster up against Knights, and then it's going to be Extreme Gaming up against Aster Aries. So that's tomorrow, starting at the same time that we started today at 4 p.m. there. I'm really good at 24-hour time.
You're so
Just
good.
Naming teams in 24-hour time, my 2
He's so
strengths.
good, man. Oh my God. Best host.
Thanks. This is embarrassing. But it's going to be the same schedule over there. It is fixed. So even if that first series does go to a 2-0, we will be starting the second one at 7 p.m. So depending on what team you're tuning in for, you know when you can tune in. Closing remarks, anything wild you want to say about tomorrow's games before we get there? Thank you. Perfect.
Anything wild?
I mean,
I'm looking at you.
He's
I'm
the
just
weird
throwing it
I'm the
team
wild
fan.
one, yeah. I'm expecting an upset in one
Oh
of
wow,
the series.
he's so good.
He's sniffing it. He's
You know
sniffing
what?
it out.
I'm expecting a great game, the one.
The big game.
The big game.
The
Oh,
big
God.
game.
We're going to close the show out because apparently no one else here has anything else to say, but we're going to go away. We're going to see you guys tomorrow for those 2 new best of 3s. Thank you so much for joining us for day 1.
Bye.